cry 10 men's tears as it disappears with the passionate atmosphere. Took your glove as a souvenir, left the other on the pillow as I stroked your ear. One last breath of your hair, stared for a second, and then the doorway beckoned. See, I'm a lover, not a fighter, so I didn't fight the fact that I'm more than like you. Didn't matter, we were under influence. Made sense, this was more than lust. I don't owe you, you don't owe me. One night only, if only I could take you back and just show you off. But I guess if I did that, the magic is lost. Believe me, I wanna stay, but I'm a fan away. Good morning. We watch the sun come up. It's calling. I want another day with you. You in that red dress, what a pairing. I kept staring, we couldn't have said less. Can't let my head rest thinking about you. Really wanna look into your Catwoman eyes. Turn back time, cause it flies by. You know, them Marty McFly vibes. See, I can picture the bright light sights and night skies and boats go by. I don't know why it happens so fast. When I try to speak your language, I'm happy you laugh. Cause I'm hardly a linguist. Spoke through kisses cause you didn't speak English. And it was hard to distinguish love at first sight or holiday romance. Don't care, I was lost in the moment. I really should have missed that flight. Believe me, I wanna stay, but I'm going away. Good morning. We watch the sun come up. It's calling. I want another day with you. Good morning. We watch the sun come up. It's calling. I want just one more day with you. I don't think I could be dreaming. I felt your touch. No, I remember you breathing when I woke up. Now all I have are these memories I can't trust. Just one day won't be enough. Good morning. Watch the sun come up. It's calling. I want another day with you. Good morning. Watch the sun come up. It's calling. I want just one more day with you. I want another day with you.
Sharon, how are you doing? You're right. Not bad. Is there many? Conference, can you start taking your seats, please? It's a bit loud. Right. Colleagues, can you start taking your seats, please? You're right, yeah. I've got a couple of speeches there.
Oh, is that you?
That's me.
Brilliant. Oh, is that Matt's Canavan?
Cabinet.
Oh, right, because my Irish side of Canavan.
Is it hard one?
Just have a quick
Yeah.
look.
It's not too long.
Yeah, that's fine.
Colleagues, can you start taking your seats, please? We need to start conference. Right, conference. I have to read a statement on sexual harassment. I'm going to read it out. So, colleagues, the CWU is committed to ensuring all CWU conference and events remain safe, respectful and inclusive environments for every participant. Sexual harassment in any form is wholly unacceptable. This includes any unwanted behaviour of a sexual nature, whether verbal, physical or written, that causes discomfort, distress or undermines the dignity of any individual present. Every delegate, visitor and member of staff has the absolute right to participate in our conferences and events free from intimidation or harassment. Accordingly, all attendees are expected to uphold the highest standards of conduct and treat one another with dignity and respect at all times, both inside and outside conference or event hall. If any delegate experiences or witnesses sexual harassment, it is essential that this is reported without delay. On behalf of the Union, we thank you for your cooperation in helping to maintain an environment in which every individual can participate safely, confidentially and free from unacceptable behaviour. Signed by Dave Ward and Kate Hudson. Okay, right, conference, on my present address. Good morning, conference. Mick Cabinet welcome everyone to this year's General Conference of CWU for 2026. Although we've had the special restructuring conference last year, this is of course our first annual General Conference for 2 years. A lot has happened in these 2 years, as you no doubt will hear over the next week, and then after debating our motions, we'll set policy for the next 2 years. For those of you who know me will know that I've been around for a few years, 50 odd to be precise, and for me to be standing here chairing conference the first time as president is an extremely proud moment for me personally. So I say to anyone attending conference who may be speaking for the first time, believe me, despite me speaking on many occasions before, I am as nervous as you will be coming to the rostrum. I hope you'll all be friendly and respectful and as gentle with myself as you will no doubt with any new delegates, and let's make this a really enjoyable camaraderie occasion. Looking forward to the next couple of days, the SOC have set me a challenging timetable to get through, and no doubt will lead to some lively debates, so again, please do not be afraid to come to the rostrum. For the first time in many years, we have a special report to debate on the relationship with the Labour Party. The ability to do this has come about as a result of a rule change we passed in Blackpool last year. This is a welcome addition to our agenda items and will say no doubt be a good debate, and particularly timely given the election results from Thursday. Along with this, there are the usual challenges we face as a union, both domestically and internationally, a lot going on, as they say. Later in the week, we'll break for our two industrial sections for both postal and telecom conference. Again, the challenges set by the businesses we represent our members, it means that the agenda for those conferences are packed out as well. I will of course speak about the Vice Chair towards the close of the conference, but would be remiss of me not to say a word of thanks to Andy. He has helped me immensely in preparing for this point, but a bigger thank you goes to him for the work he's done over the last year during his time as President. I feel he's done so much to bring the two constituencies together, which has led to a great unity, not only on the NEC, but the wider field and branches. So thank you, Andy. At this time, we remember all those comrades who have passed since we last came together. The full list is on page 61, 65 of your agenda pad. Please, will you be upstanding for a minute's silence? Okay, thank you, conference. So which leaves me with one more thing to do, is to wish you all a very good conference, and I hope you enjoy the week that we will spend together. Before we're bringing standing orders in, we've got Matthew Kerr, who's doing a bike ride from Edinburgh to Bournemouth. And Dave wants to say a few words as well.
Well done, Matt. Just to let you know, Matt's got a tandem outside as well, and he's taking me home from conference on the back of it. I do want to pay tribute to Matt. As most of you will know, Matt is the son of our former leader on the telecoms constituency, financial service constituency, Andy Kerr. And I've known Matt a long, long time. And he is a committed socialist like his dad. He's a CWU member, he's been a postie, and he's a very strong activist, standing up for people all over. Today, he's just finished, I think it's a 3-day cycle ride from Ardrossan, which was where Andy and Matt was born, in a part of Scotland that I'm not great at geography, so I can't tell you where, but it's in Scotland.
West Coast.
The west coast of Scotland. And he cycled all the way down here in order to raise more money for our charity, our CWU Humanitarian Aid. And I think he deserves a fantastic round of applause. Thanks for that, conference. Now, the really good news is that you've still got time to add to the amount of money that Matt's raising. And we expect all of us who are here today to make sure that we put our contributions forward. I think we're up not far short of £10,000.
Sorry, yeah.
And we're going to get that up higher because these guys are ready to put in at least another 10k. So we'll be coming around individually to see you. Thanks very much, everybody. Matt Kerr.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Well done, Matt.
I will now ask the Standing Orders Committee to move adoption of Standing Orders, then invite the Agenda Secretary to address you all. Thank you, Conference.
President Conference, Joyce Stevenson, Chair of the General Conference Standing Orders Committee. Conference, the Standing Orders Committee would like to welcome delegates and especially those attending conference for the first time. In preparation of this year's conference agenda, we've continued with arranging the agenda in a way we believe will allow debate on a number of wide-reaching issues. This year we have an equality afternoon, and we've prepared the timetable and agenda to allow policy to be set, as well as allowing time for a range of interesting speakers. Can I draw Conference's attention to Standing Order 3, where you will see there is a change of timetable for this afternoon's equality session, and this alteration was done in conjunction with the Equality Education and Development Department to allow Conference to hear additional speakers. Conference, we've also made time for the special report entitled Labour Party Relationship, and this may be an emotive section, and I would ask that all delegates remain respectful of all the speakers and debates. Conference time is very limited, and I would ask that all speakers adhere to the time and not abuse Standing Order H in asking for an extension, which should only be used in exceptional circumstances. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes, and by not abusing the request for extensions, it will allow maximum delegates the opportunity to speak and maximum motions to be debated. Can I draw your attention to Standing Order 2, where you will see that motion 11 on page 23 should be in the name of Wessex South Central and not Cleveland Amal. In Standing Order 2, there is also a presidential ruling regarding regional officials, and also the use of the +1 card, which we trialled at a previous conference. And if any branch needs a +1 card, please come and speak to the Standing Orders who are sitting over on the right-hand side. We've also been notified that there is a change of policy handling on motion 34 and 38, and the NEC are now supporting both motions. So finally, Conference, I would like to move that the proceedings of the Standing Orders Committee be approved, the agenda and standing orders now presented, including supplementary reports 1, 2 and 3, be accepted and form the agenda and standing orders for this year's conference. Thank you, Conference. I move.
Thank you, Joyce. The Standing Orders agree. Okay. Move on to section 1, which is motion. Oh, sorry, GS address. Apologies, sorry. First mistake. Go on, Dave, sorry.
Got plenty of time, Nick. Don't worry. We're here for a few days. Yeah, look, morning conference. It's good to see you all in what will be our first general policy conference for a number of years, because the union has rightfully focused in recent times on our industrial priorities and the need for restructuring, which we'll talk about later in this speech, and the progress that we've made on that to make sure that we maintain ourselves as an independent trade union. I'm going to start by saying that nobody in the hall today will disagree that whichever way you turn at the moment, we do face collectively some huge challenges. For our members, their families and working class people everywhere, for our union, the wider trade union and labour movement, and for society and the world. When you look at the whole picture, I don't think there's ever been a time where the depth of those challenges are so serious for what we stand for what our members need from us. And I think that's particularly true when you look at the fact that they're happening at the same time, and it feels relentless. The industrial landscape is changing rapidly. The world of work has become far more pressurised, and the cost of living crisis that our members and workers everywhere are facing runs very, very deep. The society we live in today is more divided than at any point that I can remember. And the world is definitely a more dangerous place than at any point that I can remember in my lifetime. This is the background of the deliberations that are going to take place at this conference. And I recognise for our representatives everywhere, in particular our local and our branch representatives, that this is a really difficult moment. Struggling maybe to work out how do you deal with all of these issues. So I want to say thank you to our representatives. Many of them, most of them, are volunteers. They face these issues because they're good people. And we know that in the CWU, we've got some fantastic representatives who care about people. And I want to say thank you to everybody who's a CWU representative for the way that you support our members, for the way that you support our union, and for your dedication in trying to make things better for all the values that we stand for. And I'm also going to say to you all that in these times when it's hard to think about how you solve some of these problems, the most important thing for every single one of us and for every single CWU rep is to recognise that we should recommit to our core belief during this week of collectivism. It's collectivism that gives us the right to challenge employers. And employers today need challenging. I think there's a bit of a disease in the UK where employers have learnt the art of how to manage their finances, but they've forgotten the art of how to grow businesses and look after workers. It's collectivism that gives us the right to stand up for working class people in work and outside work, and with or without the Labour Party. And it's collectivism that I believe will ultimately provide the solutions that working people need today. So in these times of difficulty, let's remember that. I want to reflect on the industrial landscape. I said that it's changing. And in postal, we know, and our members know, that Royal Mail is at a critical point in its history. We can't protect our members' jobs in the future without change. Our members know that. We can't protect the service and the fact that we are the ones that stand up for delivering for customers without change. And I think customers know that as well. And the agreement that we've just reached is a good agreement, but it has to be viewed against the reality that Royal Mail is now operating in a permanently changed world of communications. We've moved the employer on USO reform. We've taken a step forward on the hugely important issue of equalising new entrants' terms and conditions. And I think the union deserves credit as well for the way that we've drawn the government into a stronger position of taking note of what needs to happen in Royal Mail. And we're going to carry on with that approach. But I'm going to say to the reps here today, the members will vote on the agreement and democracy will, as always, rule. But our job is to enforce that agreement as one union on the postal side. Do not let any branch, do not let any member face the change without great organisation at local level, supported by our area, regional level, and supported by the national side of the union. I want to pay tribute to Martin, to the national officers, and to the PE. Lots of times where it's easy sometimes to take easy decisions about, you know, maybe we can avoid some of this stuff. But it is unavoidable. And what they've done is stood up for the interest of our members and for customers. And I'm sure our members will recognise that when it comes to the ballot. In TNFS, perhaps even more than postal, the impact of new technology, of AI, is running deep. And during the course of that, it's important that we recognise that whilst we can't stop technological change, we have been able thus far to avoid compulsory redundancies. We have delivered a decent pay rise. We have put the right focus on bringing up lower paid workers in that pay rise. But this year, and I know the TNFS are ready for this, we must step up the challenge on delivering a shorter working week. The campaign has been a good campaign. There's been a lot of information about it, but it's now time for the employer to share in the benefits of technology with our workforce. There's also been some excellent work that's taken place, and we are on the brink of recognition in a number of bargaining units in Virgin Media. And I want to pay tribute to our team for taking that work forward. And I've also been speaking to Karen and Andy Mercer about how we can work together more closely to bring our political influence into challenging Ofcom and the way that Ofcom prioritises the altnets against the real service providers. This is a moment where we want that work to take place, and it's a moment where that work will be in the interest of our members, of customers, and of all of those who believe in universal services. So again, I want to thank Karen. I want to thank the TNFS. I want to thank the officers of the TNFS for the dedication that they have shown in what is undoubtedly difficult times. In the tech sector, our UTOR branch continues to go from strength to strength. We now have over 6,000 members in UTOR. It is now the biggest branch within the CWU. And crucially, we have reps and members who are giving us a great insight into how to challenge AI. CWU, UTOR have a unique opportunity to use the expertise that is within our membership there for the benefit not just of our members, but for all workers and for society. Conference, these are exciting times, and UTOR have moved, and you may have seen this, significantly forward, a bid for union recognition in one of the most powerful tech institutions in the world, Google's AI lab DeepMind. We are on the brink of recognition with those bargaining units, and that is an historic achievement. And I want to pay tribute to John Chadfield, to the reps in UTOR, and to our members in UTOR. It is such a vibrant group. It cares about not just what they're doing, but it understands there is a need here to challenge the powerful people who are going to use AI for their benefit and not for the benefit of wider society. So it's something that we are committed to building on, and we are having discussions about how we can build membership in the tech sector. But it's a good start, and it's going to continue next year. I want to address the future of the trade union and labour movement. Now, I'm going to talk a lot about Labour tomorrow, but I do want to offer my commiserations, and I'm sure many of you, for the fact that we would have lost a lot of councillors who have worked hard in their areas for many, many years. And I'm going to say to you that there's nobody in this room who doesn't understand that that wasn't down to the work of Labour councillors out on the ground. That was down to the simple fact and truth that Labour has completely and utterly misread a lot of the situations that it faces, and it has disconnected from working class people. And if we're going to have a debate about real change, and I will talk about this tomorrow, surely now everybody knows with the situations that we face on inequality of wealth and power, if you haven't got the courage to stand against and challenge the wealthy and the powerful and redistribute wealth and power back to working people, then don't stand up and say that you're going to deliver real change, because it ain't going to happen. So we've got a job to do there. And I also want to talk to you about the trade union movement. I think the CWU is recognised within the movement as a progressive union that's influencing all unions about how we move forward. And sometimes I think that our movement has become too insular. It talks a lot about what happens to your own union, but it doesn't talk anywhere enough about how we can use our collective strength to bring about change. And that's why, in the coming year, we are going to push hard for a New Deal too. We're going to push hard for unions to finally recognise that internal competition about members isn't going to get us anywhere. We have to start agreeing ways to take forward sectorial collective bargaining, both within our movement and within this government. We have to stand against now the issue of bogus self-employment, where multinational companies are able to undercut, many of them undercutting members of our union and the companies that our members work for, by exploiting workers through the gig economy. And ending bogus self-employment by creating a single status of worker is the right policy going forward. So these are going to be the priorities. There's no contradiction here between trying to hold Labour to account on the existing employment rights bill and the Make Work Pay agenda, and pushing harder and further on the next stage of that. And our union's going to lead that debate, and you're going to hear us talking about that a bit more. Finally, I want to talk about the future of the CWU. We've took some really, really difficult decisions. And later this week, when we give you our financial update, you will see that we are starting to see the benefits of some of those decisions. Because what it was about was recognising overall membership loss, but realising that we are far better off as an independent CWU. You'll see that we've now completed the sale of CWU headquarters, and that will give us an opportunity to reinvest in areas where we need to reinvest. And you will see that we're going to continue to build on the structure that we want to bring the union together. Maybe some hard decisions still ahead on that. I think particularly around the focus that we need on recruitment and organising. But our commitment is that when we say one union, we know that one union is in the best interest of every CW member and in every type of work that we do. And we're going to continue with that agenda. Conference, you've got some very important debates over the next few days. And I'm going to return to that message. Wherever we end up in these debates, when you leave the hall, recognise the challenges are in front of us. Recognise that just simply being part of a group that says we don't like what's going on is not good enough for our members, is not good enough for working class people. The CWU has influence. It's strong. It's strong industrially. It's strong politically. And if we recommit to collectivism, we are going to take forward working class people, our members and our movement. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Dave. Just before I call the first motion, there's a note, any postal branches reps that have any USO meetings with Tony Boots today or tomorrow, they are being held upstairs in the Bourne Lounge area, that there's also an email being sent. Just the 5 chairs that are there, with speakers that are going to come, I'm going to sit down there and I'll call you in one by one. Okay, we'll move on to the first motion, which is in the name of London Postal Engineering to move.
Morning conference, Chair, Steve Jones, London Postal Engineering Branch. In 2017, this union carried a motion that had the foresight to all about technological developments. It called upon the National Executive to work with others to make sure the fourth industrial revolution benefited humanity, not a handful of corporations. Arguably, that revolution has arrived. Faster and deeper than anyone had imagined, artificial intelligence is no longer a set of clever algorithms. We are now witnessing the creation of systems that can design, diagnose, and even decide without us. The language across Silicon Valley is no longer just AI. It's artificial general and ultimately superintelligence, machines that could outthink their creators. Geoffrey Hinton, one of the godfathers of AI, who departed from Google after citing concerns about multiple risks, said at a banquet where he received a Nobel Peace Prize for physics that there is a longer-term existential threat that will arise when we create digital beings that are more intelligent than ourselves. And importantly, he said, we have no idea whether we can stay in control. Such is the speed of development. Since we wrote this motion, Anthropic's called Mythos has hit the headlines, as it is said that this model could empower malicious actors to launch devastating cyber attacks. It was deemed too dangerous to release. Importantly, who owns technology? Not the people, not the workers, not the communities, it's the tech giants. These firms are building infrastructures of the future, the database, their algorithms, the cloud that many depend on. Palantir, a company rooted in CIA contacts, now has hold of NHS data. This should ring alarm bells for anyone who values democracy, privacy, or basic ethics. In the United States, Trump's executive order now forbids states from regulating AI. Unfortunately, I don't have time to cover major concerns around the huge cognitive impact AI will have on human development by decimating critical thinking, memory retention and mental engagement, or the dangers to the environment. Conference, this isn't just about a workplace issue with the threat to jobs and the offshoring of work. The same technologies that could deliver clean energy, cure disease and make drudgery a thing of the past could also deepen inequality, destroy livelihoods and concentrate power like never before. We are witnessing the creation of a digital oligarchy, a future where intelligence itself becomes a commodity owned by the few. But it doesn't have to be that way. Under public, democratic and workers' control, AI and automation could be the tool that finally sets us free. Imagine shorter working weeks with no loss of pay, automated housing design and green energy systems delivering affordable homes and sustainable power. Imagine the capacity for global planning that ends scarcity and hunger. That world is possible, but only if we fight for it. This is what this motion is about, not resisting technology, but reclaiming it. We urge the NEC to form a working group on AI and automation so we can understand what's coming and shape it for the common good. Chair, could I have a minute's extension, please?
Conference agree? Okay, carry on, Steve.
An issue, and this issue does not stop at borders. So there's a call for us to work with unions across the world through the TUC and international labour federations to forge global framework for democratic technological governance. Automation must serve people, not profit. That means regulation, public ownership of key AI data and infrastructure. That means limits on surveillance and algorithmic control of workers. That means safeguards against autonomous weapons and AI warfare. And it means legislating for shorter hours, retraining, and a fair share of the productivity gains. Comrades, notwithstanding global warmongers, the question of technological control is the defining struggle of our age. The corporations already know that. They are preparing. The question is, are we? Let history be our judge and put on record that the union movement must stand up, as we always do, for people, for fulfilling work and for the future of the planet and for peace. Conference, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Seconder.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Conference. Graham Russell, Edinburgh Dundee Borders Branch. Firstly, I'd like to thank Steve and London Postal Engineering for submitting this motion. It puts a little bit more meat on the bones to the other couple of motions that are about AI. It's on the pad today. And it does sort of standardise that a little bit, so it's great. Thanks for that, Steve. Therefore, I'd like to rise and support this motion because we're living through a turning point far bigger than any single industry change at all historically. And since Conference passed motion 76 back in 2017, the technological developments, especially in AI, automation, robotics, has accelerated beyond anything that anybody could have imagined actually happening. This is no longer just about tools at work. It's about work. It's about who controls intelligence itself. So it's a very scary thing when you think about it. Powerful tech corporations have been harvesting data, building infrastructure, locking societies into systems that workers and citizens cannot see, they cannot challenge, and they cannot control. Is that a word? Algorithms are being used to allocate workloads, monitor performance, manage attendance, screen recruitment, handle customer interactions, increasingly to influence pay and outcomes, bonus outcomes. Yet too many members are left in the dark. They're judged by scores they cannot see, managed by systems they don't understand, and disciplined through processes where responsibility is obscured or denied altogether. Decisions that affect livelihoods are made by a distance without transparency, without meaningful human oversight. AI is already shaping recruitment, performance, management services, public services and healthcare. Once that power is concentrated, it will not be handed back voluntarily. The danger is not technology, it's the ownership and governance of it. We are all aware of the impact of social media and how it influences decision-making for everyone. AI is already playing a part in this. Is the information we see every day just fodder for the masses, basically? Or is it global persecution? Under democratic control, public control, AI could be a force for enormous good. Shorter working weeks, safer workplaces, better public services, faster... Small extension, please.
Extension agreed. Okay.
Thanks, Conference. Under democratic control, AI could be a force for enormous good. Shorter working weeks, safer workplaces, better public services, faster climate transition, and the end to the needless drudgery that is there for the future. Trade unionists should welcome this, but left in the private or authoritarian hands, same technologies will deepen inequality, undermine collective bargaining, and hollow out democracy. Systems making decisions beyond human understanding or accountability are not neutral. They're dangerous. This motion does not call for panic. It calls for organisation. It does not reject innovation, it demands democratic control. And the call for a pause is not anti-progress, it's about responsibility and safeguards. Trade unions exist because anything unchecked always exploits. The truth is not change this, because this power is digital instead of industrial. Even in this motion, the issues raised will not go away. Automation will not wait for us. AI will not slow down. The only choice is where the labour movement leads or is left reacting to the damage it's already done. Conference, the question of technology is a really defining struggle of our age. The CWU should run on the right side of history. I urge you to support this motion.
Thanks, Graham. Motion's open for debate. Dave, do you want to grab a seat there? Anyone else? Yeah, do you want to come down?
President, Conference, David Banbury, on behalf of the Kent Invicta branch, to support Motion 1. Conference, we are standing at the edge of the biggest technological shift since the Industrial Revolution. Unlike previous revolutions, this one is moving faster than any of us can imagine, negotiate, or even fully understand. Artificial intelligence is no longer a tool, it's becoming an actor, one that is already shaping decisions about our members' jobs, workloads, safety and rights. Across Royal Mail Group, BT, Openreach and the wider economy, AI systems are being developed and deployed without transparency, without consultation and without any meaningful assessment of risk. Let's be honest, employers are not rolling out AI to make workers' lives easier. They are rolling out AI to cut costs, intensify monitoring and squeeze every last drop of productivity out of our members and other workers. Conference, we cannot allow this to happen in the dark. We recognise that AI support workers. It can remove dangerous tasks, it can improve services, but without safeguards, without democratic oversight and without unions at the table, AI becomes a tool for job displacement, de-skilling, unsafe work practices, erosions of privacy and widening inequality. And that's just today's AI. Because Conference, we must also confront the warnings coming from the very people who have built this technology. And Steve's right. Geoffrey Hinton, who is widely known as the godfather of AI, had to resign from Google so that he could speak out about AI. He did not mince these words. And he has warned about if we're not the apex intelligence on the planet, then ask chickens what it's like to be a chicken. Because at the end of the day, that's what we will be. We will not be the most intelligent beings on this earth, whether it's technology or whether it's us. And this is not coming from a sci-fi writer, this is coming from a man who has worked on the model of AI. Conference, the scale of challenge, if we lose control of this technology, we don't get a second chance. Even the developers of AI, and especially artificial general intelligence, openly estimate that between 10 to 20% chance that it could lead to the human extinction. If a plane had 20% chance of crashing, none of us would get on it. And yet, governments and corporations are sprinting ahead with AGI development as if the risks are theoretical. Well, they're not. They're real, and they're accelerating. So that's why the role of the trade union movement is to do exactly what we should do. And that has always been to protect workers from harm, whether the harm comes from the employer, unsafe practices, or now unchecked technology. The motion is clear. It's worker-centred.
Dave, time's up.
Sorry, mate.
Extension agree? No. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour, please show. Those against? Okay, that's carried. Next speaker, please. Look, I'm going to try and keep it to 3 minutes if we can, because we've got a lot of work to go through. I'm trying to be flexible, okay?
Everyone, Abby Simmons, United Tech and Allied Workers. It's my first time speaking. Please be gentle. I'll try and stay within time. First off, I want to apologise to London Postal Engineering and Kent Invicta. We agree on many things, unfortunately not the substance of these motions. I lead the AI working group in the union. In my day job, I am a cybersecurity lead. I have a decade of industry experience. I'll be speaking against motion 1 and 5. I support motion 6 and 7. Anthropic, Palantir, OpenAI, Microsoft, Google, Oracle, they've all poured billions into marketing AI, whether that it's positives or the fear of God into everyone. So these definitions of AI are vague on purpose. You'll notice the conflation in the hall already today between AI and automation. They're different things. And the promises made are immense. So it's obvious why people keep thinking that there is a future where this nebulous buzzword could be good if we just stepped in. I've worked with the TUC, and they've also been strung along on this exact same narrative. But I've worked behind the curtains of AI technologies. Our workers understand what underpins these tools and how they cannot do what they promise, no matter how much money, no matter how much time or worker input and regulation is thrown at them. And yet we struggle to break through the billion-dollar marketing noise. So I'll make the case to conference as well. AI is peddled by billionaires and corporations. It is not inevitable, and it is not good at what it does. It cannot reason, and it is not intelligent. It's smoke and mirrors bundled in with existing technologies that have existed now for decades. We cannot make it worker-friendly. It cannot build affordable homes. It cannot fairly distribute resources or increase sustainability. This technology is bleeding our freshwater reserves, it is wasting public money, and it is reversing efforts towards green energy globally. And it is a danger to the labour market. Some of our members have been a part of mass layoffs with this exact excuse. But it's not because it's transformative technology. It's because everyone believes the lie that it is. It's a miracle excuse for executives to be issuing layoffs. Most companies end up rehiring those workers in the midterm. They are not making productivity gains. It makes my job harder. It makes our members' jobs harder. So we should fight back where we know how to, in our bargaining guidance, informed against specific technologies while being realists and not optimists. We should not support training that is mandated to focus on positives, as in motions 1 and motions 5. So please vote against those and for motion 6. Thank you.
Thanks, Abigail. First time speaker who's done 3 minutes. Very good.
Chair Conference, Brian Kenny, Mersey Branch, to support motion 1. As artificial intelligence continues to find its way into our daily lives, the probability of IT interfering with our human rights only gets more severe. As tech and social media giants have become increasingly powerful, they've also become unrestrained in their efforts to use AI in moderating content and engaging in union-busting tactics. The blatant and cynical attempt by TikTok to undermine tech workers' attempts to organise themselves within the CWU has serious implications for online safety, and this at a time when many on the right are using social media platforms to preach hate and division. Now, I'm sure that everybody in this hall today welcomes the passing of the Employment Rights Act, which will bring the most significant advances in workers' rights in many years. However, those rights mean nothing where many unscrupulous employers offshore our members' jobs or replace workers with AI. The significant increase in jobs that are lost harms working people, their families, customers and the UK economy as a whole. So the trade union and labour movement must fight for checks and balances as it advances and use becomes more widespread. Equally critical is that we push for workers to share in the benefits of AI advances with, for example, a long overdue shorter working week. And that's something that the CWU has been campaigning on for many years. CWU, telecoms and financial services sectors have also seen an increase in offshoring of jobs, potentially posing a critical risk to our key infrastructure at a time when security is paramount. Workers' rights must be at the heart of policy making around AI and the deployment of these technologies across all sectors and AI platforms. This is not only essential for protecting our industries and those who work within them, but for creating truly safe online spaces for everyone. So, Conference CWU must ensure that we prevent offshoring and the wholesale replacement of human jobs by AI technologies, which will benefit only big businesses and shareholders. We must work with other unions and also our own government, because we don't know yet exactly what artificial intelligence will mean for the future of society. But we can act now to build the tools that we need to protect people from its most dangerous applications. So, Conference, I urge you, please give full support to motion number 1. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Colleague? Is there anyone else? Okay.
Chair, Conference, Andy Rathbone, Wessex South Central Branch. To oppose, I guess, although I agree with the overwhelming majority of what's been said by everybody, including actually very interesting stuff from Abigail Simmons there, with very important points there too. The point I wanted to make, though, was about Section 3 of the motion, which says that we support a pause in order to develop appropriate safeguards. I'm all in favour of appropriate safeguards, and on various projects that are happening within AI, I think that's a very good thing. However, the motion sort of implies that there's going to be a kind of general moratorium. It may not be necessary in some cases, and I think, to be honest, we all know we'll whistle for it anyway. I don't think big tech, who's invested huge amounts of money in all of this stuff, is suddenly going to decide it's going to give it up for a while. Oh yeah, that's okay, we'll just wait a while now. I don't think the Elon Musks of this world are going to care about that sort of thing, and I don't think that's going to happen. So I think what we need to do is actually be in on the debate, challenge what is happening in terms of the possibility of loss of jobs and everything else like that, to have our people in Utah and support all the other people with socialistic and progressive views on all of this, to actually get in there, to actually start working on it even harder than they are, and actually work that way to try and make sure that we do get safeguards for the development of an AI, and kick it out if that's what we need to do. That, I think, is the way forward, rather than trying to think we're going to get a moratorium, which we don't stand a cat and mouse chance of getting. I oppose. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. James Samuels to reply.
Thank you, President. Good morning, Conference. President, Conference, James Samuels on behalf of the NEC rising to support motion 1. Conference, it's right that this motion sits at the very start of our conference. As the motion says, technological control is the defining struggle of our age. In some respects, for workers and the trade unions that represent them, the advancement of technology is a struggle of past ages, going back 200 years or more. And in that sense, Conference, it's a familiar struggle. However, Conference, AI seems somewhat different, more threatening, more insipid, with the potential ability to form a dystopian future that previous advancements in technology didn't threaten. This dystopian version of AI, controlled by a small number of powerful organisations with the ability and motives to manipulate the truth, attack democracy and concentrate wealth in the hands of the few, is a real threat. For this reason, Conference, as the motion instructs, the CWU needs to mobilise to meet this threat. Because as well as a dystopian version of the AI future, there is a future version where the technology works for us, for working people, as a technology that helps us to bring improvements to their lives. The motion also recognises that to wrestle control back, the CWU and the trade union movement can't do this alone. It will take a huge collaborative effort of like-minded organisations to work together if working people are to benefit from the AI revolution. And Conference, there are still arguments to be won with a government whose attitude is too laissez-faire. The motion also recognises that there is still much work to be done in terms of education and awareness to empower working people. Anecdotally, we hear of groups of our own members who sometimes fail to see the threat posed by AI to their own job security and livelihood. So we understand that there is an important piece of work on raising awareness, which the CWU is already beginning to undertake. In telecoms, we've launched our AI awareness campaign, which has rolled out training to executive and branch representatives and also carried out surveys of our members. We are also currently in contact with the TUC and Uni Global, whose affiliated unions also share our concerns on AI. Unions representing members in the creative industries are particularly engaged on the issue for obvious reasons. Conference, this is a comprehensive motion which asks a lot, and we are already progressing our agenda. The Executive is happy to fully support the motion to help ensure that AI works for the benefit of our members. Conference, please support.
Thanks, James. There's been opposition. Right reply, Steve.
Chair Conference, Steve Jones. I'd like to thank everybody for their contributions and hopefully continuing contributions in this debate, which is a debate of our time. One thing that I would say, both to Andrew and Abigail, what we purposely did within this motion was said that the instruction in the motion, this is important. Conference instructs the NEC to develop a suitable strategy and consider the following. Consider. So we're not turning around and saying any of those items are cast in stone. We need to look at this with all the expertise that we've got in this union and look at what is the best way to deal with that. So it's consideration, it's not an instruction to necessarily do. But look, the reality of it is, over the last few months, it's been quite clear what's been coming across from the media is the experts, the people that have actually developed this technology, do not know where it's going. They just don't know where it's going. And that's the common theme with regards to that. And there is a difference of opinion within the tech field as well. I went on a march in London a couple of months ago, organised by a group called Paul's AI and Pull the Plug. And they've got differences themselves. And I spoke to a number of tech workers, people like Abigail and some of those people I think probably were Utah members. I understand that there were some Utah people there. And the people I spoke to there had differences of opinions about pausing and pulling the plug, etc., where that would take us. But a lot of them did explain to me how it was impacting on their work and their jobs. And the reality of it is we're right at the beginning of this development of this technology. And there will be mistakes and there will be a lot of slop, as they call it, in relationship to the answers that you get back when you ask the questions. And you have to challenge it. And I think many of us have done that along the way. So we're right at the beginning of it. And I believe that those people that think that it's not going to continue to answer those questions and right itself are mistaken. But that's my point of view. That's my singular point of view. But I'll give you a couple of quotes from some of the experts. Joshua Bedinjo is a Turing Award-winning deep learning pioneer. Quote, rogue AI may be dangerous for the whole of humanity. Stuart Russell, UK Berkeley professor. Quote, we will eventually lose control over the machines. Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, probably the greatest threat to continued existence of humanity. Steve Wozniak, Apple founder, endorsed the call for moratorium on superintelligence development, and even Bill Gates, concerned that AI could evolve beyond human control. So conference, it's not tying us down to the answers to this, but we do need to pass this motion, and we do need to move on, and we do need to work together, so I'd urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. All those in favour of motion 1, please show. Thank you. Those against? That's carried. Okay, which the consequences is motion 5 and motion 6.4. Move on to compensate motion 2 in the name of Edinburgh, Dundee and Borders and Glasgow and District of Mal.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Conference. John McAlinden, Edinburgh, Dundee and Borders, moving composite motion 2. Conference, offshoring remains a serious threat facing CWU members. Employers continue to relocate work overseas in pursuit of cost efficiencies through lower labour costs to protect profit margins. The consequences are clear. Secure, skilled, well-paid UK jobs are being lost. Communities are being weakened, and loyal workers are left facing redundancy with challenges ahead for transitioning into secure work. Conference, offshoring is not confined to entry-level roles that enable workers to gain foundational experience for career development. Established and skilled roles across industries such as digital product teams, finance functions, customer operations and specialist technical work are all at risk. This is happening through major cost-cutting programmes, often involving overseas contractors or global tech firms. We see this clearly in companies such as BT Group, VMO2 and Capita, where offshoring and outsourcing decisions weaken collective bargaining, erode the UK skill base and undermine long-term job security. Conference, let's be clear. This is a choice. It must not be accepted. Many of the companies shipping work overseas have and continue to benefit from public contracts, subsidies or tax incentives. This motion makes a vital stand. Companies operating in the UK, serving UK customers, must not offshore work purely to maximise shareholder return while UK workers pay the price. Guardrails should exist to ensure livelihoods and opportunity are not siphoned offshore. Across our member workplaces, from Capita to BT, Royal Mail to Santander, and now the BBC, outsourcing and offshoring has become endemic. That is why this motion goes beyond individual disputes. It calls on the CWU to lead a national conversation and push for a framework that puts workers' rights, job security and community stability first. This motion aims to develop a national anti-offshoring strategy to campaign against outsourcing and offshoring across sectors and to fight for statutory protections, including mandatory union consultation, bans on public-funded offshoring and real penalties where public money has been misused. Conference, this motion is about solidarity and it's about the future. Let's be clear. Let's send a clear message that the CWU will defend jobs, skills and communities. Conference, I move.
Thank you, John. Glasgow.
Hi, my name is Wilhelmus van Mierlo from Glasgow and District of Mal. I'm Capita Territorial Rep. Conference Chair. A corporate strategy is ripping the guts out of the UK workforce. A strategy built on dodging responsibility, dodging negotiation and dodging every obligation that comes with employing people properly. And nowhere is that greater than Capita. What Capita has done to the workforce of VMO2, we've all watched the same playbook unfold. First a bit of work goes abroad, then vacancies mysteriously freeze, headcounts drop, then comes the restructure, then the redundancies, and right on cue, the exact same jobs appear abroad. The work hasn't gone, the jobs have. And that is not an accident, that is a tactic. This is not efficiency, this is a deliberate strategy to avoid redundancy law, avoid consultation and avoid scrutiny. Capital has turned offshoring into a loophole factory, and they expect us to applaud the business case. Because outsourcing is not just a spreadsheet tick, it is a direct economic attack on the working communities. Every job offshored is money ripped out of local shops, schools, buses, childcare, apprenticeships, and housing. When stable jobs go, the whole community takes a hit, and they know it. Across Europe, governments have woken up to this. In Germany, workers block outsourcing outright. In France, companies must prove the social impact before they even try it. In Spain, you cannot offshore to dodge redundancies. And in the Nordics, unions negotiate. They're not consulted, they negotiate every part of it. But here, companies can hollow out the workforce, ship their jobs abroad, and walk away untouched. It is not a level playing field, it's a national embarrassment. So let's be absolutely clear. If the work can be done in the UK, it must stay in the UK, full stop. We have the skills, we have the expertise, we have the workforce. But what we don't have is a government with a backbone to defend them. Customer service, billing, tech support, network ops, back office. If the work can be done here in the UK, it should stay in the UK for the UK workers. Public contracts must require UK employment. If they want the contract, then they must keep the jobs here. No expectations, no loopholes, no transitional plans. And if a company offshores without proper consultation, they must pay. They must pay for the damage they cause. They must pay for the communities they have undermined. They must pay for the livelihood they destroy. Comrades.
Colleague, is extension agreed? Yeah, carry on, colleague.
Thank you. Comrades, this is bigger than the call centres or back office teams. This is about the future of the work of the United Kingdom. And we are done watching companies using attrition as a substitute for consultation. We are done with watching offshoring dressed up as inevitable. And we are done watching UK workers treated as disposable. So today we call on the CWU to demand a national policy that actually protects the workers, not corporate loopholes. A policy that defends communities, defends jobs, and defends the future of UK employment. So let's say it together, loud enough that nobody can pretend they didn't hear us. Stop the outsourcing, stop the offshoring, stop the destruction of UK jobs, and build an economy shaped by workers, not loopholes. I thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you, colleague. Well, composite motion number 2 is out for debate. Is there any debate? Yes, colleague. Do you want to come down? Anyone else?
Conference Chair, Dai Jenkins, South Wales branch, to support motion 2. Conference, offshoring is used as a cynical system of circumnavigating the UK's minimum wage and replacing UK wages into lower paid wages in countries abroad. Those wages abroad are spent abroad, taking away the opportunities of UK workers to spend their money in our local communities. Then there's the cost to the government of the workers who are made redundant in the form of welfare payments. I would advocate that the NEC encourage the government to introduce an offshore tax penalty on all companies who move jobs abroad to discourage this callous choice. Conference, I support.
Thank you, Di. Winston? Is there anyone else? Okay, I'll bring Karen in after the speaker.
Good morning, Conference. President Winston Richards, Regional Official, London and South East Region. To support motion number 2, the idea of outsourcing has been around for over 2 decades now. And what we're seeing is an increasing number of people being moved onto this model. They say it's to save costs. I think there's more to it. It's about breaking collective agreements. It's about dividing the workforce. And in some areas, you've created a 2- or 3-tier workforce where people in different regions are doing the same work under different terms and conditions. So it divides the workforce. There are millions of workers involved in this, and it's a trade union issue that's increasingly becoming to the forefront, and we need to do something about it. When we look at the demographics, most of those people are in the security, they're in the maintenance, and they're the cleaners. And those areas are predominantly from people from the ethnic minority group, as we are called, and it disproportionately affects those people within the workplace. There's a greater impact on them, and we need to do something about this. It's just not acceptable. And it also increases, especially on women workers who find themselves, again, at the forefront of this outsourcing disaster. So, it's an issue for branches. What we should be doing is identifying those members that are in outsourced groups, and as the mover said, get them organised and get their reps to attend events. Now, in the TUC region, in the London East and South East region, we have our Works Matters campaign, which is specifically designed to campaign for outsourced workers. And unions get together and discuss strategies and ways in which how we can combat the outsourcing model. And I'll give you one brief example of the cleaners and security staff at Great Ormond Street Hospital that were outsourced, then they were brought back in. So that sounds good. However, they were brought back in under the same terms and conditions that they had before. They had to take the health authority to court, and they won that battle and were able to get their pay reinstated as everybody else that worked into the same health authorities. So, I would suggest that we engage with our TUC regions, we form our own organisation within the CWU, and we work together to make sure that those people that are disadvantaged, if we can't get them back in-house, then at least, bare minimum, we should have them on terms and conditions that are comparable to those that work in the industries that we support. So that's it. I would ask that the executive get up and speak on this, and we get this motion moved forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Winston. Thank you. Karen.
President, Conference, Karen Rose on behalf of the NEC to support motion 2. So this is a welcome motion on the issue of offshoring. It's an insidious and growing threat that's happening on our doorsteps. There's a clear trend of outsourcing UK jobs to significantly lower paid workforces overseas, and the driving force behind this is simple. It's reducing overheads, increasing profit, with little regard for the impact on UK workers or the wider economy. I've personally raised this issue with the Prime Minister. Offshoring is costing the UK billions in lost tax revenue, it's weakening economic growth and worsening skill shortages. Many workers have already been impacted across our sectors, seeing our members lose their jobs to cheaper overseas labour. The scale of the problem is particularly acute in the tech industry, where global operating models make offshoring a constant risk, And the issue in outsourcing is contributing to the growing shortages in software development and other key technical roles. Workers are made redundant with no redeployment opportunities, while identical roles are moved offshore. This erodes UK-based skills and weakens future talent pipelines. There is a year-on-year drop in the entry-level technology roles, and this is deeply concerning. It contributes to rising youth unemployment and limits opportunities for the next generation. Offshoring also worsens regional inequality, with skilled jobs often being removed from already deprived areas and moved to where moves to alternative employment is very limited. Often service quality declines and when work is moved overseas. So we know from our own experience in TNFS that BT brought contact centre work back onshore, resulting in improved service and reputational benefits. But the UK's regulatory framework on offshoring is so weak. Compared to countries like France, Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, Australia, Japan, these countries all require redeployment, retraining and clear evidence that offshoring is a last resort. In the UK, we're an outlier. We're lacking strong protections. So we strongly support a national anti-offshoring strategy with robust legal protections, including mandatory union consultation, bans on companies receiving public funds while offshoring, and legal requirements to prioritise retraining, reskilling and redeployment. Conference, we welcome this motion and commit to working towards meaningful action to tackle offshoring and protect UK workers. I ask Conference to support this motion.
Thanks, Karen. All those in favour of composite motion 2, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to motion 3, which is an S6ML and Retired Members Conference.
Morning, Conference. Chair, Conference, Kev Simpson, S6ML, to move motion number 3. And in doing so, first of all, I'd like to thank the Retired Members Committee for allowing me to move this motion at their conference last year and allowing me to move this motion today. Also, I'd like to thank my dad, who was the inspiration behind this motion, and last year was his first anniversary of passing. So, Conference, the motion. What we need to do is turn the clock back a little bit. And when we turn the clock back a little bit, all the industries that we recognise, when you guys retire, leave the business for whatever reason, you're just left out there. But there's a whole world out there. And that whole world is all about scam awareness. How many times do people in this room have elder relatives, mums, dads, uncles, aunts? I've had so-and-so phone up. Do you think I should call them? They want money, they want this, that and the other. There's pensions. Yeah, it's great to get your pension every month and hopefully you're out there playing golf or fishing or whatever you like to do, whatever rocks your boat. But there's more to it than that. Because the thing is, and I've heard it quoted quite a lot, it's make work smarter, not harder. And that's what your money's there for. You get nice big lump sums. Now, it's all well and good putting it in your local Metro account, but there's more to that, isn't there? There's investments that assist our members in an income for their retirement. There's benefit claiming, because not everyone has the good fortune to have built up a lovely nest egg and to be able to retire nice and safely with a regular wage coming in. And no, I call that a wage, because I'm telling you now, it ain't a benefit, it's a wage. And that's what we should be looking for, a wage in retirement, to quote Terry Pullinger. Now, there's all sorts of benefits out there for people to claim when they're retired, depending what their living circumstances are. They might be in sheltered accommodation or whatever. They need help. People aren't made aware of that. So what we need to do is get back into the employers and hold quarterly, 6-monthly, even yearly meetings where people that have retired are called back in and they're briefed and they're given presentations on how to make best of what they've got. And also, I've mentioned briefly there, the housing. Now, housing, you've got to look at people, bloody hell, you've got to look at people that they're at the twilight of their life. They've got a lovely house that they've worked hard for, but they're struggling to pay the bills because the pension isn't quite covering everything, and the rises in council tax and utilities are ever increasing. So they want to downsize. But their only alternative, more often than not, is nothing to do with moving into a small house or a bungalow, because they're not there. It's a flat with no garden. Who wants to do that? So they struggle. So what we need to do, and part of this motion is going forward on that, is we need to look at how many years ago that there was rules introduced that new housing estates, 25% of them, had to be given up for social housing. Well, let's extend on that. Let's extend on that where a proportion of the housing has to be for bungalows. So people that want to downsize...
Kevin, Tom, is the extension agreed? OK, thanks, colleagues. Carry on. Right.
So people that can downsize into a property with a bit of a garden, bit of space, bit of privacy. And not only that, that includes the mobility in older age. In older age, we're not so firm. Getting up and down stairs makes life harder. The emergency services struggle to get people down from flats and that. If we had bungalows, we'd be able to do it. And if we move on from that with regards to planning of new housing developments, right? My road, I'm one of only 2 bungalows down my road where people haven't gone up. Bungalows are a scarcity now. We need to stop that. Planning permission on bungalows being converted into houses needs to stop. Also, when people are doing that, we need to move on towards stamp duty. For people that are downsizing, they shouldn't have to pay stamp duty. That gives them an incentive to move. Why wouldn't we give that to people? What it does, that then stimulates the housing market. Care in the community. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, care in the community. God forbid you if you get old and infirm and you can't do anything. Because I'm telling you now, and I've got to make this point here, I'm telling you now, I'm not a flag-shagging, knuckle-dragging racist. I am not, but I'm telling you this now. The people that work in the care sector, right? It's an easy green card from people from foreign countries to get in here, but they're not qualified. I've seen it with people in hospitals where they are not being looked after properly, where you have to clean teeth for your parents because that care worker working in that hospital is not doing it. Some of it, yes, is down to the workload, but some of it is just down to the fact that people aren't qualified enough to do these jobs. The pay in the care sector is not good enough. When your parents do go home, right? Your parents go home. You organise care in the community. They come round supposedly...
Kev, sorry, your time is up, mate. Sorry.
Please, can someone question this so I can come back and finish? Thank you.
Right, Lawrence.
President, Conference, Lawrence Houston on behalf of the National Retired Members Committee to second motion 3 and obviously to thank Essex, Amal and Kevin for submitting the motion. The case for a new deal for pensioners must focus on a sustainable, fair and adequate system that addresses the rising problem of pensioner poverty. Any new deal should include most certainly the appointment of a commissioner who has the power to make a difference, make decisions not based on party politics, but for the benefit of all pensioners. Conference, the connection with all pensioner organisations and unions across our devolved nations is essential. The power of unity must not be used as a slogan. We must maintain our core values and look after our pensioners. Our union has a long-established tradition in looking after workers' rights, looking after sustainability of employment, and also the care of our retired members. We must continue that legacy. Would you believe it's 48 years to this week since I first addressed a trade union conference in Blackpool? And I can assure you the need for a new deal for pensioners has never been greater. Please support motion 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Motion 3 is open for debate. Colleague, anyone else?
I think that's it.
Anyone?
No one else.
Chair Conference, Ken Ward, to support motion. We hear the attack on pensioners from all governments. Instead of tackling the problems, they put it in the long grass and hope it would go away. How long have we been waiting for the care system to be tackled? We find each government promise they will look at it. What happens? Nothing's done. If the care system was tackled, it would help the pressure on the NHS. We also get these think tanks who think pensioners are so well off, they want to reduce our pensions and benefits. These people live in luxury. I am aware some of the devolved governments have different systems to tackle pensioners' issues. The Wales and Ireland have commissioners for older people, and I believe Scotland will soon have one. Conference, this is not about me as a pensioner. This is all about you and your future. Please move. Thank you, Conference.
Thank Ken. Kate, anyone else before I bring Kate Walsh in? Yeah. Is there anyone after that? Yeah, come on, colleague. Yeah. I'll call Kate in after the speaker.
Chair Conference, Prince Kingsley from Nottingham Branch. And I'm here to support the motion as well to make a clarity on what the mover said. This is a very good motion. King Solomon did said in his book that there is time for everything. All of us here, at some point, we will all get to retirement age and want to live a decent life when we retirement. But the mover said that 80% of people that are in the secret sectors, they are unqualified. I'm sorry to correct me on that notion. That is a slap on our face to say that people from ethnic minority, that they are unqualified. Our families working in the health sectors, they come home every day to tell me what they face in their different jobs they do. They go spat at every day. Some of the people they want to treat will tell them, don't touch me. And we know what the care system is all about. If you touch them against their will, then they will take them unaware. Most of them, they are on skilled worker visas. They could cancel their visas immediately for what they are doing. So to say that they are not qualified, for me, that is very wrong. It is unacceptable. We are not in this conference to promote far-right agendas, and I'm sorry to say that. This is my feeling, and I have to make it clear. But conference, support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kingsley. Right, Kate.
President, Conference, Kate Walsh on behalf of the NEC to support motion 3. Conference, this motion speaks to something fundamental: dignity, fairness and respect for those who built the society we benefit from today. Our pensioners and elderly are not a burden. They are a generation that worked, paid in, raised families and carried out our public services on their backs. Yet too often they are treated as an afterthought. For too many years, under successive governments, we have seen a steady erosion of security for people in later life. Rising living costs, pressure on pensions and cuts or gaps in services that have left many older people anxious about heating their homes, accessing care or simply living with the dignity that they deserve. That is not acceptable in one of the richest countries in the world. This motion is not just about criticism, it is about action. It calls for a new deal for pensioners, and that is exactly what we need. A positive, coordinated and ambitious programme that puts older people back at the heart of policy. Crucially, it recognises that we cannot do this alone. It calls for unity, bringing together employers, trade unions, the TUC, charities and pensioners' organisations. That matters, because the challenges people face as they approach and enter retirement do not exist in isolation. They are connected. Jobs, pensions, healthcare, housing and social care are all part of the same picture. We know from our members that the transition into retirement is becoming more uncertain. People worry about whether their pensions will be enough. They worry about the future of occupational schemes. They worry about whether the state pension will keep pace with the cost of living. Protecting decent state and occupational pensions is not just a benefit, it is a right earned over a lifetime of work. But pensions alone are not enough. If we are serious, we must also address housing and retirement, ensuring people have safe, suitable places to live. We must demand better care in the community so that growing older does not mean losing independence. And we cannot ignore the pressures on the NHS, which are intensified by an ageing population. Supporting older people properly is not just compassionate, it is essential for the sustainability of our health system. Colleagues, this motion also looks to the future. It is about our members who are working today and wondering what tomorrow holds. What kind of retirement will they face? What protection will they have? What dignity can they expect? The decisions we push for now will shape their lives for decades to come. So let us be clear, supporting this motion means standing up for fairness across generations. It means rejecting the idea that older people should be left behind. It means demanding that government listens and acts. Conference, let us unite behind this motion. Let's unite behind this campaign. Let us send a strong message from this union that we will fight for better pensions, better care and a better future for all. Please support.
Thanks, Kate. There's been no opposition, so I'm going to put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Right, move on to motion 4 in the name of Utah National. To move. Does the seconder come up as well, please?
Hi, I'm Essie from Utah. This is my first time speaking. Comrades, the ban on solidarity action has been in place since Thatcher era and to this day is a thorn on our side. In 30+ years, employers and corporations have used this against us by fragmenting our industries, outsourcing and structuring supply chains to keep us divided. In practice, this ban means that our members at one end of supply chain can be in dispute with what is effectively the same employer and with their colleagues a mile down the road are legally forbidden to join in action. This year of all years, we should feel the weight of that. 100 years ago, workers across this country did not ask which employer they worked for before deciding whether to stand together. Printers, dockers, railwaymen, transport workers, they put down their tools in solidarity with the miners. They understood that an injury to one is an injury to all. What they did in 1976, what we call solidarity, would be illegal today. This motion recognises that this ban does not just blunt our industrial strength, it blunts our political power. It keeps our struggle confined to the economic and tells our workers that their only fight is with their own employer. But we in this union know better. Our interests connect every industry in this room and stretch across the whole of the British economy. That is why lifting this ban deserves its own struggle, its own campaign, its own voice. The Employment Rights Act showed us exactly what happens when we leave it to others. When the employers pushed back, the Labour Party gave it ground, leaving us crumbs. Solidarity action cannot be a footnote to someone else's political agenda. It must have its own momentum. We don't win rights by waiting. We win them by organising, demanding, and refusing to accept anything less. Let the history remind us it was workers who built it, and it's workers who must defend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Seconder. Is it formally seconded? Okay, thank you. It's open for debate. Is there any debate? Yes, colleague. Anyone else? Do you want to come down?
Chair, Conference, Thomas Kirkwood, Sweet Greater Mersey and Mal, rising to oppose this motion. And the opposition from our branch comes specifically on points 5 and 6 of the instruction. Point 5, call upon the Union to support any future lawful industrial action that tests the boundaries of the current law with the aim of exposing its undemocratic nature. Well, I'm very sorry, but I cannot, in any good conscience, look in my members' face and ask them to go out on a picket line to expose an undemocratic nature of a legislation and risk losing their ability to support their families, to support themselves, and go through years of hell in an employment tribunal to get told at the end, yeah, sorry, here's a bit of money at the end, see you later. And point 6, affiliate to and support any future TUC or campaign group coordinating a legal challenge to the UK's anti-union laws. Nothing in this motion says that we must only support campaign groups coordinating legal challenges against the anti-union laws. If some individual were to set up a campaign group by the words of this motion and they were wishing to strengthen the anti-union laws of this country, we would by that motion be obligated to support it. This is wrong, it's not appropriate. Please oppose.
Thanks, Tom. Colleague? Is there anyone else? I'll bring Dave in after this. Speaker. Yeah, no, after this one.
Chair Conference, Gary the Greater London Combined Branch, rising to oppose this but support the executive position of remit and oppose, because what Dave Ward laid out at the beginning of this conference was a way that we've been working with the Labour Party to actually improve employment rights, and we got a groundbreaking employment rights revision from the Labour Party following a very successful campaign led by the CWU on the New Deal for Workers. What Dave told you about this morning was that part 2 of that is looking in the future and dealing with other issues. And yes, I am and my branch are against the anti-trade union laws. I've always been against them. But it's the way that we change them that is important. What Dave was saying, we need to build collectivity. And that means we need to build that not only within the union movement, but with political forces that will support us. So the specific reason, though, for not wanting to oppose this isn't because I don't agree with a lot of the things in it. It's because it's calling for an immediate end to secondary and solidarity action. Well, that's not the way to do it. The way to do it is the way that Dave laid out earlier, is to work with the political forces that will support us, and that won't just be the Labour Party, there might be other forces as well, and actually make rational arguments about why we should encourage some form of solidarity action between workers, and do that within a legal framework that is revised. Certainly there is no way, in my view, in the society, and I've lived in it long enough, where illegal action is necessarily the best way to do it. The best way to do it is to work within the movement that we're in. We have got a link with the Labour Party. There is a Labour government. We need to encourage that we go further than the New Deal we've already got. We go on to the New Deal Part 2 and we encompass things like that in that discussion. So reluctantly, not total opposition to this, but supporting the executive position of remitting it and opposed, taking the good bits out of this and using those to progress our agenda in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Dave?
Yeah, President Conference, Dave Ward on behalf of the NEC, to ask the branch to consider remitting the motion, and if not, to ask Conference to overwhelmingly oppose the motion. Of course, like Gary said, we support the broad spirit of trying to move forward unions where you can start to take solidarity action. And this union don't need no lessons in that. We were the last union, before many, perhaps people in here were reps, back in 2003, where we actually took unofficial, unlawful action. So it's not about not having the courage to do it when the circumstances are right. It is all about the strategy. And, you know, we cannot support specifically point 5, as Tom said, which is saying that the CWU has to support any lawful action that tests the boundaries of the law. Conference, the CWU and our members cannot be mandated to support any and all industrial action, particularly action that breaks the law. It's using our members as a battering ram to take forward what are ideological positions at this point. And point 6, as Tom pointed out, it is saying for us to affiliate to any campaign group. These type of motions, you know, let's be honest here, these are the motions of other political parties, like the Socialist Party, like the SWP, who want to use trade unions to advance their particular political ideology. And I'm going to be talking a lot about this during the week. We need to talk about the politics of polarisation in this country. We need to oppose it on the right, and I'm going to say to you that it's time we started more openly opposing it on the left. Essie, I appreciate it was your first time, and I'm sure you're well-intended, and Utah are well-intended. But you made a point that said, you know, if we don't do this, this is the footnote, this would be the footnote of other people's political agendas. This is a motion about other people's political agendas. It's not a motion that our members will support. And as Gary said, there's a better way of moving this forward. And that's what we're committed to. So, no, that's why we're asking you to remit, because we want to work with you on some of these ideas. We do recognise some of the points, but this is certainly not the way to do it. I ask Conference, if the branch won't remit, to overwhelmingly oppose.
OK, thanks, Dave. Are the branch willing to remit? No. Do you want to write a reply?
That's it, Dave.
Thank you, comrades. I appreciate everyone's feedback and what they said. We won't be remitting. I wholeheartedly disagree with the fact that this is a certain political agenda. This would be applying to any voter, any political agenda, whoever in the membership may hold. And this is, like I said in my speech and in the motion, it is important that we have this right. It wasn't a certain political ideology when it was the general strike. It was workers who fought together. Thank you.
Thank you, Essie. All those in favour of motion 4, please show. Thank you. Those against? That's not carried. Motion 5 and motion 6 fell. We're now on to motion 7, in the name of Greater Mersey Amal.
Chair, Conference, Thomas Kirkwood, Sweet Greater Mersey Amal, rising to move motion 7. Look, much has already been said about artificial intelligence and its potential impacts on society. But the unique threat that it does pose to the education sector, to children, young adults going through their education and having their potential futures completely dictated by algorithms, which, as quite well put by the comrade from Utah earlier, it's all smoke and mirrors. The idea that these are hyper-advanced systems that can do things that we can't imagine yet, it's just buzzwords and nonsense from marketing departments. And also the implementation of this in adult health and social care is a disaster waiting to happen. We need to prevent this and ensure that proper safeguards are put in place to prevent the most vulnerable and susceptible to harm in our society from coming to it, whilst we still have a chance to prevent it. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Seconder? Is that formally? Is it formally? Okay, thanks. Motion's open for debate. Is there any debate? Alan Tate to respond.
Chair Conference, Alan Tate on behalf of the NEC. To support the motion, AI is rapidly transforming various sectors and education is no exception. AI-powered tools are being integrated in the classrooms, promising personalised learning experiences, automated grading and enhanced accessibility. However, this technology advancement isn't without its downsides. The uncritical adoption of AI tools by students carries potential pitfalls that could hinder the intellectual growth and academic achievements. While AI offers efficiency and convenience, its overuse can lead to a decline in fundamental skills and an over-reliance in technology. Understanding these nuances is crucial for educators, parents and students alike to navigate within the AI landscape. One of the most concerning aspects of AI's impact on students is the erosion of critical thinking skills. When students rely on AI to generate answers, write essays or solve problems, they bypass the crucial process of analysing information, evaluating arguments, formulating their own conclusions. The dependence stifles their ability to think independently and make informed decisions. Trade unions around the globe are already responding with examples cited in the ITUC report that included collective agreements in Europe with the likes of Just Eat and sectoral standards from the Federation of Trade Unions. The report also highlights key developments in AI regulation, while calling for stronger enforcement of labour and anti-discrimination laws and union rights in the digital area. There is a campaign around AI awareness and making AI work for workers, which can be found on the CWU website. It's at cwu.org. And I'd encourage all branches to visit that if you haven't already done so. And I will quote from that, if I may, Chair. It states, artificial intelligence and digital systems are already shaping jobs in telecoms and financial services, from contract centres to field operations. There are over 50+ systems identified, with more to come in the future. AI has the potential to alter job security, pay and working conditions. We know that these systems are already having an impact on our members' roles through intensification of work as surveillance and monitoring increases. The systems are also causing our members to lose their autonomy at work and causing stress as they are increasingly required to please the machine. Without the CWU intervention, these technologies will be designed and deployed solely with the interest of employers, and we must ensure workers' voices is a key element of that advancement of new technologies. As artificial intelligence continues to integrate into various sectors, its application in education is both celebrated and scrutinised. While AI holds significant potential to transform learning experiences, it also presents several disadvantages that need careful consideration that must be addressed. Sorry, I lost my spot there. I was looking at the yellow light that came up. It also presents several disadvantages. It also presents several disadvantages that need careful consideration that must be addressed and ensure a balanced and an effective learning environment. Another major concern is the growing dependence on technology that AI in education fosters. As educational institutions increasingly rely on AI-driven tools for teaching, assessments and administrative tasks, there is a risk of becoming overly dependent on these technologies. This dependence can lead to a significant disruption in the event of technical failures or cyber attacks. Furthermore, it may also diminish the development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills among students as they become accustomed to AI systems providing answers and solutions. The UK government is actively working to ensure AI growth is safe and beneficial for both public and workforce. This includes implementing a pro-innovation approach to AI regulation, which focuses on existing laws and principles such as safety and transparency.
Alan, you're on red.
I am on red.
Any extension agreed? Agreed, yeah, okay. Carry on, Alan.
Thank you, Conference. I won't take much more of your time up. There are, however, still concerns about the potential risks and benefits of AI, including security, privacy and labour rights. The UK Government is considering additional legislation to address these concerns, such as mandatory impact assessments and for human intervention to challenge AI decision-making. Employers are also taking proactive steps to manage the legal and compliance risks associated with AI in the workplace. This includes ensuring transparency over AI decision logic, providing explainability or outputs, and ensuring appropriate data security measures are in place. The UK Government AI Opportunities Action Plan aims to shape the application of AI within a modern social market economy, ensuring that AI development is fair and effective. This plan includes support for AI sector, skills, training and the technology transformation of public services. Overall, the Government is committed to ensuring that AI growth is safe and beneficial for the public and workers, with focus on ethical and responsible use of AI technologies. I would encourage Conference to overwhelmingly support this motion.
Thank you, Alan. There's been no opposition, so I'll put motion number 7 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to section 4A, organising. First motion is number 8 by the NEC. Dave, to move.
Yeah, Conference, Dave Ward on behalf of the NEC. Gives me pleasure to move formally the motion that instructs the NEC to bestow national honorary membership upon a long list, because obviously we haven't had a general conference for a couple of years now. So the list is Jane Loftus, former NEC President, posthumous. Andy Kerr, former Deputy General Secretary, Telecoms, posthumous. Dave Joyce, former National Health and Safety Officer. Terry Pullinger, former Deputy General Secretary, Postal. Chris Bennett, former Policy Advisor to the Deputy General Secretary, Postal. Diane Wyatt, former Policy Advisor to Davy Robertson. Lynn Brown, former Senior Organiser, Postal. Brian Irvine, former Postal SOC member. Tony Kearns, former Senior Deputy General Secretary. Mark Bush, former Assistant Secretary, Outdoor Department. Steve Fishwick, former Assistant Secretary, Outdoor Department. Sally Bridge, former National Officer, Telecoms Department. Davy Bowman, former Assistant Secretary, Telecoms Department. Dave Dukes, former Assistant Secretary, Telecoms Department. Simon Edwards, former NEC member. Nick Derbyshire, former NEC member. Rob Aldrich, former Telecoms SOC member. Dave T, former NEC member. Dave Stewart, former TNFSE member. Amarjit Singh, former Branch Secretary, South East Wales, Amal. Alan Eldridge, former Assistant Secretary, TNFS. Phil Thomas, former TNFS, SOC member. John Turnbull, former TNFSC member. And last but not least, Janina Jackson, former Executive PA to myself. I move.
Thank you, Dave. Seconder? Someone? Okay. Sorry, just give us a second.
Oh, did I? Sorry. Nick, sorry.
Sorry.
I missed Peter Metcalfe, former PA.
You missed 2.
Did I miss 2?
I'll bring the standing
I
order
need a
to
new
get it
pair
right.
of glasses.
There's a list there.
What were the ones I missed?
Just bear with us.
Richard Wilkins. No, it's fine. Yeah. I think there's 3 I've missed. The list is there. Phil Callaghan, former Postal SOC member. Richard Wilkins, former Postal SOC member. And Pete Metcalfe, former policy advisor to the SDGS. It was a long list, and I do need some new glasses.
Thank you, Dave. It's been seconded. Warmly. Is there any debate? Is no opposition? Is the motion agreed? All those in favour, please show. Sorry. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to motion 9 in Plymouth and East Cornwall and Mall.
Chair, Conference, Ben Scott, Branch Secretary for Plymouth and East Cornwall Branch. First time at conference, first time speaking. Well done. I rise to move motion 9. Conference. Let's challenge a false belief. Some people hear the words electronic ballot return and immediately think less secure, less democratic, too risky. But conference, the CWU have already demonstrated that this system can be used securely and effectively at a national ballot. And they did that during the rebuilding Royal Mail Agreement ballot. This motion simply gives branches access to the same option, while still protecting democracy and reducing unnecessary costs. Right now, branches are being squeezed from either side. Postal costs go up, branch rebates, as we all know, go down. But expectations stay exactly the same. And every pound spent unnecessarily on admin is a pound not spent representing members, organising workplaces, recruiting new members and reps, and defending jobs and conditions. Now, let me be clear. This motion does not force change. It does not abolish postal ballots, and it does not remove safeguards. It simply gives branches a choice. If a branch wants to remain fully postal, nothing changes. But if a branch wants the option of electronic ballot returns through CWU, they should have that choice. And conference, this isn't an expensive experiment. The infrastructure already exists. The union have already used it successfully. So this motion is not radical. It's practical, it's modern, and more importantly, it's responsible. Conference, I'll leave you with this. The unions that succeed are not the ones that refuse to adapt. They are the ones that modernise whilst protecting their principles. And this motion does exactly that. I ask conference to support it.
Thank you, Ben. Seconder? Formally seconded. Motion 9 is open for debate. Any debate? Lee Wamban to respond.
Chair, Conference, Lee Wamban to support motion 9 on behalf of the NEC. There are a couple of points, though, that I wish to make. A hybrid ballot where everything is done as it is for a postal ballot, but an alternative is offered to submit votes via electronic return. Each member has to be allocated a password. The password has to be unique and has to be secure. The serial number alone would simply not be enough. This adds another step to the preparation of data for the mailing of each ballot paper. Then has to be overprinted with the password, which entails a different approach to the print and packing of ballot papers. The preparation of an electronic branch vote will need to be done, and the password will direct the member to any election they are entitled to vote in. And only those elections, for example, if a retired member and there was an election for a treasurer and a retired member wanted to vote, he could only vote in that election and no other, even though the current members will be entitled to vote in any other branch election. Statements from each candidate in a branch ballot must be loaded into a link either as a general one-off specific to each candidate in each election. Some members stand as candidates in more than one election or position within a branch. There are costs. Basically, you have the costs of a postal ballot plus the costs of setting up systems for an electronic return. Data has to be prepared differently, ballot papers printed and packed differently, and the returns have to be processed differently, as well, of course, as setting up of a website to capture votes. Popularis estimate current costs, depending on requirements, and in particular candidate statements, to be around £2 to £3 per member entitled to vote for the postal element. The cost for an additional electronic return would be around £1,250 to £1,750 for a branch of 1,200 members. Dispatch postage second class would be £950 to £1,050, including VAT. If you took a response at around 30% of the 1,200 members, the postage cost would be around £385, including VAT. If all 1,200 members voted, the cost would be around £1,282, including VAT. This is unlikely. It is unlikely that any saving on return postage would cover all the additional costs, or even a large part of them. Popularis has conducted a full electronic-based vote for members in BT in previous years. This does have substantial savings because the link and password are emailed to members, so there is no print, packaging or postage involved. But it's always linked to pay and not elections. In Royal Mail, we only hold email addresses for approximately 57% of members eligible to vote. I ask Conference to support this motion, but to bear in mind what I've said in terms of the costs. A branch ballot is different to a national ballot. As I've described, branches will need to look at how effective in terms of savings an electronic ballot, hybrid ballot would have. For the branch, the national rebuilding Royal Mail ballot, from 97,121 eligible to vote, 42,270 casted a vote online, and 6 votes were cast by post. This return, although saved money, it still costs the union to administer, because, by the way, headquarters do not administer ballots. It's done by Popularis or Civica. We do not do it at headquarters, so there will be a cost regardless. And the rebuilding Royal Mail ballot still costs the union £47,000. So you have to bear this in mind. It may be that branches can see a saving, but you have to bear in mind everything I've said in relation to branch ballots, which are completely different to a national ballot and will cost you. But support the motion in any case.
Thanks, Lee. OK, there's been no opposition, so I'm going to put motion 9 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Is there any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to motion 10. Scotland number 2 to move.
Chair, Fiona Henderson, Branch Secretary of Scotland number 2, moving motion 10. Conference. Trade union membership within the private sector continues to decline, and while we recognise this and work hard on recruitment, we must also acknowledge that we are fishing in a much smaller pool for the next generation of activists. There are many members who want to be members, will support their union, are glad they have a union, but are not interested in becoming more involved in that. This is the harsh reality. When people do make the decision to take on union roles, whether at local, area or branch level, they do this out of a sense of duty, wanting to do the right thing for their colleagues, to fight for what is fair and to make our workplaces safer and our jobs more achievable and secure. What we need to recognise is that many that now take on these roles are relatively new to trade unionism and can become overwhelmed and don't know where to start. We recognise that training is available for most positions, but this takes time, sometimes up to a year for certain courses. I completed the branch secretary's course in January, but I've been in position since November 2024.
I don't want to stop you, but can we keep the noise down? Give a bit of respect to the speaker, please. There's a bit of noise going a bit louder. Sorry to interrupt. We'll stop the clock.
Conference, we instruct the NEC to work to provide any person entering a new role, whether that be a local rep, area rep, new committee member or a branch trustee, with a more detailed job description of what that role entails, what is expected of a person holding that position, what are the rules or guidelines that they have to work with and where do they start. We need a guidebook of sorts that they can refer to. Not everyone is lucky enough to have those that went before to be able or willing to show them the ropes. Additionally, for committee and the trustee roles, the allocation of a mentor, someone to help them through those early days when they are finding their feet. People become frustrated when they are new to what we do and are not sure where to turn. We talk about legacy building, planning for a future for our union. To do that, we need to educate and guide those joining us and have a clear road ahead to encourage more to do so. Thank you. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Fiona. We've got the wrong name up, but it is Fiona. The seconder.
Jack Leslie, rising for Scotland number 5 to second. Conference, I was very lucky that when I first took post, I received the wholehearted support of my branch, despite not having an immediate predecessor. However, this, unfortunately, is far from a universal experience. I know of some colleagues whose predecessors did not even leave behind access to computers, never mind any guidance on the execution of their role. Formalised guidance and mentorship would reduce familiarisation time dramatically and ultimately make us more effective as reps. The time spent searching for basic information is time that we are not serving our members. Conference, I ask you to make your investment in the future of our movement and ensure the willing are never again left scrabbling in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers, Jack. Okay, motion 11 is out for debate. Is there any debate? Okay, Kate to respond. Did I say? Sorry, motion 10, not 11. Apologies.
Chair, Conference, Kate Hudson standing on behalf of the NEC to support motion 10. Conference, this motion addresses one of the most pressing challenges facing our union today. Trade union membership is at a historic low, and across the CWU, we know how difficult it has become to recruit and retain local reps and officers. At the same time, the roles we are asking people to step into are increasingly demanding, and people don't come forward and step forward lightly. They step up because they care about their colleagues, their workplaces, and the CWU. They bring commitment, energy, and a real desire to make a difference. However, what too often gets underestimated is how challenging those early months can be. This motion is not calling for a one-size-fits-all solution, and it rightly recognises the diversity of our union. Postal, TNFS, Utah all have different structures, different roles, expectations and pressures. This is why the focus here is not on a detailed role specification, but on clear, simple, initial guidance. A written explanation of what a role involves, what is expected, where to start, and how to find support. We have discussed this issue before. The need for toolkits and welcome packs for new reps has been recognised within our union for some time. Platforms like CWU Unlock also have real potential to support activists in their early journey. And some branches have already developed effective materials, but support should not depend on where you happen to be or who you happen to know. The motion also raises mentoring, and it is right that we are honest about what we've learned as an NEC. A national mentoring scheme was piloted, with significant time and resource invested by our union. However, whilst valuable lessons were learned, it did not deliver the outcomes we had hoped for. What it did show very clearly is that mentoring works best when it is local, informal and grounded in real workplace experience. New reps benefit most from being buddied with experienced reps in their own branch or locality who understand their employer and understand the challenges. This is why my department will be looking to produce guidance for branches and regions to support localised mentoring and buddying arrangements, which will encourage that culture of support and solidarity from day one, an approach that has already been agreed by the NEC. Conference, this motion is fundamentally about responsibility. If we want people to step forward, we must ensure our structures support them and what they do. If we want a stronger union tomorrow, we must invest in today's activists. We all have a responsibility to educate and guide, not just through courses, but through practical support from the very beginning. I ask Conference to support the motion.
Thank you, Kate. There's been no opposition. I'm going to put the motion 10, I'll get it right this time, to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to motion 11 in the name of Wessex South Central.
Chair, Conference, Rob Hayhurst, Branch Chair, and I'm proud to move motion 11 on behalf of my branch, Wessex South Central. Conference, we all know the issues raised by our, shall we say, more cynical members year after year, election after election. Low turnout in national ballots, a belief that our national executives are distant, out of touch and operating from some kind of ivory tower. We hear accusations of corruption, old boys clubs and decisions being made behind closed doors. And we hear the same frustration from our members, our day-to-day members, when they say, I don't know who the candidates are. And let's be honest, for a large percentage of our membership, they don't. This motion gives us a chance to change a lot of that. A simple starting point would be a promotional video for national elections, with equal and fair video slots for every candidate. Let them see members talking to the workforce, negotiating with managers, dealing with issues, representing members, doing rep stuff. You could even chuck in some like Rocky montage music or gladiator type music in the background if you wanted to make it really cheesy. And then the message to the members: vote and elect the right people to represent you. These people influence your working life, they influence your home life, they influence how much time you spend with your family, how much money you got in your pocket, your paternity and maternity rights, whether you get paid when you're off sick, whether you receive ill health retirement or redundancy, flexible working, childcare, the list goes on and on and on. So make sure you vote and elect the right people. That's your promotional video right there. Let's add transparency to national elections. Let's add visibility. Let's put real dialogue. Let's put faces to names and voices to roles. I've lost myself now. Let's finally get rid of the perception that our national officers are unreachable and unaccountable. Now, I'm no conspiracy theorist, no more than anyone else in this room anyway, but with all the media tools and social platforms we've had for well over a decade, you have to ask yourself, why ain't we doing this already? Why haven't we been doing this for years? Why haven't we been using every single channel and platform available to connect our leadership to our membership? Our members deserve an explanation, and quite frankly, anyone who's lost a national election in the last decade probably deserves one too. But more importantly, they deserve action. This motion is that action. Support the motion. I move.
Thank you, Rob. Seconder.
Chair, Conference, Stuart Hardy, Area Delivery Rep, Wessex South Central. You'll have to excuse my croaky voice. I've recently had an operation on my throat. So. I know you don't support, and so I'll try and keep it brief. I'm speaking from experience as a unit rep that stood for the NEC and a PEC a few years back. Despite gaining support from several branches, I didn't receive enough votes to get onto the executive. I have not applied since due to the lack of exposure that you get if you do put your name forward. Our comms department should get involved in the promotion of the national elections just as they do for industrial action ballots. The turnout for industrial action ballots speaks volumes for how good they are at getting members to vote. Currently, they do not get involved in the NEC, PEC elections, and that reflects on the turnout. We ask that you make both elections and the candidates more visible through hustings, interviews, etc. We're not asking for the comms department or the NEC or the PEC support any individual character, just to make sure that people know who they're voting for and when they've got to vote. So please support. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Motion 11 is open for debate. Is there any debate? Yes, colleague. Craig. Anyone else?
Chair, Conference, Craig Anderson, Regional Officer, Official, get that right, for Northern Ireland, Scotland, supporting motion number 11 on behalf of Scotland number 1 branch. Engagement with members is fundamental, the most important part for any trade union. In my experience, the CWU delivers first-class representation for its members. It's open with regards to people being able to contact branches, contact officers, national officers, general secretary, you name it. And in terms, in my reflection with other trade unions, we're very helpful and very easily accessible. But in these times when you see apathy, disillusionment with our country leaders, political establishment, we must look at this as an opportunity. 50% of Scots voted last week. Down, yet the government, no change, everything's still the same. The amount of people that spoke to me and said, what's the point? This is not going to happen without change, and the change needs to be different, it needs to be innovative. And we need to start using the platforms that are easily accessible to people. This is not a time for this trade union to hide and close doors. Our most recent pay ballot, 66% of people actually voted on it. 2024 elections, 3 national officers unopposed. PEC election, elected. Our PEC is elected on a 10.5% turnout. Our TNFS NEC positions, 6 positions unopposed. TNFS executive elected candidates on a 4% turnout. We must make the process easier, we must promote candidates, and we must have online or have live hustings. Video biographicals, allow social media, and advertise and encourage more nominations. Give our members the opportunity to ask candidates questions, allow candidates to say what they will do, what ideas do they have. The turnout in 2024 was not just low, it was embarrassing. So let's change our union for the better and let's engage our members more. Thanks.
Thanks, Craig. Staff Khan to respond.
Thank you. President Conference, Staff Khan rising to support motion 11 on behalf of National Executive. I would like to thank the branch for bringing the motion to conference. The concerns highlighted here are low level of membership participation and turnout in recent national internal elections is serious, and it deserves to be taken seriously, especially after my colleague just gave the percentages of previous turnouts. A democratic organisation is only as strong as the level of engagement of its membership. When turnout falls, it is not a reflection of apathy, but often miscommunication gaps, lack of visibility, or members simply not having access to timely and clear information how to participate. I would like to add to that, my colleagues that got up earlier about engagement in the workplace, and I know we are saying that we can put candidates, photos, videos out, etc., but face-to-face interaction with our members in the actual workplaces, and I know that's not possible in all constituencies, but we have email addresses, etc. That's something we all need to look forward to, how we increase that vote. This is why I welcome the instruction to the National Executive to run a dedicated publicity campaign through the Communications Department for all national elections, making better use of CWU TV and our social media platforms to publicise nomination deadlines, voting dates, ballot closures and hustings where candidates voluntarily agree to participate. Crucially, this motion highly emphasises that any such campaigns must be totally impartial, equal airtime, equal access, strictly specified publicity opportunities for all candidates, and are not optional and no optional extras that are essential to maintaining trust, fairness and confidence in our democratic process. By improving visibility, accessibility, transparency, we are not promoting individuals, we are promoting participation. We are empowering members to make informed choices and feel that their voices are heard. I'd like to add, we're on about our members' participation in ballot processes for positions that come up. I mean, we have branches up and down the country in certain ballots that, when it's a branch ballot vote, don't always necessarily vote, so we probably need to do some work on that, what the issues are, etc. before, while we're doing this other work, and it's going to have to go side by side. Conference, this motion is about strengthening union democracy, not controlling it. It is about engagement, not endorsement. I urge conference to support it and send a message that we are committed to improving participation and making our internal elections accessible to every member. Conference, please support.
Thank you, sir. There's been no opposition. I'm going to put the motion 11 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Okay, that's carried. Move on to section policy 1B. Greater Mersey number 12 motion to move. Tom, you must be tired. Colleagues.
Chair, Conference, Thomas Kirkwood, Sweet, Greater Mersey Mall, rising to move motion 12. Look, the privatisation and the selling off of the National Health Service has been a problem that has been going on in this country for decades at this point, sadly. And it is the underhanded use of contractors and subcontractors who masquerade themselves under the use of the lettering of NHS and the use of the NHS logo that quite easily fools a lot of ordinary people into not realising that their local trust has sold off in some way or is subcontract off in some way part of the services that they're receiving. That can be through clinics, that could just be the cleaning in the facilities, etc. It is not right. This is about transparency ultimately within society. We are paying for a national health service that it's a pride and joy of this nation. It's one of the key pillars of society that we look to and say, look at this achievement, and it was spearheaded by the trade union movement. It is absolutely incumbent upon us as the Labour movement to push for transparency, to expose the issues that are lying under the surface, and to expose just the wholesale selling off of key services that are just vital for our health service. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Seconder? Is that formally? Hello? Thank you. Right, motion 12 is out for debate. Any debate? Yes, colleague. Anyone else? It's Winston.
Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. Is there someone else?
Hello, good morning. Conference, President Winston Richards, Regional Official, London and South East. Again, to support the motion, I mentioned in my previous speech about the outsourcing. We've got one of our members in our branch who's pretty clued up on this. And I didn't realise, and he explained to me that there's different people working for the same organisation, dedicated workers who love what they do. But unfortunately, they've been moved from one company to another company to another company. 3 different pensions, different terms and conditions of work, and it's eroding the good work that people are doing out there. Now, anyone who's ever been or had to deal with the NHS know that the professionalism is beyond reproach. However, what we have, and I don't know how it's happened and how we've got to this point, is an exploitation of people's dedication to do the job to help people at a time when they most need it. So what this motion is actually asking for is for some redress in how our wonderful, brilliant health service is managed. And this outsourcing is just not the way, as in other industries, but predominantly the health service is not the place at all. So this motion, as I see it, covers all the bases. It's something that I think we need to continue to press and support. And I'll just mention before I go, because I didn't mention it before, that within the South East region, Our Works Matters campaign are having a meeting in June. I think it's 17th of June. So anyone who's in the South East region can register and send officers or outsource reps from their health industries or from other industries there to learn how to organise, campaign, and to get rid of this disgusting outsourcing process that seems to be taking over everywhere. So thank you. Please support.
Thank you, Winston. Colleague? Is there anyone else?
Thank you. First-time delegate and speaker at this conference, Salatis for the Utah branch, and I rise in support of Motion 12, and I do so from the perspective of an NHS IT worker, someone working behind the scenes to keep systems running and to ensure continuity of patient care. But increasingly, the NHS is unfortunately being hollowed out across all areas, including clinically and including digitally. For example, IT systems, patient data platforms, call handling, cybersecurity, software support, infrastructure management, more and more of it is being handed to private contractors whose priority is not patient care, but profit margins. And unfortunately, workers also see the consequences every single day. We see fragmented systems that do not properly communicate with each other because contracts are carved up between competing providers. We see outsourcing firms cutting staffing levels to the bone while demanding impossible workloads from the remaining staff. We see experienced workers replaced with insecure contractors or even offshore support teams who are given neither the required training nor have the institutional knowledge needed to safely support critical NHS services. And we're seeing millions upon millions of pounds of public money diverted away from our frontline healthcare into consultancy fees, shareholder payouts, and endless procurement exercises. Conference, our NHS is not optional, and our IT systems are not optional. If these systems go down, appointments are missed, test results are delayed, communications fail, our NHS fails. Staff cannot continue like this. Those of us who work in or around these systems know the pressures. We know the stress of trying to keep outdated infrastructure functioning, remain publicly accountable and publicly run. Conference, if we continue down our current road of fragmentation and privatisation, we risk turning the NHS into little more than a brand badge attached to a patchwork of private providers. But we can stop this. Please support Motion 12. Thank you.
Thank you, sorry. Right, Owen to respond. Owen Bowman.
Thank you, President. Conference. Owen Beaumont, standing on behalf of the NEC to strongly support Motion 12. Our National Health Service is not just a set of buildings or a logo. It is a promise that healthcare will be free at the point of use, available to all, run for the people, not for profit. Yet today, that promise is under unprecedented threat. This motion lays bare the reality. The government's position on the NHS is the one of broken promises. On new hospital builds, on recruitment, and most damningly on real-time funding. We have seen misleading numbers, spin, and frankly blatant lies about the true state of our health service. But the threat goes deeper. Outsourcing and privatisation are accelerating, with more and more NHS services handed over to the lowest bidder. This is not about efficiency or patient care, it is about profit. Every pound siphoned off by private contractors is a pound taken away from patient care, from staff pay, from the heart of the NHS. Worse still, private companies are abusing the NHS name and logo, protected by law, and yet used to mislead the public into thinking they are receiving NHS care when in fact their illness is being exploited for private gain. This is profiteering, plain and simple, and it must stop. Conference, the CWU has always stood for a free public NHS. We've always campaigned to keep our health service out of public hands, out of private hands, for private companies. Now, more than ever, we must redouble our efforts. Motion 12 instructs the Executive to continue our campaigns to end all outsourcing and privatisation and return the NHS to full publicly funded service free to use. It also calls for us to campaign for the Department of Health to withdraw permission of the use of the NHS logo where it has been misused and to prohibit its use in any contract delivery where it's used as a mark of trade. These are not just technical points. They are about defending the very soul of the NHS. We allow the NHS brand to be hijacked, we allow the public to be deceived, and we allow the slow death of our National Health Service by stealth. Let's be clear. The NHS is already protected by law as a registered trademark, but laws are only as strong as the will to enforce them. We must demand that the Department of Health acts now to protect the NHS name and to end the abuse by private profiteers. Conference, this is not just a fight for our members who use the NHS. It is a fight for every worker, every family and every community in this country. The NHS is the greatest achievement of our movement. We cannot and will not let it be sold off piece by piece. I urge you to support Motion 12. Stand for a public, free and truly national health service. Let's keep the NHS in public hands for the public good. Thank you very much, Conference.
Well done, Aaron. There's been no opposition. I'm going to put it to the vote. All those in favour of Motion 12, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Can I just make a quick statement? A colleague from Utah has lost his wallet. It is black and green. Can you ask Conference if anyone's found it, or if you see it, could you pass it up here? Okay, move on to composite motion 13 in the name of Kenton Victor. Kenton Victor to move. Are they here? Colleagues.
Chair, sisters, brothers, comrades and friends, Ed Baldwin, Kenton Victor, moving composite motion 13. Conference, let's be honest with ourselves. We've danced around this issue for years. In 2022, PR was on this agenda and we were promised a dedicated policy forum, a proper, serious, union-wide conversation about how we fix a democratic system that no longer reflects the people that we represent. And what happened? Nothing. It never took place. It was pushed aside. It was buried under a political officers forum which continue to highlight the flaws of first past the post. Well, comrades, the luxury of delay is gone. The warning lights aren't blinking anymore, they're blazing. It's time to choose. The Labour government has already accepted that first past the post is broken. That's why they've scrapped it for the mayor and the PCC elections. They know it distorts democracy. They know it produces results that don't match the will of the people. And the public, well, they're not confused, they're not undecided, and they're not waiting for permission. The British Social Attitude Survey shows that 60% support PR. People want their vote to count. People want representation that reflects reality, because the 2024 general election was the most distorted in modern British history. Most voters didn't get the MP that they voted for. Most voters didn't get the government they voted for. And under first past the post, the proto-fascists could walk into Downing Street with less than a third of the votes. That is the reality of a broken electoral system. Sisters, brothers, comrades and friends, the king of the blind is knocking on the door of number 10, and if we don't act now, we may be watching a democratic crisis unfold from the sidelines. This motion is not a leap of faith. It's not a gamble. It's not a fringe idea. It's a demand for fairness, for representation, for democracy that works. It asked the NEC to engage our members because democracy starts with education. Reject first past the post because we know it fails working people. Support a proportional system that keeps the constituency linked because accountability matters. And a call for an independent commission on electoral reform because this debate must be driven by evidence, not fear. Conference, we cannot keep kicking this down the road. We cannot keep pretending the system will fix itself. We cannot keep waiting for someone else to lead. This union has never been afraid to stand on the right side of history. We've never been afraid to...
Can we agree an extension? Extension agreed, yeah? OK, Karen, sorry to interrupt you.
We've never been afraid to demand better. It's time to prioritise this. It's time to do the right thing. It's time to make PR a reality because it is the right thing to do. Conference, let's show the Labour movement what leadership looks like. I'll see you in the trenches, if not on a victory parade. I move composite motion 13. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Essex and Central Counties, second. Essex and South. Are you seconding it? OK, thank you. Motion 13 is open for debate. Yeah, Colin, do you want to come down? Yeah, go on. Get seats over there. Six.
Chair, Conference, Andy Rathbone, Political Officer, Wessex South Central Branch, to support the motion. The last 2024 election sounded great, didn't it? Massive Labour landslide. Actually, we got that on the lowest portion of the vote that led to a majority government in history. It's great when we get a go, isn't it? But it's not right, really, is it? In fact, the system over the years has favoured the Tories and the right overwhelmingly more than it's ever favoured anyone else. It always leads to an advantage to the right. When we did do that political forum that Ed alluded to, there were some great figures shown about the situation between the left and the right, if you like, and the progressives and reactionaries, and progressives favoured almost invariably under first past the post systems, under PR systems compared to first past the post system. I'm going to give you some figures from the last election, the last council election a few days ago in Southampton. Reform UK got 25.7% of the vote in Southampton at that election. Virtually every seat was a 5 or 6 party marginal or contest. The same really between everybody in the city. On that basis, Reform got 8 council seats out of 17. Their 25% would have given them 4. That's 4 too many, I agree with you, but at least it would have been reflective of what they deserved. Various other parties, Labour were the second party in terms of percentage of the vote in that election and got 2. It didn't make much sense, really, to have a first-past-the-post system when you've got 2 main parties and a few other smaller ones. It most emphatically makes absolutely no sense whatsoever in the system that we've got now. It's been broken for years. Let's fix it. Let's make sure that the CWU are forefront in the campaign to fix it. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Andrew. Next colleague. Next colleague.
Conference Chair, Di Jenkins, South Wales Branch, standing to support motion 13. Word of caution though, we've just last week in Wales we were using proportional representation. You were only allowed to vote for the party of your choice. Constituents were forbidden from choosing where on the list the 6 candidates you preferred to represent. You couldn't put them in the order that you would want. So the parties of Labour, Reform, Plaid, Tory, the Liberal Democrats, Reform, they choose was number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 on their list. So you're faced with supporting Labour but not being able to support the person on that list who you feel could represent your constituency in the best. That goes to somebody else. So let me be clear. If you didn't like the person on the list, you could then decide not to vote for the party, that be Labour, Reform, wherever, because there's no way of choosing. So please, if you're going to look at it, make sure that that's taken on board. There's many candidates in Wales who are second on that list who are not in the Senedd today. And that's because the number 1 on the list we're choosing, not on their ability, but their length of service, and they're already sitting on the Senedd. So it's just to let everybody know, it's a great idea, but make sure you get the right system in. So that's all I got to say, really, and I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Next.
Robbie McElraith of Highland and Mile, rising to support the motion. Chair, Conference, you've just heard a caveat from Wales, so I'll give you a wee warning from Scotland. I absolutely support proportional representation as a means to kind of give a democratic mandate and kind of representation to all voters. However, if you're using it just to stop proto-fascists or unsustainable or dangerous threat from, say, Reform, then be wary. Because in Scotland, we have 2 PR systems. 1, single transferable vote for council elections. 2, the Dehont system for the Scottish elections. We just had the Scottish general election, with 6 parties are represented in Parliament, which is an accurate representation due to the regional votes. But what I would say is, in Scotland, which was a very negative campaign, a lot of people voted tactically, not for what they wanted, but to stop other parties getting in. If it was just first past the post, which the first part of the Scottish constituency vote is, Reform got no MSPs. Okay? So Reform only got MSPs on the proportional representation. Now, I think that's fair because that's what the people of Scotland unfortunately voted for. I don't agree with it, but that's what they voted for. So again, if you're looking for a system to stop Reform getting in, be careful what you wish for and choose the right system. But I still support the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Next colleague.
Chair Conference, Royal Wembley London Postal Engineering Branch. Well, we look at things in quite simple ways in London Postal Engineering. I think it's because we're quite simple, most of us. And we just answer a simple question, why now? This debate about a proportional representation has been floating around for as long as I can remember. And now we're having a debate, and why would we want to have a proportional representation? It's so that we can get into power the party that we want, to deliver the policies that we want. Surely that's what it's about. And then what happened? First past the post, a landslide victory for our party to get what we wanted. Except we didn't get what we wanted, did we? We didn't get anything we wanted because he changed all the policies that he stood for. So, I think we should be doing some different things. Maybe looking at things like right of recall for our politicians who don't do what they're told or supposed to do. Or perhaps standing on a worker's wage might stop some of these careerist politicians, and perhaps we need a way of dealing with some of them sort of people. But something bigger's happening, isn't it? Do you all know about Jeffrey Epstein, do you? Yeah, been in the newspapers. What did that show? All what goes on behind the scenes? Who really runs society? Who really controls what goes on? It's not our politicians, it's not our prime minister, it's other people. And it's not all done in secret. You've got these people like BlackRock, these great big institutions that are coming in and buying up all our resources. The banks, well, why can't we control the banks and the insurance companies so we can invest? Because they don't invest. All they do is make profit. Why can't we have a national house building programme done by direct labour? Why can't we have that? Why can't we have infrastructure investment by public sector companies? You tell me, because that's what we should be asking for. That's what we should be getting, but we don't. So I don't think this motion is the right way of achieving what we need and what we want to do. You can't stop the Titanic sinking by rearranging the deck chairs on the ship. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Next colleague.
Chair Conference, Gary Heather, speaking on behalf of Greater London Combined Branch. So, in terms of the motion, our branch has got some concerns about it, and they weren't really interested in the mover's speech, so I'll go on to those. In terms of what could be a position, is that there is a balance between electoral systems, i.e. that there was still first past the post, but there's also proportional representation. And you know what? It already exists. So in the London Assembly in London, that governs London, you've got people that have got a constituencies representatives, and then you've got London-wide. And that works, and what it does is it leads to a balance, but it also maintains a very strong constituency link between the representatives, particularly, well, the ones that are the geographical representatives, and the electorate. The London-wide ones, it's not that strong at all, but they can still do a good job because they can coordinate with the other candidates as well, and that means there's a balance in it. The other thing is that our branch definitely supports electoral reform, and in line with what Roy was saying, and the last paragraph on the first page of this motion, and then one of the speakers said, it's actually probably more the case that you're going to get an extremist party under proportional representation. But I'm not arguing that, but I'm just pointing it out because it's actually not inaccurate. It'd be much better to get a commission and an electoral reform where we seriously looked at expanding the electorate from the current paltry figures that we get turning out for elections. Maybe that would balance the books a bit, and that's in line with what Roy was talking about, really. But being really specific about it, the mover mentioned about a constituency link under PR, didn't say what it was, and yet what we hear is we've got a motion today where, and I do accept there was a policy debate on this, and Dave at that policy debate said we would make a decision. I don't think we've got enough information about a system of a constituency link. It's certainly not in this motion to make a decision on that, because that is a crucial issue. So what I would say is we have got concern about this, and in the right of reply, we want to know how this constituency link is going to work, because that is a really important feature of this argument that's being made in this motion. It hasn't been made, and I doubt that it can be made. So I won't say what we're doing, because we're going to decide when we hear what the... because I will oppose it, because that makes sure that there will be a right of reply, and we want to hear how this constituency link is going to work under proportional representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Hello again, conference. Thank you. Salaz is again from the UTOR branch, our disability officer, and I'm here to speak strongly in favour of motion 13 today. Because I think if the last few years of politics have taught us anything, is this. Our system, unfortunately, is no longer fit for purpose. First past the post is broken, it's producing distorted outcomes, it's alienating our voters, and creating the conditions needed for dangerous populism to thrive. And as we all know from the last general election, Labour won a huge parliamentary majority, but this was on barely a third of the vote. Millions of people voted for parties that ended up massively underrepresented, and millions more stayed at home because they believed their vote simply wouldn't matter. And this is not a healthy democracy, it's an exhausted one. Under this system, entire regions become political monopolies. Safe seats mean politicians stop listening, governments become arrogant, and voters become cynical. And when people feel ignored for long enough, they start looking elsewhere. And this is exactly why parties like Reform and Restore have risen. Not because most people support its divisive politics. A lot of people I speak to actually don't when you speak to them. But it's because they just simply feel unheard, shut out, and abandoned by a Westminster system that only responds to a narrow band of swing voters in a handful of constituencies. And here's the danger. First past the post can hand enormous power to extremist or hard-right parties without majority support. And motion 13 says it clearly, and our last general election says it clearly, where a party gained power on less than a third of the vote. Now, if everyone in the UK decided they want to elect Reform and get them into power, and that's a majority of our voters agree it, that's one thing. But if we're in a situation where only 15% of our electorate vote for that and they can become into power, that's very dangerous. And that should set alarm bells within every trade unionist and every Democrat in this hall, because Reform and Restore is not a friend of the working people. So the answer to this is not scapegoating, it's about democratic renewal. Proportional representation means every vote counts equally, and it means parties must work together instead of governing through manufactured majorities. It means people in so-called safe seats finally have a voice, and it means governments would need general majority support from the public before exercising powers. And there's a growing number of parties that support it. My party, such as the Liberal Democrats, have argued this for generations, not because it benefits one party, but because it benefits democracy itself as a whole. And I think increasingly people across the Labour trade union movement agree that the system is failing. So I urge your support. Please vote motion 13 for needed change. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Paul? Got one more speaker. Does anyone else wants to come in?
Chair, Conference, Paul Garraway, speaking on behalf of my branch, South Central Postal, against the motion. And initially put my hand up because I didn't think there was going to be any opposition, and our branch is down to oppose it, so I think we should say something. Our branch is not convinced it's the panacea people think it will do. We don't think it's going to achieve much. Proportional representation will let smaller parties in and get representation, but they will be from the right as well as the left. And I'm not convinced that it will be a step forward letting fascists into government. Proportional representation will get a broader parliament, but not necessarily a more decisive government, because it would be so representative. And although our branch, it's not, at the end of the day, it's something that we're not feeling that strongly about, because we don't think it'll change much. And as one of the previous speakers said, it is just literally moving the chairs around on the Titanic. The boat is still going to sink.
Thanks, Paul. John?
Thank you, Chair, Conference. John Carson, Glasgow and District to Mile Branch. A bit like the previous speaker, we're down to oppose this as well, so I think it's only right that I do say something about it. I think, look, we all agree in terms of our values, what we want to achieve from the political system. Our issue with this motion, and people have mentioned about rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic, is that it's trying to suggest that the reasons that we have a broken system is to do with the electoral system. We've had delegates here talking about how populism is being generated by first past the post, that frustration is being developed by first past the post. But as we have seen from the elections that have taken place just recently, you go up to Scotland, as Robbie from the Highland and Mile Branch has pointed out, in all of the constituencies you did not get a Reform candidate elected, but under the proportional system you have 17 Reform MSPs. If we had had a PR system in the 2015 general election, you would have had 83 UKIP MPs. We would have had to have dealt with Nigel Farage long before now, and he would have had a far stronger base to deal with. And if UKIP was a realistic possibility and a realistic strength in 2015, running into the Brexit referendum, when Theresa May and Parliament clogged up in 2017, what would the voters have reached for as an alternative? Would they have reached for Boris Johnson as they did in 2019? Or could they have reached out and grabbed Farage instead in 2019? These questions are open questions. The idea that PR will solve that is not true and cannot be proven to be true. For every left-wing version you can get a right-wing version. I'll tell you a country that has PR. Israel is a country that has PR. And what has that system delivered? That system has delivered fascists committed to war crimes in that government under Ben Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir. I tell you, other countries throughout history who have had PR that has delivered fascists in order to take over government. The reality is, in 2024, we delivered a Labour government in this country, as disproportionate as it was, because we are able to build the biggest coalition for change. And we did it in 1997, we did it in 2001, and we did it in 2005. What we need to learn as a movement is we do not lose because of the electoral system. We lose because we do not give the people the answers they need. And that is a truth that we must confront if we are ever going to defeat reform. So, comrades, I would urge you that, as I admire Ed and I admire the campaign and the work that those that support PR do, I think it is a complete waste of our resources and our time for people at branch level and any other level What we need to do is give the people the answers that they need. We need to get into the workplaces to talk about the issues that people are facing and how we're going to deliver them with the government that we have right this second, with all the power that it has and the capability that it has, though it is wasting it. That opportunity is now, that work is now, and that is what we should be focusing on. So I would ask you to please oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Graham Colt. Conference.
President Conference, Graham Colt, rise and support motion 13 on behalf of the National Executive. This motion, so soon after elections in England, Scotland and Wales, under 3 different voting systems, is maybe perfect timing for this conference. However, the motion isn't asking to change anything now, it's asking to campaign. And a lot of people are talking about specific systems as if that has been proposed by the mover. That hasn't happened. It's worthwhile remembering proportional representation is not a voting system. It is the idea that seats in Parliament should reflect the proportion of votes cast by voters. Now, in all elections, and I've been around a long time, as many of you have, all the elections I've ever seen, right, even when the Conservatives have had a 100 majority, the majority of voters did not vote for that. So we could have wiped away Thatcher, we could have wiped away, we'd have wiped away Farage. Someone said that we should have done it in 2019. The truth is, they wiped away. They thought they were going to win in Wales, but they did not, because progressive votes outnumbered the right-wing vote. So there are a variety of electoral systems just in the UK. We know Westminster is first past the post, but we have single transferable vote in Scotland local elections and in Northern Ireland local and assembly elections. Until 2026, there was the additional member system, which actually in Wales combined a first past the post element plus a list system. The current election for the Senedd in Wales was a full PR system, the DeHont system. Now, I don't think from the mover of the speech that any particular PR system was advocated. But what they're actually saying is that PR delivers more progressive parties having a say in a parliament and voters who are progressive having a say. Each of the PR systems has a degree of benefits. The motion does not require that we discuss the exact method, other than the preferred system would have a constituency link. The idea here is whatever the PR system used, voters can relate the representative or representatives to the place they live. And there are PR systems that do that. The constituency link is often cited as the benefit for the first past the post system, which is great, unless you completely disagree with the person who's won. And then you have no representation, whether it's in your constituency or of your views. However, most PR systems retain a link to the place or region people live with, the advantage of having more than one representative for that constituency. And that is often, methods of PR have that as an advantage. It actually reduces the need for tactical voting, because a proportional vote potentially will gain representation of your specific views. And nobody's come opposing this, argued how that is achieved. The rise of reform should send shudders down any right-minded person's spine. It is feasible that reform could form a government with the rump of Conservatives to form the most divisive and hateful government ever seen in the UK. And that is an issue, but this is not what this is about. This is about fairness and representation. With possibly less than a third of the electorate voting for them, you could have a reform government. That is the possibility under first past the post, but is not possible under PR systems. The failure of the first past the post system is that it can deliver representation of the minority view, and that becomes the government, and that minority view is drawn out. However, the CWU should not embark on a campaign with government and other trade unions without bringing the members with us, and that's part of the most important part of this motion. The change to the Welsh Centre for Electoral System in the elections just gone used a DeHont list system, changing from the additional member system that I said earlier. There were two things it exposed. One, there was a high proportion of the Welsh electorate that didn't really understand the previous system. And two, there was a high proportion of the Welsh electorate that didn't understand the DeHont list system. That is not a reflection on the Welsh electorate, which I'm one of. It is most probably true of many of our members and activists. Therefore, to be successful getting the membership behind a campaign for electoral reform, significant education and debate will be required first to demonstrate the benefits of the CWU supporting the cause. And that answers what we could do both. We can fight the employer, but we can also ensure that we have a extension.
Graham, is conference agreed extension? Okay.
Thank you. It will be important also to engage with pressure groups within the Labour Party, like Labour for Electoral Reform, and external to the Labour Party, like the Electoral Reform Society. Labour Party Conference has overwhelmingly voted already to support proportional representation in general elections. A 10-minute rule bill in Westminster in December 2024 passed its first reading, with 59 Labour MPs supporting it. However, that won't progress without government support. An independent commission on electoral reform would enable the public to be involved in the debate, and that includes our members, and would deliver the best chance of success for electoral reform. All the major unions support proportional representation. In fact, if you go on the Labour for a New Democracy website, you will see the CWU listed as reviewing PR. I think if you support motion 13, then they can update their website.
Thank you, Graham. There's been opposition. Ed, do you want to come back?
Chair, sisters, brothers, comrades and friends, I knew this was going to be, say, somewhat debatable. Look, conference, a couple of points there. Brother Graham has addressed what the policy actually stands for. But there was a question there that how are we going to maintain, or how am I, as the mover of this motion, going to maintain the links to those constituents? And I have to tell you, okay, when I'm not doing God's work, I drive a lorry around Kent dropping letters off. But however, there's plenty of people in the Electoral Reform Society that could actually address those points and how we're doing. I'm not saying that PR is the one fixed answer to this, okay? All I'm saying is that first past the post is flawed, it's not working, and all the points that my brother actually said earlier about rearranging the deck chairs and not getting anything, what we had. Well, comrades, we've not got anything under first past the post for as long as that's been running. So, you know, it's time for a change. It's time that we fix this. It's time that we make a difference. Please support this motion. We cannot no longer wait, and we cannot no longer keep kicking this down the road. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Ed. Right, I'm going to put motion 13 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Those against? That's carried. Move on to motion 14 in London Postal Engineering to move.
Chair, conference.
Colleagues, if you're leaving the conference, try and keep it down. Sorry, colleague. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, Chair, conference. James Hewland, rising on behalf of my branch, London Postal Engineering, to move motion 14. The Health and Safety Executive is the regulator for the workplace health and safety in the UK. The Health and Safety Executive was created on the 1st of January 1975 after the Health and Safety at Work Act was enacted into law. Since 2010, the Health and Safety Executive has been under attack by successive governments and is now at crisis point due to massive underfunding. The key outputs of this underfunding are declining enforcement, missed investigations, which have soared, a staff and skills shortage. The organisation has faced a 35% reduction in staff since 2010, with an 18% fall in the number of inspectors. Funding rose to £185 million in 2022, but in real terms, it is 43% lower when compared to 2010 levels. This perfect storm has been compounded by an expanded remit for the Health and Safety Executive, which now includes post-Brexit chemical regulations and oversight of building safety following the Grenfell disaster. In simple terms, these cuts to the Health and Safety Executive hurt workers in the UK. This motion instructs the NEC to engage with the Department of Work and Pensions and appropriate government departments to ensure the Health and Safety Executive has the ability to effectively regulate, monitor, enforce, investigate and, where appropriate, prosecute. And the best way to do this is to restore Health and Safety Executive funding to pre-2010 levels. Conference, I move.
Thank you, James. Seconder? Is it formally? Okay. Motion's open for debate. Yes, colleague. Anyone else?
Chair, Conference, Mark Tripconey, Somerset, Devon and Cornwall branch rising to support this motion. Conference, it's a fundamental human right that we should be able to go to work and come home in the same fit, well condition as we went. Work should not impact our well-being and our health at all. We all benefit from the health and safety at work. It often goes unappreciated, unnoticed. As a regulator of safe workplaces, the Health and Safety Executive sometimes is portrayed as the bogeyman, lampooned as an embodiment of health and safety gone mad. But the truth is that every day we spend without a workplace incident is no small part due to the vital work of the HSE. As the comrade has already highlighted, the funding for the HSE has been actually slashed by the neoliberal attitudes of governments. And one of the key things we noticed, he talked about the reduction of inspections. The HSE in 2016-17 just missed 2 mandatory investigations because of lack of resources. By 21-22, that was a figure of 389. That all has a massive impact on us. Trade unions have continually campaigned and lobbied to ensure the funding levels and models are appropriate, but governments have failed on the warnings that we have given, and they have now reached a crisis point. Britain's health and safety community, which includes us, must join the campaign and safeguard its independence, ensure that workers are kept safe. Without an effective regulator, standards of health and safety at work will deteriorate, and our ability to deliver justice of victims of workplace accidents will be unacceptably diminished. Conference, please support this motion.
Thanks, Mark. I've got Sarah Moyer to Mia. Sarah.
President, Conference, Sarah Meir on behalf of the NEC to support this motion. The Health and Safety Executive exists to protect working people, but for more than a decade now, it's been weakened by political choices. Since 2010, the Health and Safety Executive has lost over 40% of its core funding in real terms. These cuts are clearly not strengthening their effectiveness. They are overseeing its managed decline. So much so that the British Safety Council recently raised concerns about the HSE's overall ability to regulate. And the global body IOSH said they believe the HSC have now become a reactive body. For many CWU health and safety reps hit hard during the COVID pandemic, the harsh reality was that the HSC was largely invisible, and their capacity to inspect our workplaces at a time of critical need was just not there. As of March 2025, the HSE employed just 975 inspectors. And although these numbers have increased over the last few years, slightly, they still remain far below pre-2010 levels of around 1,300. Last year, the HSC failed to hit its very own inspection target, completing just 13,200 of the 14,000 set. And they now admit that moving forward, some regulatory inspection activity will likely not even occur. For our members, inspections are not just a statistic. They are often the only real deterrent against unsafe workplaces, poor working practices, and unrealistic workloads. Whilst the HSC points to improvements in their investigation times, claiming that 86% of fatal investigations and 95% of non-fatal investigations were completed within a year, the reality is that fewer incidents are being investigated at all because there just aren't enough inspectors to do the job. Conference, the HSC are narrowing their focus, not widening protection. Yes, there were 246 prosecutions last year, and those prosecutions matter. But prosecutions act after the damage is done. Inspections are what stops the injury, the collapse, the fall, or the breakdown before it happens. We know better than most that our health and safety rights were hard won through trade union struggle, and that struggle continues. Because when you have an ineffective health and safety executive that has to rely on financial recovery for almost 45% of its funding, it is our members who pay the price, with their health and tragically sometimes even with their lives. So Conference, please support this motion and demonstrate that the CWU demands a properly funded, fully functioning health and safety executive with enough inspectors and financial resources to carry out its duties fully. This in turn will help protect CW members in our postal, telecoms and financial services and tech industries and help protect all workers in all workplaces across the UK. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. There's been no opposition on putting motion 14 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to motion 15 in the name of Mersey. Mersey to move.
Chair Conference, Brian Kenny, Mersey Branch, to move motion 15. Conference, the Public Office Accountability Bill was introduced into Parliament in September last year. This bill is a promise that those who serve in public office will be held to the highest standards of honesty, transparency and responsibility. For too long, we've seen the damage caused when mistakes are hidden, when reports are buried, and when the truth is treated as an inconvenience rather than a duty. And this bill seeks to change that by establishing a clear legal duty of candour for public officials, ensuring that when mistakes happen, they are acknowledged swiftly and fully, protecting whistleblowers so that those who speak up for the truth are not punished but are in fact valued, creating criminal sanctions for those who deliberately mislead or conceal information from the public. Accountability is not about punishing people for honest mistakes. It's about making sure that the public can trust the institutions that serve them. And by passing the bill, we send a message that truth matters, that justice matters, and that no one, no matter how powerful, is above the duty to be honest. Sadly, there are too many examples of decent people who've suffered unimaginable heartache, having to fight for far too long and far too hard against the might of the state to get the justice they deserve. And apart from Hillsborough, injustice is also being suffered by victims of the British Army's 1950s nuclear tests, the contaminated blood scandals, the Grenfell fire, the Manchester Arena bombing, and many more. A Hillsborough law will introduce a package of measures which will help to rebalance the scales of justice. It would give bereaved families a greater role to have their say at inquests through publicly funded legal representation, while bringing to an end limitless legal spending by public bodies seeking to cover up or defend their wrongdoing. Conference, this motion instructs the NEC to ensure that at all times, together with the TUC and other relevant bodies, the Public Office Accountability Bill is fully adhered to in both spirit and law. Nobody should ever have to suffer the same pain and torment as that experienced by the Hillsborough families and many, many others. No one should be denied the truth year after year. No one should ever again be let down so badly by the system. We must ensure that it's never repeated, so I urge you now to carry unanimously motion number 15. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder?
You've got a seconder. You've got a seconder.
Where is it? Formally. Open for debate, colleague. Anyone else?
Chair Conference, Joe Brennan, Capital Branch, standing to support this I had a cousin, Gary, a shy, gentle, funny, polite young man who died at Hillsborough. His parents or his family, devastated. All they got from the newspapers, from the police, from the local MP was not, we'll do our best to find out what happened and fix it all. They immediately kicked in a plan to destroy any truth that could be gathered. I think there was 300 police statements found to have been doctored. The commander in charge lied about what he did. He only admitted it years later when he could happily retire and nothing happened to him. The people that we pay good money to, who are supposedly people we look up to, public bodies, people we should be proud of to protect us, don't protect us. It's only through the Hillsborough campaign I found out that public bodies, there was no statutory law that they actually had to be honest. All they had to do is do what they need to do to make sure we keep paying them their money. They didn't care about the people who died. They didn't care about the families who suffered. They didn't care that year after year, decade after decade, those families stood up and fought and told the truth, only to be knocked down again. Even when we got an inquiry, they didn't want the inquiry to go past, I think it was 3:15 on that day, because they would have to look into things that they didn't want to look into. I had another cousin who was there at the time, because my cousin Gary was taken onto the pitch when he died on the pitch. His cousin David found him there on the pitch. He was still alive. But the inquiry didn't want to know that, because they didn't want to show that they'd also botched up the ambulances. So anybody who was injured, it was only the fans saving them, despite what the Sun had told everybody. No ambulance got to him, and there was no care done for them. The families complained about what was done with the bodies. The families complained about how they were treated by the police. The police didn't care about the truth. The police were trying to construct their own stories. My auntie and uncle had to sit there, obviously completely broken, while the police questioned him over and over again
about their son's drinking habits. He never drank. He was a young man who just happened to like football. But they wanted to make it look like he was some sort of hooligan. And they did that over and over again. From, I think, 10 years old was the youngest, 14, 15. All they wanted to do is create their own story. And they could get away with it because they didn't have to be honest. So that's why I want you to support this and make sure that things like this, if they happen again, we find out who is to blame, what the truth is, and people don't have to fight for year after year after year, decade after decade, just to get the truth to what happened to their loved ones.
Thank you, Joe. Rob Witherspoon to reply.
President, Conference, Rob Witherspoon, to wholeheartedly support this motion on behalf of the National Executive Council, and to thank the Mersey branch for bringing this up once again, as they and the other Merseyside branches have brought this issue to conference over many years during the fight for justice, and also that powerful contribution from Joe from the Capital branch. It took 27 years for the public to know the truth that the families knew all along, that massive police failings on the day led to the unlawful killings of 97 Liverpool fans, that inaction by the police and the ambulance services led to further deaths that could have been prevented, that the cover-up started before the victims were even dead, as police officers were instructed to go around looking for cans to prop up an entirely false narrative of drunken fans arriving late. They also blood tested all of the victims, including those as young as 10, to try to prop up that narrative by finding alcohol in people's systems, which they did not do. As you have heard, there was a massive operation to change statements. They also colluded with the press to put out lies and smears about the fans. Not only that, over the years, they've used the entire legal muscle of the state to browbeat the families and to try and hide the truth. And this has been a conspiracy that went right to the top, as reported by Andy Burnham in Parliament to the press secretary of Margaret Thatcher. And shamefully, in the 2014 to 16 inquest, those lies and smears were repeated again, but this time they couldn't bury the truth. Sadly, no individual was successfully prosecuted for the events of Hillsborough. This law can't turn back the clock on that. But what it would change is that if public officials in the aftermath of a disaster lie about what's happened, they can be prosecuted, and there are specific offences of that nature. Families would not be left without legal support, as in the example of the 1990 Hillsborough inquest, in which the families had to scrape together the money for a junior barrister, whilst the state employed QCs, silks, and an enormous legal team that resulted in the absolute travesty and lies that came out in that inquest. Furthermore, Those officers who were lent on by senior officers to change their statements could now say no, would be protected by the whistleblowing protections in this. There is also an obligation in the aftermath of a disaster for public bodies to give a statement of facts at the outset. So at the very beginning, they have to choose. Will we lie, leave ourselves open to prosecution, or will we tell the truth about what has happened? And that technique has already been employed in a near miss in the Stade de France in 2022. So whilst we absolutely welcome that this bill has been moved in Parliament, we do have to urge vigilance. It has been reported by one of the key architects of the bill, Pete Weatherby, KC, who's worked closely with the families, that whilst nobody's putting their head above the parapet, in the background, the police and the security services are making moves to try and water this down. We cannot allow that to happen.
Rob, just one second. Is extension agreed? Okay.
Thank you, Conference. I will not be much longer. Just finally, we must pay tribute to the courage and resilience of the Hillsborough families, the tenacity of the Hillsborough campaigners, and the solidarity across the people of Liverpool, without which the truth would never have come out and this bill would never have reached Parliament. Conference, please support.
There's been no opposition. All those in favour of motion 15, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to motion 16, South London, Surrey and North Hampshire to move.
Chair, Conference, James Mason, South London, Surrey, North Hampshire, moving motion 16. The Working Time Directive was introduced to protect workers from excessive hours, burnout and exploitation. It's recognised a simple principle: workers deserve limits on working time, proper rest and a life outside of work. But Conference, the reality today is that those protections no longer go far enough. Across workplaces, unpaid working time has become normalised. Workers are expected to arrive early, stay late, answer emails at home, work through breaks and remain constantly available all day without pay. Technology has blurred the line between work and personal life to the point where many people are effectively on call all of the time. And let us call this what it is: exploitation. When employers rely on unpaid labour to keep workplaces functioning, workers are being asked to subsidise organisations with their own time, health and family life. Millions of unpaid hours of work are being handed over to the employers every single week, simply because workers feel pressured, guilty and afraid not to. Conference, working time is not just about the hours written into a contract, it's about the hidden hours, the unpaid overtime, the missed breaks and the expectation of being constantly available that are quietly draining workers physically and mentally. But there is another reason this motion is so important and so timely. We're entering a period of enormous technological change. Artificial intelligence and automation are already transforming workplaces and reducing the need for certain roles and tasks. Whether we like it or not, AI will continue to reshape employment across entire sections. The question is this: who benefits from that increased productivity? Will it simply mean fewer jobs, heavier workloads for those who remain, or even greater profits for those at the top? Or will workers finally see the benefits of technological progress shared fairly? Conference, this is exactly why now is the right time to reduce the Working Time Directive. If technology allows work to be done more effectively, then the gains should not come solely through job cuts and redundancies. They should create opportunities to reduce hours, improve work-life balance and spread work more fairly. A across society. A meaningful reduction in the Working Time Directive would help create employment by sharing available work more evenly. Instead of expecting fewer workers to do more and more, we could create new jobs, reduce unemployment pressures, and give workers more time and dignity in their lives. That is the positive future we should be fighting for, because technological advancement should improve human life and not simply intensify exploitation. Conference, long hours and unpaid working time contribute to stress, anxiety, burnout and poor mental health. They damage relationships, reduce the quality of life and leave workers exhausted. In too many workplaces, overworking has become normalised. This culture has to change. A meaningful reduction in the Working Time Directive would strengthen protections, challenge excessive working hours and send a clear message that workers' time has a value. And this is not only good for workers, it is good for workplaces too. Better work-life balance improves morale, productivity, recruitment and retention. Workers who are properly rested are healthier, more focused and more effective. Conference, we should reject the idea that exhaustion equals dedication. We should reject the culture that treats unpaid labour as something workers simply owe, because workers deserve more than survival. They deserve time to rest, time with their families, time to switch off, and that time actually belongs to them. Conference, our time is valuable and workers should not be expected to give it away. I move.
Thank you, James. Seconder? Is it formally? Thank you. Right, 15 is open for debate. Any debate? Yes, colleague. 16, sorry. Losing the plot. 16. Anyone else? Yeah, colleague.
Conference, Mark Brown, Branch Chair, Colchester District. Now, many times we've been here and said, looked at these motions, said the words are the words. Now, the words of this motion ask for a reduction in the Working Time Directive. They don't ask for what it is that you want to reduce. Do you want to reduce the daily break? Do you want to reduce the weekly break? Do you want to reduce the meal release? Do you want to reduce the penalties against employers for not enforcement? Do you want to reduce the enforcement? I don't think you want any of those things, but the words don't state that. I'm fully against excessive hours, abusive contracts, all of the things that are intended with the motion, but I don't think the motion addresses what it is that you actually intend it to. Also, if the point of reducing the number of hours worked in the week, which I assume you do, although I would be against forcing members to work too many hours, there are a number of my members in my office that rely on a considerable amount of overtime every week. They're not forced to do those hours, but their life depends upon them doing it. So I have to oppose this motion because it simply doesn't do what it's intended.
Okay, thanks, colleague. Is there anyone else? Okay.
Pnawn da, Conference, Diot in South East Wales Mall. I wasn't going to come up, I was hoping someone else would have come up, but I noticed that the mover of this motion didn't mention Working Time Directive in his talk. He seemed to talk around a lot of things that had nothing to do with it. I'm opposing it because it's taking bread out of our members' bloody mouths again. And there's a bit of controversy going on at the moment. I don't think we want to be reducing wages again. There's a lot of people rely on overtime. If we're talking about reducing the working week, that's great. But overtime is choice. If you're working for nothing, that's nothing to do with the Working Time Directive. You can work 24 hours a day for nothing. You're not supposed to be working for nothing anyway. So it's a little confused. The talk seems to have nothing to do with the motion, and we don't want to be voting again taking money out of our members' mouths.
Thank you, Di. Angela, to reply. Angela Witter.
Chair Conference, Angela Witter on behalf of the National Executive would ask you to support the motion. The Working Time Directive sets minimum standards in working hours across Europe. It limits the average working week to 48 hours, guarantees daily and weekly rest periods, paid annual leave for at least 4 weeks, and protections of night workers. These are basic safeguards for health and safety and dignity at work. In the UK, the directive is implemented through the Working Time Regulations 1998. Those regulations brought important rights into domestic law, but the UK also introduced the individual opt-out from the 48-hour limit, which has weakened the legislation and allowed long hours cultures to persist in many sectors. For many years, the Labour movement has campaigned for stronger limits on executive working hours and for the removal of the opt-out. Trade unions have successfully defended paid holiday rights to the courts and resisted attempts to water down working time protections. But a meaningful reduction in the standard working week has yet to be achieved. The CWU already has general conference policy carried in previous years on increasing the length of rest breaks within the Working Time Directive, as well as introducing a shorter work week. Reducing working time is not only good for workers, but it is beneficial for employers too. Shorter working weeks are linked to improved productivity, lower sickness absence, better retention and safer workplaces. From a worker's perspective, reduced hours means better health, stronger family life and genuine life-work balance. From a business perspective, well-rested workers perform better and stay longer. The government has repeatedly stated its support for work-life balance, productivity and employment rights. Let's push for action on those comments and secure a meaningful reduction in the length of the working week. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. There's been opposition. James, do you want the right reply? Sorry? Okay. All those in favour of motion 16, I'll get that right, please show. Those against? Can we do it again? All those in favour of 16, please show. Those against? I'm going to go for a card vote. Stewards to the doors and tellers to whatever you do. Thought it would be easier. Yeah. I was a bit iffy with it. Yeah. More reds against.
Yeah, I think it's on call. I think it was Callie.
Chair Conference, Joyce Stevenson from the General
Colleagues.
Conference Standing Orders Committee. Conference, could stewards please close the doors and would all delegates remain seated while the card vote is being taken? For reference purposes, the vote is card vote number 1. And would I remind branches with 2 constituencies that you must put both cards in the box for your total membership figure to be included in the count? Could delegates please raise their cards to enable the tellers to collect them? Thank you.
Well, if a lot of people want to speak on 17, yeah. Because you've got 6. It's on there, 17.
2 there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's 9 minutes. We've got 51 in that one. Is your call over?
There's only 4 on that conference line.
It's 3. GLC, South Wales.
What, 17 is? 17 is carried. What you mean? Sorry, yeah. You're right, of course.
There's not emergency motion in the top of the next section.
It's up to 17, isn't it?
No, it's before 17.
I thought it was before
To
17.
proceed motion 17.
I thought it was right.
Proceed it.
It's emergency motion. It's
To
before
proceed
17.
motion 17.
So we move on. We'll do that before lunch then, yeah. Okay. That was close. I wasn't 100% sure.
We're not going to get 17. Because we've...
It's a good point.
So our parliament is supposed to get here. Yes, so put that first. So on the emergency motion.
Conference, are there any more cards to be collected?
We've only got 15 minutes left. Good session. Very important to do it. Yeah, I think that. Sure, that.
There's no conflict.
It's just
Any further cards? That concludes the card votes. Chair, thank you for your cooperation, Conference.
Thanks, George. The result of that will be after lunch, okay? We'll move on to section 1C, policy, and it's the emergency motion on behalf of the National Executive Council. Colleagues, right, Andy. Colleagues.
Thank you. Chair, Conference, Andrew Macer, rising to move emergency motion 1 on behalf of the National Executive Council. Over the last few months, we've witnessed the unilateral launching of war in Iran, alongside further escalation in Lebanon by the United States and Israel. This is unnecessary and a dangerous conflict, and it is ordinary people paying the price. We've already seen horrifying violations of international law and atrocities committed across Iran. Over 100 schoolgirls were killed in a strike on a school in Minab. Thousands more killed across Iran and Lebanon, and civilian infrastructure destroyed. Cultural and historical sites, places that belong to all of humanity, reduced to rubble. Conference, these are not just statistics. These are real lives, these are families, these are communities and futures being torn apart. This war has been driven forward by the far-right Netanyahu government and the Trump administration, two forces whose actions have recklessly endangered the people of Iran and Lebanon. But it doesn't stop there. Their actions are also creating instability here, at home and across the world. Fuel prices are rising, bills are going up. The cost of living crisis is being made worse. And as always, it is working people, our members, who will be made to pay the financial price. So when we speak about this conflict, we're not just speaking about foreign policy, we're speaking about the real material consequences for working people everywhere. Conference, as trade unionists, we cannot stand aside. Our movement has always been built on solidarity and the simple but powerful principle that an injury to one is an injury to all. And that solidarity does not stop at the workplace or at national or international borders. We know that the political and the industrial are intertwined. This is part of who we are, and this is our responsibility to speak out, not just for ourselves, but for those who are suffering injustice, violence and war, wherever they are in the world. That's why this motion matters, Conference. This motion calls upon us to take a clear position to oppose this war, to demand an end to the violence in Iran and Lebanon, and to use our voices within the Labour movement and beyond to push for peace, safety and justice for all. Conference, silence is not an option. So let us stand in solidarity with the innocent victims of this conflict. Let us send a clear message that this union will always stand for peace and for justice and for working people everywhere. Conference, please support. I move.
Well done, Andy. Seconder. Formally seconded. Emergency motion 1 is open for debate. Is there any debate? Oh, there's no... Sorry. Any more?
Diotin, South East Wales man, speaking to support the motion. But I got to pick the speaker up a little bit in his analysis. We've got a fascist, apartheid, racist regime in Israel. We've got the Trump administration in America starting this war. Previous to that, we had the Biden administration supporting a genocide, bombing Syria. We had Obama dropping more bombs than George Bush, with a 90% innocent kill rate on his drone attacks. We had British governments have supported all these wars. We are supporting genocide. We are supporting the war in Iran. So it's not just right-wing psychopaths. It's psychopaths in our own government that are doing it. And we must understand the world as it is. And all these wars, it's the same people at the root of. So it's not just Trump. It's the same policy carrying on. Right, he's been more brutal and more stupid, but it is the same policy. And we need to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolly. Colleague? Is there anyone else?
Chairman, Conference. 4 years ago, Russia unlawfully and illegally invaded Ukraine. I'm rising in support of this motion because what happened when they did that? There were sanctions. One of those principal sanctions was that they couldn't sell their oil. They were denied access to the market. After the start of the hostilities in Iran and Lebanon, as the oil prices rocketed, what was one of the first things Donald Trump did? Hey, Vlad, here, I got great news for you. You can start selling your oil again. Great man, great man. Really knows how to quash any fake news. As a collection of nations in the West, aside from denying use of bases and not joining in the action, what did we do? What have we done? Nothing. I think in response to this, along with this motion calling for an end of the war in Lebanon and Iran, I think it should go further. It should call for sanctions, both financially, politically and culturally. And I'll read from the motion. In trade unionism, an injury to one is an injury to all. Part of the CWU's ethos recognises the fact that the political, industrial and I think cultural are intertwined and that our solidarity should always reach beyond the workplace. It should be the responsibility of every trade union to advocate for the innocent victims of war, both in the UK and abroad, and call for solidarity with those afflicted. I think that in supporting this resolution is great and we should put it forward, but we should be looking to put in sanctions against America and against Israel. And one of those most culturally, I think, that if there is no resolution of this conflict, that we should boycott the World Cup. What better message could you send to the whole of the American population that the whole of Europe who disagree with this war turns around and says, no, no more Donald Trump? I would ask the conference to back this motion, and I would also ask the delegates to return to their members and to push for more action to resolve this conflict. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, colleague. There's been no opposition. I'm going to put emergency number 1 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against? That's carried unanimously. I'm going to call lunch. Okay, we come back to that motion, hopefully, tomorrow. Okay, so 2 o'clock start. So see you then.
You wouldn't have got it done anyway.
Wouldn't have got it done.
No.
I hear you speak, I know you. I'm in too deep, I fall through. Now you're gone, feel like I'm choking. Heal these wounds while I circle back to life.
Colleagues, can you, if you're going to stay in the hall, they're going to do a sound check between 1 and 2. If you do, can you keep it quiet as well? Okay. Look, I'm sorry, man. No, we wouldn't have had time to do it.
Choosing it all for you. Now you're gone, feel like I'm choking. Heal these wounds while I circle back to life. When I run through the sky, you pull me back every time that I leave. I'm fine till I leave you. It's something only I can know myself. I chase away the ones that try to help, but when I do, I only run into myself. Yeah, run into myself. Yeah. Maybe I smell too much. I had the weirdest feeling yesterday. Maybe I'm out of luck, 'cause baby, nothing ever goes my way.
Hey, hey.
I don't wanna know how to let you go. Please just come on, show me how to make it right. We can make it through the darkness. Hold on tight, life's a big test. Come on and let me know how to make it right. How to make it right. Come on and let me know how to make it right. I was in over my head, in another bed. It was just one night. Tell me how to make it right. I'm not going anywhere till you let down your hair. Your love is worth every fight. Tell me how to make it right. I find it so hard to breathe when you're not here with me. I dream of you every night till daylight. I find it hard to believe a life without you and me. I won't wait one more night. Tell me how to make it right. Come on and let me know how to make it right.
So I can hear. Here we go.
Live now?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't bother. For one song.
Perfect.
Don't worry about it.
Simple as that.
Yeah. I'd like it. Yeah. I like it to be simple. Yeah.
You and me both.
Bash them out, break these.
Speak it down there. Put your bit in that.
Just a bit. Just under side there. Yeah. Twas brillig and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy with the borogoves. Oh, that's great, actually. Or the moan wraths out gabe. Beware the jabberwock. Sorry. Oh, I always use it as a sound check.
I get enough of you. No, the things that I would do under the water. I'm sinking further down, floating on nothing. I'm nothing. Arms are wide open. I'm calling out your name.
heading for the lights, but she sees the vision going. Cupping line after line. See how she looks like trouble. See how she dances and she sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet. That's what you're coming for, but they don't wanna let you in it. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. She sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet. 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 That's what you're coming for, but they don't wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. But she sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet. That's what you're coming for, but they don't wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. But she sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet. Got ready for the night in. She's heading for the light. She sees the vision going. Cupping line after line. See how she looks like trouble. See how she dances and she sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet. She can't tell the difference yet. That's what you're coming for. They don't wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. She sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet. That's what you're coming for, but they don't wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. She sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet.
in your vibes, can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes, can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. I found peace in your vibes, can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes, can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. I've been silent for too long, 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 I've been silent, 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 I've been silent. I've been silent for too long. In your vibes, can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes, can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. I found peace in your vibes, can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes, can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one. And I've been silent for too long. 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 I've been silent. 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 I've been silent for too long. such a long time. I keep calling, I keep calling. Don't you know you ain't on my mind? Thinking to forget how I've been possessed by you. Pretty little lies, every single word rings true. You might disapprove, but I'm hoping I can hold your hand. I feel it in my bones, ain't no getting over you. Don't you know you ain't all I've been calling for such a long time. I keep calling. Don't you know you ain't on my mind? I've been calling for such a long time. I keep calling. Don't you know you ain't on my mind?
No, you don't need it as much as you used to, do you? You didn't think that I noticed it, did you? But I did, yeah. Your loving has a way of pulling me apart at the seams. But I don't believe that you're leaving. Cause remember when it was me that held you high when you're lonely, the guy you call when you're down. Remember when it was only me you'd want on the line, the one I trusted and owned me, the one I kept in the light. And if I keep it repeating, maybe I believe I'm fine. Maybe I believe I'm alright. Maybe I believe I'm fine. Maybe I believe I'm alright. Maybe I believe I'm fine. Maybe I believe I'm alright. Maybe I believe I'm fine. Maybe I believe I'm alright. Right. The question I asked you, that's on you. And I never question the answer you give me, but I should, yeah. Your loving has a way of making me forget all my senses. But I don't believe that you're leaving. Cause remember when it was me that held you high when you're lonely, the guy you call when you're down. Remember when if I keep repeating, maybe I believe I'm fine. Need you, I need your love. Need you, you used to love. Need you, I need your love. You don't remember my love.
What's going on? What you doing tonight? 'Cause I wanna see what it's like. You decide where we go if you wanna. My place is yours, my place is yours. What's going on? If you made up the plans, then you gotta help me know, let me know, help me know, let me know. Come on, let me know, let me know, help me know, let me know. I'm good either way, either way. Good either way. Either way, what you say? What you say? What you say? But either way, either way, good either way. Barely a friend, I can play 1 and 2 if you wanna. What's on your mind? 'Cause I got a few things in mind, but you gotta help me know, let me know, help me know, let me know. Come on, let me know, let me know, help me know, let me know. I'm good either way.
Over the one in me. In my kitchen when she does, she had to set a key. Let it fix me, you gon' play and even run my week. We can cut along the day, girl, it's fine with me. If you wanna play safe, I can watch you sleep. Go out on the day, take you out to eat. 25 band in the shopping street. She ain't never got no plan, she just follow me.
I'm good either way. Either way, good either way. Either way, what you say? What you say? What you say? Good either way. Either way, good either way. Tell me what you wanna do. I'm easy, I'm easy, I'm easy. I'm easy, I'm easy, believe me. Baby, tell me I won't disapprove. I'm easy, I'm easy, I'm easy. I'm easy, I'm easy, believe me. Tell me what you wanna do. I'm easy, I'm easy, I'm easy. I'm easy, I'm easy, believe me. Baby, tell me I won't disapprove. I'm easy, I'm easy, I'm easy. Either way, Barely a friend, I can play 1 and 2 if you wanna. What's on your mind? 'Cause I got a few things in mind, but you gotta help me know, let me know, help me know, let me know. Come on, let me know, let me know, help me know, let me know. I'm good either way. Gonna just come out and say it. I think both of us are crazy, but I love you anyhow. It's just how we get down. One of us lost and the other has found herself a partner. Even though it's getting dark,
I've tried to send. I go the distance to be a better man. And I've cried rivers, I fought the gods, and I. What it is, what it is, what it is to love, to love. What it is, what it is, what it is to love, to love, to love. It's all for you and no one else. It's all for you and no one else. What I do, what I do, what I do for love.
I've run for miles, I've seen the world. I go the distance to be a better girl. I've cried rivers, prayed to the stars, and I know how to mend a broken heart. No, I can't explain it. Takes me to places that I've never been. What I do, what I do for love. Don't be afraid to lose yourself. What it is, what it is, what it is to love. It's all for you and no one else.
What I do, what I do, what I do for love, for love, for love. Don't be afraid to lose yourself. What it is, what it is, what it is to love, to love, to love. It's all for you and no one else. It's all for you and no one else. No one else, no one else. What I do, what I do, what I do for love. What I do, what I do, what I do for love. Don't be afraid to lose yourself. What it is, what it is, what it is to love.
It's all for you and no one else. you're curious. Can't be any more obvious. I'm giving you all of the attention. I relieve the tension. I need your attention. Loving the sensation. Loving it, loving it. I want your attention. I relieve the tension. I need your attention. I release the tension.
We could just say something.
For your love,
So the first thing with
Can you start, conference, can you start taking your seats, please?
So what's the plan? Yeah. Do you speak? Good luck, okay?
You'll do amazing, yeah. It's magic. You don't need us to say that, do you? Looking forward to it. Yeah. Right, okay. 10 minutes, is that what you're saying?
Conference, can you start taking your seats, please?
Yes, don't forget, you're doing well. You're doing well. Your speech was to the point, but it was good. It was a really good speech. You said the right stuff. You didn't overplay it in the way that... Never done that, but you also didn't understand. We must be getting a lot of people looking in. I've had about 4 messages from my politicians.
Conference, can you come to order, please? What time is it? Colleagues, we're wasting time here. Can you take your seats, please? Conference, can you come to order, please? Right, I'm just going to, before we move into the education and equality, colleagues, I'm going to give you the vote on motion 16, the card vote. Yes was 76,450. No was 63,248. The abstentions was 1,144. Motion was carried. The other thing I want to make, under motion, colleagues, please, can you sit down? Under motion 8, we missed a name off, and it's Tony Rupert, and I want the conference to agree we insert that name. Is that agreeable? Okay, thank you. Right, we move on to education and quality and education. Over to you, Kate. Colleagues.
Good afternoon, conference. One way you can tell how long you've been in the CWU is if you've been in this hall in conference before and you remember when it was a swimming pool. That tells a tale of age. Good afternoon. It's good to be back in Bournemouth and it's good to see everybody. Conference, as always, when we step into this hall, we know that there are debates to be had. And as we stand together to defend workers' rights and improve the lives of our members, over the next few days we will make policy which will define our future direction and prioritise our work. And as we debate, I am sure we will acknowledge and speak of the difficult times we are living in, the threats that rise against us, and the challenges we face ahead. And as we debate, always remember, conference, if you disagree with certain motions, our heads around so that our thoughts can change direction. Look around you, conference. I don't think there are many of you in this hall that will not have felt personally or through family members the inequality and insecurity that a 14-year Tory government has left in its wake. We are living in a moment where people are working more than one job to make ends meet, living in poverty and often in temporary accommodation. This year in the UK, in 2026, the number of people living in vehicles has surged, driven by severe house shortages and rising rents. And there has been a noticeable increase in families forced to sleep in cars and vans, with some reporting children being as young as 4 years of age. In the 90s, the terminology used was sofa surfing. In 2026 on Instagram and TikTok, there is #vanlife. It may be a lifestyle choice for some, not so much of a choice for many. However, the fact is, conference, it's not van life, it's not sofa surfing. Let's call it what it is. It's homelessness and a failing of any government to not address it as the crisis that it is. People in this country deserve better, and we as a movement must demand more. Everybody deserves to have the security of a door to shut and a place to call home. Conference, we can't be in this hall today and be naive to the fact that mistruths and media spins are fueling violence, division and racism within our workplaces and communities. The TUC have reported a shocking increase in explicit racism, with new research revealing that since 2020, black and ethnic minority workers say they are experiencing racism at higher levels. The survey, which took place in advance of the TUC Black Workers Conference held last week, highlights how racism and harassment at work takes various different forms. For black workers, the most common forms of racism and harassment experienced are racist jokes, witnessing racist or verbal or physical abuse, racist remarks, verbal abuse, and questioning about their culture or religion in a way that is offensive or humiliating. And the largest increase is in the percentage of black workers who have had their ability to speak English questioned. But it doesn't end there, conference. In London, in the last few weeks, we have seen a terror incident take place with 2 men being attacked. One simply standing at a bus stop, aged 76. It is the latest in a series of attacks on the Jewish community in recent weeks, and the rise of anti-Semitic incidents has hit near record highs globally, particularly in the UK. Let us be clear in this room today, conference. Division has no place in our movement, workplace or communities, and the CWU stands firmly for unity and inclusion. No matter what your religion, your race or your background, we stand as one. We stand against all politics of hate. And now that unity is needed more than ever, as we are seeing the far right organise on our streets, creating division and creating an us versus them narrative. With last year's anti-refugee protests leading to the far right mobilising over 110,000 people in London. Online platforms are being used as digital masks to mainstream their ideology, with messaging that spreads far and wide and faster than you can ever imagine. Conference, far-right organising is pitting worker against worker. They are seeking to divide our workplaces, our communities and our movement, and we cannot let them. This movement is ours. Trade unions are the defenders of working class people. We are the voice for workers, and we must use our voice to speak up, speak out and fill the silence wherever it exists. And let's be clear, conference, no migrant or refugee is responsible for your mortgage going up or the crumbling of the NHS. That is the failure of governments past and present. to deliver what's needed most for the people of this country. We all want good schools, good NHS, good jobs and opportunities for our families, a chance for our children to thrive. We work hard to have these things in life. And we know there are challenges. Many of us live them every day. But when we are in struggle, we fight and we demand for more. Conference, when we talk common ground, we should be asking, how do we achieve it? Because as a movement, we can create change. Collectivism is our founding principle that we can achieve better together. Through unity and strength, now more than ever, our voices need to be heard. And that unity and strength must also continue to stand with our trans brothers and sisters, as the hostility we have seen since the Supreme Court ruling has been despicable. When one hurts, we all hurt, and nobody in our movement ever stands alone or is left behind. Conference, it's a fact. When we work together, we win together. One example is the key changes being delivered through the Employment Rights Act. Born within the CWU as the New Deal for Workers campaign, delivered by our movement. The Employment Rights Act is the biggest upgrade of workers' rights in a generation. And while some measures will come into force over time, a number of improvements are already in place. However, there's still more to be done. Globally, we are seeing more direct attacks on the world of equality, diversity and inclusion. While at home in the UK, it is absolutely outrageous that Reform UK has pledged to repeal the Equality Act 2010, an act that protects so many across the UK. Age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage, civil partnership, pregnancy and maternity, race, religion, belief, sex, sexual orientation. Which one do you want to lose, Conference? It protects from discrimination at work and in everyday life, and if anything, it should be strengthened, not attacked. And I just want you to pause just for a moment at this point. Think about how many times in your role as reps on the shop floor you have used the Equality Act. For reasonable adjustments, for absences to be discounted, against any form of discrimination. There are so many examples I could give. Now think of going into a room to represent a member without the Equality Act. These protections did not happen overnight. They were fought for, and we cannot afford to see them rolled back. And we will not let Reform abolish protections for workers of this country. Conference, I am proud that as a union, over the last few years, we have invested in our work on tackling sexual harassment. We have 40 new CWU sexual harassment awareness trainers who are now equipped to come out to you to educate you as reps with resources and tools to challenge unacceptable behaviours and support our members. Research suggests that 40% of women and 18% of men have experienced unwanted sexual behaviour in the workplace, stats that are still too far too high. There is no place for sexual harassment in society, our workplace or our movement. Our new national networks are now taking shape, and I look forward to coming out to future meetings to discuss our work and how we can better connect our membership with you on education and equality. We have finalised plans for our ULR and equality event to take place. You'll probably all be pleased to know we're going to the middle of the country. We're in Leicester. And when I went to look at the venue, it took me back, Conference, to when I spoke at a conference in Leicester as a new regional secretary. I spoke of somebody who was born in Leicester in 1862, and his name was Joseph. At the age of 5, Joseph started to display symptoms of thick, lumpy skin, followed by a bony lump on his head. And as he grew, there was a notable difference between the size of his left and his right arms, and his feet became enlarged. In addition to his foot deformities, Joseph fell and damaged his hip, which left him permanently lame. But despite everything, he attended school and, believe it or not, had a relatively normal childhood. He left school at 13 and for a while worked in a factory, but he had to leave due to his right arm becoming so deformed. His father got him a seller's licence, which then was called a hawker's licence, so he could sell door to door, but his speech became so impaired that people either couldn't understand him or were frightened of him. It's said that some people even followed him out of curiosity. At 17, he went to work in the Leicester Union Warehouse and he stayed there for 5 years until he couldn't take any more of its brutality. He decided strangers always stared at him, so why not get paid for it? He contacted showmen and proposed that they should exhibit him. This is when Joseph became known as the Elephant Man. He then moved to London when he was shown in a penny gaff shop, like a small shop window on Whitechapel Road. This was across the road from the London hospital, where he met Dr. Treves, who examined and photographed him. At this time, distaste for freak shows had developed in Britain, so Joseph was then sent to Europe. Whilst there, unfortunately, his manager robbed him of his life savings and left him alone. He was unable to communicate, and a card for Dr. Treves was found in his pocket. He was brought back to the London hospital, where he lived for the remainder of his life. Due to the size of his head, Joseph had, for the whole of his life, slept sitting up, and he died on the 11th of April 1890. It is said he died of asphyxiation when his head fell back in his sleep. He was 27 years of age. Conference: Joseph Merrick was not a work of fiction, a freak, or a monster. He was a young man with severe disabilities who lived a life of loneliness, pain, and ridicule. So why do I tell the story of Joseph again 10 years on? Because every time I think of him, I question, would Joseph have been treated today in 2026? Discrimination remains, no matter what time we live in, and so does the pain that it brings. In the words of Audre Lorde, it is not our differences that divide us, it is our inability to recognise, accept, and celebrate those differences. And this is why it's vitally important we continue to come together as one under the banner of equality, and that branches continue to support our reps and promote the work of our equality reps at all levels of our union. We must continue to educate and continue to speak up, sometimes for those who cannot speak up themselves. Equality should never be a second thought. It's a call for continuous action to eliminate discrimination and to promote fairness. No matter what position you hold at any level of this union, the job can be hard and it can be frustrating, but it also can be very rewarding and for some, life-changing. The movement has certainly changed mine. Real change happens from the ground up. You make it happen. Continue to do what you do best in the name of the CWU. Every day, for every member, in every one of our workplaces. The movement is strong. It's a force to be reckoned with. There is power in a union. Never forget that power is you. Thank you. Thank you, Conference. And now I am really, really delighted to ask Billy Bragg to join us on stage. Billy is a singer, songwriter, political activist, lives down the road, and has come along to join us this afternoon. Over to you, Billy.
Thank you very much, Kate. Thank you very much, Conference. I guess the reason why I'm here today is that in 1984, in the middle of the miners' strike, I went up and did a gig somewhere near Sunderland, and in a little hall. And the opening act was an old miner named Jock Purden. And while I sat in the wings with my electric guitar, my punk rock haircut and leather jacket, Jock's old Labour songs were much more radical than anything I had in my back pocket. And I was rather nervous in the dressing room between the sets, and I said to Jock, you know, how am I supposed to follow that, mate? You've done me there. And he said, well, son, it doesn't really matter what you sing when you go out there, because by coming up here and standing in solidarity with these people, you are now part of the tradition. And he very generously put his arm around me in that way and brought me in. It's because of that tradition that I'm here today. And another greater tradition as well that stretches back far into the past of our country, and that is the struggle to hold absolute power to account. All the way back to Magna Carta, through the Reformation, the Civil War, the struggles in the Industrial Revolution, the suffragettes, all the way to today. Now it's how do we hold the absolute power of corporations to account? And we hold that together, brothers and sisters, in solidarity. There's power in a factory, power in the land, power in the hand of the worker. But it all amounts to nothing if together we don't stand. There is power in a union. The lessons of the past were all learned with workers' blood. The mistakes of the bosses we must pay for. From the cities and the farmlands to trenches full of mud. War has always been the boss's way, sir. The union forever defending our rights. Down with the black legal workers unite. With our brothers and our sisters, together we will stand. There is power in a union. Now I long for the morning that I realise brutality and unjust laws cannot defeat us. Who'll defend the workers who cannot organise when the bosses send their lackeys out to cheat us? Money speaks for money, the devil for his own. Who comes to speak for the skin and the bone? What a comfort to the widow, a light to the child. There is power in a union. The union forever defending our rights. Down with the black legal workers unite. With our brothers and our sisters and all our siblings too. There is power in a union. Power in a union. Thank you very much. Solidarity forever. When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there shall be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. For what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one, while the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever we go. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. I see you, Troll Puddle.
Right, conference after that. Follow that. Right, we're going to move on to motions. If I can find it, sorry, my apologies. Motion 19, and Tyne Weir Clerical to move. Conference.
Chair, Conference, Dave Ray, Tyne Weir Clerical Branch. Surprised that he's having to follow Billy Bragg, but thanks for the Support Act bill, nice one. So, Home Office reported over 145,000 hate crimes recorded in England and Wales 2022-2023, more than double the level a decade ago. Race-related hate crimes account for around 70% of all cases, but there's also been a sharp rise in religious hate crimes, obviously anti-Semitic being the one that's been in the news recently, and Islamophobic incidents, as well as hate crimes based on sexual orientation and transgender identity. The Crown Prosecution Service consistently shows thousands of prosecutions annually, indicating that this is not online rhetoric, it translates into real-world harm. The far right are emboldened by the rise of reform and the amplification of the likes of Tommy Robinson in the media and online. The CWU and the trade union movement as a whole has a duty to be on the front line of the fight back against these heinous attacks on our brothers, sisters and siblings who are part of these minorities. Research from the Trade Unions Council shows workers from minority backgrounds report higher levels of harassment and discrimination at work. Many incidents go unreported due to fear or a lack of confidence in systems. Discrimination is linked to poor mental health, lower productivity, and higher staff turnover. We cannot stand by and let this happen. We must act. The CWU can, nor should, be at the front of that fight back. We've seen the impact this is having in our communities and in our workplaces. We've heard our own members parroting the far-right talking points, the scapegoating of migrants, the belief that Farage and his ilk have the answers, Christian nationalism creeping into our politics, and the perpetuation of a culture war. This isn't a new phenomenon. We've seen this playbook before. It's the same one used by Trump, it's the same one used in the 70s and 80s, and it's the same one we saw in the 1930s. We've beaten them before, and we'll beat them again. At a time when hate is rising, silence is not neutrality, it is permission. The Union has always stood on the side of equality and solidarity. This motion assures we continue to do so, not just in words, but in actions. Conference I move. Please support.
Thanks, Dave. Seconder? Is it formally? Yeah, someone say it then. Thank you. Right, 19's open for debate. Is there any debate? Yes, colleague. Anyone else? Yep, do you want to come down?
Good afternoon, everyone. All asleep.
Adam.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Adam.
That's the spirit. We're union. Come on. We need that spirit. Okay, some looks I'm getting the same looks which I normally get at the airport. What's going on? I thought we were family. Yeah? We shouldn't be looking at each other like that, right? My name is Adam, and sometimes I don't know how to introduce myself, unfortunately. Whenever people see me who are not too keen on, because I've seen more holidays than some of you, they just call me certain things. And one of the things which I do get called instead of Adam is go back to your country. So name has slightly changed to Adam, go back to your country, Al Arakia. Yeah? But this motion, I really thank Dave for putting this forward. Really appreciate that, because it's very, very important, this motion is, and the rest of the motions as well. The reason why we say it's important is because, unfortunately, we're going backwards. We're in 21st century. Previously, we fought about, these people who are talking about dividing us, constantly mentioning us and them attitude, constantly, putting us against each other. But we should be moving forward by improving the situation. As we heard last September, when the person who has got about 25 to 30 names, he doesn't know himself, he organized a march, and massive history breaker, if you want to call it. People supported him, okay? This motion is very, very vital for us to take things forward, to support our movement, not only to change their society, but change the whole world. It's very important for us to actually support this, look into this, because specific things which are discussed in there is members and reps as well. We need to educate ourselves and educate other people. Okay? Thank you very much. I'd like you to support this motion. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Adam. Is there anyone else?
Chair Conference, Prince Kingsley Fabrodi from Nottingham branch. I'm here to support this motion. This motion goes to what trade union is, and it must be, it's in our present climate, to be honest. It is a commitment that we have to challenge discrimination in all its forms. Conference, the commitment becomes meaningless if we fail to respond decisively to the growing threat of far-right ideology, organized hate, the normalization of divisions in our workplaces, community, and this has just been reflected in just concluded election that we've seen in the UK. We can, honestly, when discrimination is something that we need to take extremely serious, if we have to be very honest. Sometimes when I look at ourselves, because I was in a gathering like this a few days ago, we kept on talking about discrimination, racism at all times. It becomes rhetoric within ourselves. If it's just a matter of something that we need to keep on talking about all the time, from time to time, we need to take a very decisive action to challenge discrimination in our workplaces. And like I've said before, to myself and to some of my friends, charity begins at home. I want all of us here that sit here, let us reflect on who am I, who are we to ourselves. If a union rep or a union official by themselves, when they leave this kind of a gathering, what is in their real mind is to support the ideology of the far right in closeness, when they cannot challenge what is not right in public places. Then how can you train or educate your colleagues at workplace when yourself it is what you believe in? Colleagues, conference, share. This is very important. We have to take the issue of discrimination, racism, very serious. And I would employ every one of us to really stand up for what we believe in. I choose to become a union rep because this is a space for me to reflect on what I can say. I don't have to fear. I don't have to be scared when I want to express myself. And that is what it should be at all times. So racism, discrimination in our society, in the workplace, on the street is completely unacceptable, and we must stand for it. Conference, please support the motion.
Thanks, Prince Kingsley. Mark Anthony.
Stance as both as an anti-racist trade union and as an employer. The signatories of this statement commit to carrying out and challenging racism wherever we see it, either in the workplace or at home. We unite working people in being open to new efficient approaches, including practical steps that stops to tackle racism in all forms and injustices through the power of our collective strength. Promoting this statement to colleagues, friends and family and urging them to show their support. So far, we've had 7,762 that have signed this statement to tackle in and out of the workplace. You've heard even our own members, reps, are now spouting the division of hate. We also have Hope and Hate attending conference to this few days as well, and again we are working with like-minded groups to tackle the hate. Some of you will be aware on Saturday the 16th of May there's Tommy Robinson's holding a protest in London, and we're urging as many people to come and demonstrate against this person who is evil and just spreads hate. We've also just obviously had the elections as well, and already Reform have had to suspend a couple of their councillors for vile racist remarks. We as NEC will continue to fight and to challenge against racism in the workplace and wider society. We ask you to support.
Thank you, Mark. There's been no opposition. I'm going to put the motion 19 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to motion 20 by South Central Postal.
Chair, Conference, Paul Garraway, Divisional Rep, moving motion 20 on behalf of my branch, South Central Postal. Conference, we can only be too aware of the rightward shift of politics in this country, which is now self-evident with the success of Reform UK this week. Conference, we will also be aware that last October, Britain had the largest far-right demonstration this country has ever seen. Not everyone on that demonstration was an active fascist, but all the speakers were, and they spouted all their nonsense from that stage in front of a big audience and created mayhem in the capital. Conference will also be aware that there were racist riots in 2024 where far-right violence was seen on the streets. This growth in the far right is an urgent issue for all trade unions. Their hatred will probably is, in the workplace and will be used to divide our members. It won't be the employer that is the problem. It will be some scapegoat, probably in a dinghy off the coast. But the racism won't stop there. It will continue to grow. It won't be the employer. It will be someone with a different shade of skin. It will be somebody with a different gender. And the fascists won't stop rioting against refugees and mosques. As they grow, they will attack others. And they will, at some point, as history has proven, they will attack workers and they will attack picket lines. Anti-fascism is a trade union issue, and I'm reminded of the short poem of Pastor Niemöller. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. They came for me.
Well, when she arrived, she found it being led by the far right, chanting racist slurs because the attacker was a migrant. Across the road, she saw another group led by a Stand Up to Racism, shouting Nazi scum off our streets. Good, but ultimately she went home, frustrated that no one was there serious about stopping sexual violence. Others in her position would have just joined the far right demo. To stop the growth of the far right, the trade union movement needs to push anti-racist class politics to drive a wedge between racist scum leaders and the working class that are being misled into their hands. Polls prove that we have a way in. Over 1 million former UKIP supporters voted for Corbyn in 2017. Reform supporters back renationalisation. 87% for water companies, 65% for energy companies, and for our Royal Mail, 77%. Farage doesn't want that, but neither does the Labour Party. To defeat the right, our union needs to build working-class political campaigns. In 2018, the TUC agreed to launch a campaign for jobs and homes, not racism. They didn't, but the union movement must do that now, because the others won't. I went to a Stand Up to Racism demo outside a Reform rally in Croydon. For 2 hours, it was chants of Reform racist and racist scum. At points, there were more black and brown people queuing for that Reform rally than with us. Not a single one of them would have had their minds changed. Stand Up to Racism's election campaign was simply Don't Vote Reform. Worse, the charity bosses in the Together Alliance leadership blocked that slogan for being too political, so they just said, register to vote. We can't defeat the right by funding organisations where well-meaning charity bosses and Liberal politicians block our bread and butter class politics. Reject this motion and let's build a real United Front campaign, bringing Unite Housing Union reps and renters union activists to the next migrant hotel counter-demos, pushing placards and chants calling for jobs, homes, not racism, and demanding to build council homes for us all. Those wanting to protest homelessness and housing waiting lists, but misled by the far right, might join our side. And if the Liberal landlords and councillors refusing to do so don't join us, then so be it. The unions must organise and lead a working-class, united front anti-racist movement, so at the next reform rally, we can have our posties alongside NHS workers calling for renationalisation.
That when there's a Tommy Robinson demonstration or whatever he decides to call it, that some of them are on that march, and the group that are not buying it is working class people. And the reason is because that strategy, and we've got concerns about that strategy, is simply not working. It is alienating working class people. We've got to have a much more subtle strategy now. And I accept completely that it isn't about here not opposing this and then not doing anything. It is really about bringing working class people together, cross ethnicity, cross gender, and standing up for them against all of these evils. And I think there's more and more people who are beginning to realise this is a debate we're having in the trade union movement. We don't outsource our anti-racism, our anti-fascism agenda. We link it to all of the other agendas that stand up for working people. That is the way forward. And if we're wrong on that, if we think that the strategy that's been pursued so far is the right strategy, then we better wake up and understand what just happened in the elections the other day, because millions of working class people don't buy that argument. They ain't all racist, they ain't all fascists, they're people who want change. And what sickens us at the moment is that sometimes this politics of polarisation, which we see on the right, hate, division, there's kind of another version of it that exists on maybe the extreme left. And it's not connecting with working class people. It's for us to go out and it's for us to front up our members on these issues. And I promise you today that this union, along with other trade unions that are thinking the same, are going to do this. We're working with Kate, with other unions, to prepare educational messages that we can get our reps to have those difficult conversations. It's not easy. You're going to hear other speakers today on other organisations who understand this debate has got to shift away from just shouting at people that they're racist. It isn't working. And I think you all know it isn't working. So look, we go along and we will still continue to go along on certain demonstrations. And we'll have a presence. And I totally know that Paul, the branch and others are totally committed anti-racist, anti-fascist. I just don't think that your motion is the right strategy. And it's got so serious now that if we're going to oppose reform, we need something different. We need to go into the workplace. And that ain't easy. And it needs the support of the whole of the trade union movement. There's some great stuff. The NEC had a presentation recently from the TUC.
Sorry, Dave. Is the extension agreed? Go on, Dave.
The NEC had a presentation from the TUC recently where there was some really good work that set out messages that have been tested amongst working class people by trade unionists, by the trade union movement, and the response from groups of working class people when some of these messages, and Deji mentioned some of them, how you link it into the fact that everyone's basically being shafted here by wealthy and powerful people who are sowing division, who are stopping collectivism. Once you start putting that message down, people see the truth. Now, unfortunately, at the moment, in this country, across the UK, the politics of hate and division is on the rise. So look, here's the choice. Go with a new strategy, explore new ways of doing it that will mean you guys, our reps, being trained up to have these conversations in the workplace with our members. That's what we're offering, or carry on with the strategy that is clearly alienating working class people. We think without any shadow...
And I don't agree that it's just handing over it all to stand up to racism. We can support other groups as well. There's nothing exclusive in that motion. I don't believe it's outsourcing either. Stand up to racism is just a united front with multiple people in it, and in the past Billy Hayes has played a part in it, Jane Loftus has played a part in it, and it's just about maximising the unity under the issues of anti-fascist, anti-racist to try and get the maximum people there. I also think it's insulting to just say that it's just people shouting. There's people out there that are confronting these fascists on the streets, and outside of these refugee hostels and that, there's been local people that have been, loving the fact that people have actually come there and supported them because they've been surrounded, because these fascists are coming in, and we can't afford to just surrender the streets. They will grow and they will terrorise. And we should be confident of it, because as the march, the Together Alliance march proved, there's more of us than them, and that's what it needs to be. We need to be there, but we need to be more of us than them. Yeah, I urge you all to support the motion.
Thanks, Paul. Motion 20 is open for vote. All those in favour, please show. Those against? That's not carried. Move on to motion 21, Somerset, Devon and Cornwall. Conference. One more.
Chair, Conference, Martrick, Coney, Somerset, Devon and Cornwall Branch, rising to move motion 21. Conference, following on from Dave's response to the previous motion, this motion reaffirms our union's commitment to defending workers' rights, community solidarity and equality. Reform UK poses a clear threat to everything trade unionists stand for. It's not a party of working people, but one run by wealthy interests, built on division, anti-migrant rhetoric, and policies that undermine workers and communities. Reform claims to speak for the working class, but its record tells a different story. Time and again, when faced with the choice between strengthening workers' rights or siding with bad bosses, 0 hours contracts, and fire rehire, Reform has chosen exploitation. They oppose the extension of workers' rights and would scrap the Employment Rights Act 2025. They want to repeal the 2010 Equality Act, stripping away vital protections against discrimination. They support the privatisation of NHS and education and back cuts to social security, putting profit before people. Reform UK is not just hostile to migrants or minorities, it's hostile to all workers. Its purpose is to divide us, weaken collective power and protect the interests of the wealthy. We also recognise that some of our members will have supported reform in last week's election, often because they face real hardship and feel ignored by those in power. That is why we must not attack or dismiss these members, but educate and organise. We must expose Reform UK for what it is and challenge the false solutions it offers. This motion supports the TUC's recognition that Reform and similar parties like Restore are a serious threat to the working class unity and calls for a clear union-led campaign to inform members of the dangers it poses. Conference, I urge you to support Motion 21. Let us be clear. Our union stands for workers' rights, equality and unity, and we will not allow Reform to tear us apart and destroy what we have fought so hard to achieve. I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Seconder. Formally. Okay. Motion 21 is open for debate. Yes, colleague.
Chair, Conference, Lee Star Elliott, South West Equality League, riding on behalf of Bristol and District. We must use this opportunity to educate people on the impact it will have on their lives. If the far-right ideology get into power, the impact on the recent new employment bill, the Equality Act, the benefit system that supports many underpaid workers and those in poverty. We as a union must also have an honest conversation and debate around the rise of Reform and other far-right ideologies within our union and in our movement. As we all know the threat posed to working people, we must also recognise that many of our own members and reps share the views of Reform and other far-right parties or groups. So while we fully support the motion, we call for training, we ask that we go further and look at how we can prevent this ideology gaining foothold in our union and among our structures and act we support.
Yes, colleague.
Hi, I'm Essie from Utah. Comrades, I oppose this motion, not because Reform UK isn't a threat to our rights, but because this approach will make things worse. I don't doubt the sincerity behind this motion. Reform UK's programme is genuinely bad for workers. The attack on employment rights, the repeal of the Equality Act, the anti-immigrant posturing, all it serves capital, not the working class. But here's the question we have to ask. Will an NAEC awareness-raising programme actually stop a single worker from voting for Reform? And is the struggle we're faced with? I argue it's not. Because by passing this motion, we tell our membership your concerns and believing in change don't matter. We would send materials that treat them as a threat experience of fighting together. Those two workers have more in common with each other than either of them has with Nigel Farage or Zach Polanski. And our job as a trade unionist is to make them both understand not only by centering our class, we can make a change. The worker who votes for Reform is not our enemy, the system is. They are a worker who has been failed, who has been reached for an explanation that capital is more than happy to provide. Blame the migrant, blame the bureaucrat, blame anything except the boss. We don't counter that by denouncing their vote. We counter it by standing next to them on an issue that affects us all directly: pay, conditions, job security, and letting the experience of collective struggle do what no leaflet could ever do. So let us not divide ourselves and do the work of the capitalists, but let us direct the struggle where it belongs. This motion treats Reform voters as a problem to be managed. Our tradition as movement is not to treat them as workers, is to treat them as workers to be won. I urge the conference to reject this motion and put class unity, real unity, built from below, at the centre of everything we do.
Thank you, Essie. Colleague.
Hello, Conference. Josh Barclay, Great Western Branch, rising to support this motion.
Reform are not a friend of the working class, despite what they try and portray. I stood as a candidate in the elections just recently. I've been personally abused in social media and in person, had my house vandalised and damaged. Can't put it down to Reform, but certainly the atmosphere in our politics at the moment, I've never experienced that before. So clearly, some things are changing. The atmosphere is more hostile, where people feel they can do this. There is a hatred that has come into our politics. It has largely been stoked by Reform and its leadership with false smears and lies. There are just countless examples across the country, and just 2 examples in my hometown of Swindon, where 2 Reform candidates, who both fortunately didn't get elected, but it was close, where one of them posted on social media, he wants all Muslims gone. That's the reality of what we're facing. Another one of those candidates also claimed that the NHS staff murdered patients during the COVID pandemic in some sort of holocaust. These are the comments of just 2 Reform candidates, but I know it is the mindset of many of their candidates, because when it was asked of them in the media, are you going to stand down those candidates? Are you going to distance yourself from them? No. They backed them. That is what we are up against. Reform would remove all of our hard-fought rights. They would repeal all the legislation, as you've heard, that we have fought for and all our forefathers have fought for. We cannot allow that to happen. We must be alert to this Trojan horse of right-wing fascism creeping into our politics, and we must resist it at every opportunity, whether that's at the ballot box, whether that's on social media, whether that's on the streets, at protests. We must resist it. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Colin.
Hi, Chair, Conference. My name is Victor from Nottingham District and Amau. I'm standing here to support the motion as presented. I'm speaking as a District Equality Officer, and I'm going to say a few things in supporting this motion. I became an Equality Officer not because I was the best in my branch, but I felt it was time for me to speak up for those that couldn't speak up. And we are all here simply because we believe in that as well. We represent those that can't speak for themselves. So, on that note, let's speak up for those that cannot speak or stand for themselves. Let's fight for those that can't fight for themselves. We cannot keep on talking about statistics about what reform is or can be or what it was. We know, we go back to the Brexit campaign. These are the same guys washed up conservatives. Now they've come up in different colors. We know who they are. So enough of talking about that. Let's, outside work, BT, Royal Mail, whichever function that we are from, let's go back to the core of who we are. We are activists. Let's stand up for that. Let's go back to the core of activism. Let's go out there. Let's show the banners. Let's do the campaign. Let's go in the communities. Let's talk to people. That's how we defeat these losers. Well, that's who they are. They are bullies. Let's stand up for them. Thank you. Let's support the motion.
Thanks, Victor. John, is there anyone else?
Diorton, South East Wales, Amal, here to speak against this motion. A lot of people will be coming up here saying how bad reform are, how we hate reform. Well, everyone agrees that. That is a waste of time. We all know we don't like reform. The question is, how do we defeat them? Do we defeat them by basically telling a large section of our own membership that they're not too bright, that they're racist? We don't defeat them like that. All we do is split ourselves. You've got to do through small conversations, and B, giving them an alternative. The vast majority of people who vote reform are not racist. They're desperate. And the left is offering them bugger all. And that is a fact. A drowning man will grasp a bloody straw. And the working class is drowning. We have got to offer them something better, not educate them to the fact that they're not too bright. You know, that is just self-defeating. So I urge you, turn this motion down.
Okay, thank you, Guy. Michelle, to reply.
President, Conference, Michelle Bailey on behalf of the NEC. Conference, we welcome the motion from Somerset, Devon and Cornwall. The threat we face from reform is very real and it demands our urgent action. Conference, we will all have seen and heard from the local recent elections the changes, and if Reform was the largest party, would they be in government today? A Reform government would sweep aside the progress this union has fought so hard to over the past decade through the New Deal for Workers campaign, the Employment Rights Act, the product of years of trade union campaigning, would be scrapped in favour of weak protections, more insecurity and less power for working people. History has shown us where the roads lead. Division is the oldest tool used to suppress collective power. If workers are busy distrusting one another, they are less able to exploitation, to challenge, and less able to organise and less able to win. Reform's deregulation agenda would hit our industrial sectors, postal services, techs, financial. It would hand even more power to corporations and strip away the rules and protections that uphold decent services at minimum quality standards. Instead, we need stronger regulation to improve services, to curb the exploitation of the gig economy workers, and to ensure that rapidly developing AI systems are used safely, responsibly, and with workers in mind. Reform's policy should deeply concern all of us. Their rhetoric on immigration has been widely condemned for fuelling division, stoking racism. They have argued for cuts to public services, opposed environmental, including the UK's net zero commitments, and promoted policies that would undermine the Human Rights Act. As a union, that goes against all we stand for. This agenda that is anti-worker, anti-union and anti-public service, and Conference, I will repeat, anti-worker, anti-union and anti-public service, it is an agenda that divides working people rather than uniting them. This is why this motion matters. We must equip our members with the facts so that we can build awareness and unite in defence of the rights, protections and solidarity that generations of trade unionists have fought so hard to win. Conference, please support the motion.
Thanks, Michelle. There's been opposition. Mark, do you want to come back?
Conference, thank you for all your contributions, and actually it's great that we've had a serious debate about a serious issue. But I do have to respectfully disagree with some of the opposition that's being spoken about up here. Firstly, this motion does not belittle our members or explicitly say, or even in any sense, say that they're thick, because that's what one of the speakers was actually saying. But that is not the case. I'm saying that with respect. This is about providing our members with the information about the dangers of political parties like Reform. We sadly live in a world where we've got many global drivers of our social media and our media and the data that's available, the information that's available out there in public sphere. Just watch the news or whatever. How often is it we see Reform leading that debate, taking the energy of that debate about where they are? You know, one of the big examples is we see them thumping the table all the time about the danger of immigrants and how bad they are for us, and they're taking...
I put motion 21 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against? That's carried. hang on a minute. It's not very important. How come they're gone? Okay, carry on. Conference.
Jack Leslie from the National Young Workers Committee, rising to move motion 22. Before I first read this motion, I had a vague understanding of endometriosis. I believe many will be in a similar position. So for your benefit, the condition is defined by the National Health Service as follows. Endometriosis is where cells similar to those inside the womb grow in other parts of the body. Affecting 1 in 10 women in the United Kingdom. It sounds common but innocuous, doesn't it? The reality is not. Stage 4 endometriosis, at its most severe, causes large ovarian cysts and adhesions that bind organs together. The only permanent treatment being complete hysterectomy. This changes people's lives. I'm sure a few are now beginning to question why a man is so impassioned about a women's issue. I put this question to you. Why am I, as a young man, stood here still trying to secure accommodations for women for conditions over which they have no control? Why have these basic rights not been enshrined in law since women began working outside the home? Beyond this, why is medical misogyny still something we are talking about today? Endometriosis, despite its common occurrence, carries a 2% diagnosis rate. In the one place that your life depends on being taken seriously, women are brushed aside. The hands are washed while the pain endures. Until the day that these tales are history, true equity is but a pipe dream. Individuals living with this condition are so often condemned for what they cannot change. Some work through chronic, debilitating pain, while others are in agony such that they cannot leave bed, never mind cross the door. Here before you stands the beginning of a tidal change. Never again will someone suffering with this condition have to work in agony for fear of retribution. You today can, by raising your hand in support, create not just a more equal workplace, but seal a more equal nation. Do you wish a better future upon the daughters of tomorrow, never allowing them to suffer as our sisters do today? You now have the tangible opportunity to transform lives. We cannot cure the ailment, but we can lessen the fear. Conference, I do not ask. I implore and beseech you, join with me and create a story that you will be proud to tell. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Seconder. Is there a seconder, Jack?
You've got a second.
Oh, sorry.
Chair, Conference, Peter Sharrocks for the North East Branch to second motion 22. I rise to second this motion not only as an ally but as someone with a wife and daughter who lives with endometriosis. I have seen up close the pain, the exhaustion and the impact this condition has on everyday life. And I have also seen how often that pain is hidden, dismissed or misunderstood. That personal experience is why I feel so strongly about this motion. Endometriosis affects around 1 in 10 people who menstruate and are of reproductive age. That is a significant part of our workforce, yet despite how common it is, it remains one of the most overlooked and underestimated medical conditions. Those who live with it endure extreme pelvic pain, chronic fatigue, and symptoms that can be completely debilitating. But because these symptoms are invisible, they are too often questioned or minimised. Conference, When someone you care about is struggling to get out of bed, struggling to stand upright, or struggling to work through a flare-up, you realise very quickly that this is not just a bad period, it is a chronic, life-altering condition, and the idea that people are penalised at work for managing it is simply unacceptable. But we know change is possible. Other countries have already shown us this can be done. This motion calls on our National Executive Committee to work with like-minded organisations and lobby governments across the UK to recognise endometriosis as a legitimate medical condition requiring compassionate, tailored workplace accommodations and, crucially, to enshrine protected sick leave within the Equality Act so that no worker is ever forced to choose between their health and their livelihood. Conference, speaking as a man and as someone who has watched a loved one fight through this condition, I want to say this clearly. We have a responsibility to stand alongside those affected, to challenge the silence, the stigma and the systematic barriers that have surrounded menstrual health for generations, and to use our voices to help drive the change they deserve. This is about fairness, it is about dignity, it is about creating workplaces where people are supported, not punished, for managing a chronic condition. And it is about affirming something simple but vital. Their pain is real, their experiences matter, and they deserve meaningful protection. I urge Conference to support this motion and stand with those who have been unheard for far too long. Thank you. Please support.
Thanks, Pete. Motion 22 is open for debate. Is there any debate? Yes, colleague. Anyone else?
President, Conference, Cadence Carnegie, Edinburgh, Dundee and Borders, speaking in support of Motion 22. We've heard 3 weeks, allowing them to have the week of their period off. 3 weeks, allowing them to have the week of their period off to help manage their symptoms. We see in this example that it is possible what we are asking for in this motion. So, Conference, tell me, is there a reason why we should not get adjustments for all our members where it is needed? Conference, please support this vital motion.
Thanks, Candice.
Out in South East Wales, Amal. I support this motion wholeheartedly. It should have been brought years ago. I commend the young workers for bringing it forward. But I've got to pick up on something on the wording of it. We've been talking all morning about respect to people and treating our fellow members with respect. People that menstruate. Now, you might notice I'm probably not one of them. So I asked my female friends what they feel about that. Every woman I spoke to was offended by that term. We need to speak to everyone with respect. And my criticism, to be honest with you, would be mainly directed at the Standing Orders Committee, because I don't understand how they let language that large sections of the population find offensive in. You either respect everyone. Respect has got to go to everyone. With regard to the Young Workers Conference, well, believe it or not, I was young once myself. So I still am making many wrong steps. I might be making one now. I would suggest, if you're going to do anything like this, speak to women in your family and your friends. Speak to other people. How do they feel? And that's what I think we should do, is just treat everyone with respect. So, thanks for that.
Thanks, Dolly. Colleague?
President, Conference, Gillian McClatchy, Glasgow and District of Mall, first time speaker, first time delegate. Speaking in support of motion 22, I've got a member in my delivery office with endometriosis. I confess I knew very little of this illness before her diagnosis and found little help trying to educate myself or our manager in ways to help her in the workplace. My member suffered pains for over a decade before finally going private to get a diagnosis. How many flare-ups has she suffered in those years before? Her diagnosis led to her being able to start medication, but this was just a short-term fix. She was talked into going private for surgery, a laparoscopy, where they removed a lot of the cysts and gave her some relief for a few months. This procedure cost several £1000s, and she had to crowdfund to afford that. So she had to swallow her pride, share her condition with all of us, and ask for help, just to get relief from these symptoms, and knowing that the pain is not easy. Our members and wider community rallied round her to make this possible. So imagine her disappointment that a few months later she's back to square one. In that time, she'd had time off with the pain, managing the lengthy absence due to the surgery and recovery time. And now, if there are flare-ups, she's going to have to take more sick days. Not only is she in pain, but she's worrying about losing over £100 a day in wages just for an absence. These flare-ups are unpredictable for women affected. They can't be planned for and can't be managed into her working week or her personal life. My member is now in an AR tenders review too, and future days off may lead to a consideration of dismissal. We must follow the example of these progressive countries in establishing better policy to allow women with endometriosis to continue to work and to continue to contribute in the workplace. Half a dozen single days off in the year shouldn't deem someone unfit to work. My member now gets monthly injections to manage this condition and keep her in work. These injections have brought on early menopause. She's having to potentially give up the chance to have a family to be able to keep her job. This motion would give women the peace of mind to choose a treatment without it having to be based purely on the financial impact. Let's keep women at work. Women are still being disadvantaged. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Gillian. Is there anyone else? Okay.
Hello, I'm a first-time speaker and first-time delegate, and I wasn't actually planning to speak. So I'm speaking in support of this motion. I'm from the United Tech and Allied Workers branch, so I'm a delegate from Utah. We just really wanted to come up and say, in response to the speaker before, we support this motion fully in the wording that it has. As a union, we stand with our trans siblings. And I don't want this to get into a debate about trans people or anything like that. There is nothing in this wording that is discriminatory to anybody. And I really, really wanted to make that clear. I think we're sick and tired of the trans debate. We know our position as a union already, standing in solidarity with our trans siblings. So I'm in support of this motion. Please vote for.
Thanks, Eleanor. Paul, Jean, Carrot. Jean.
Chair Conference, Jean Sherricks, on behalf of the NEC, speaking in support of this motion. I'd like to thank the young workers for bringing this motion to conference. I'd also like to make a personal thank you to my husband for getting up and speaking and seconding the motion. It meant a lot. I rise to speak in strong support of this motion because the reality faced by people living with endometriosis is not only a medical issue, it's a workplace equality issue, a dignity issue, and an issue that has been ignored for far too long. Endometriosis affects 1 in 10 people who menstruate and are of reproductive age. This is a significant proportion of our workforce. Yet despite its prevalence, it remains one of the most misunderstood and underestimated conditions. Those who live with it endure extreme pelvic pain, chronic fatigue, and a range of complications that are often invisible to others. I could go on and on about what the symptoms are and what can happen. And because of these symptoms are unseen, they are often dismissed, doubted, and minimalised. Workers with endometriosis frequently face penalties for absences during flare-ups or treatment. They are made to feel unreliable, when in truth they are battling a condition that would stop many of us in our tracks. The lack of formal protection forces people to an impossible choice, their health or their livelihoods. Recent data of the National Statistics show the impact clearly. Workers diagnosed with endometriosis have lower average monthly earnings and reduced ability to maintain paid work. Many report being passed over for promotion and pushed into reducing their hours, not because of lack of ability, but because workplaces are not designed with the reality in mind. But conference, we do not have to accept this. Other countries have already recognised the need for compassion-tailored support. In Portugal, since April 2025, workers with endometriosis or adenomyosis can take up to 3 paid days sick per month for incapacitating menstrual pain. It is possible. If it's possible elsewhere, it's possible here. Conference, this is not just about fairness, it is about retention, well-being and creating a workplace where people can thrive rather than hide their pain. It is about dismantling the silence and stigma that have surrounded menstrual health for generations, and it is about affirming something simple but vital, that the pain experienced by those endometriosis sufferers is real, it's serious, and it deserves meaningful protection. I urge conference to support this motion and stand with those who have been unheard for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. I just want to be clear that there was no opposition. I know Guy said a certain area, so I'm going to bring Jack back in just to clarify that point. Or just on the point of clarification, if we can.
So directly concerning the wording of the motion, you will notice both the wording on the pad and what was contained within my speech is slightly different. What I would like to see is our union to take a clear policy on how these matters are to be addressed. I think we need clarification, all of us do, to ensure that we continue to be respectful to everyone, both our trans colleagues and our female colleagues. We must ensure that we don't offend anyone inadvertently by simply phrasing something wrong. So I would like to see a clear policy going forward, that we take a position on how we express these issues, and I'm welcome to any education that I could take and any others could take on to ensure that we treat everyone fairly.
Okay, thanks for that, Jack. Okay, I'll put motion 22 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to motion 23 by Tyne and Weir Clerical. Oh, sorry, just before, come up with Tyne and Clerical. The Vice Chair is going to make a statement.
Colleagues, an announcement. There's been a table and some bags left at the front of conference. The security actually want to put it all in the bin. We've asked them not to. We think it may well have been this table and the bag from the Socialist Workers' Party. So if anybody can get in touch with them, ask them to remove the stuff before security put it in the bin. But equally, I'm probably more concerned, and there's been a bag left in the hall for the last couple of hours, a green bag. Now, we can't be, the security and the stewards have quite rightly pointed out, we can't be leaving bags unattended. You'll notice there's increased security at conference since a couple of years ago, and that's because the law's changed, but the security, quite rightly, are taking it quite seriously. So if anybody has left a green bag, I think it has actually been moved from where it was left. Come and speak to the SOC and you can have it back. But it is quite a serious note, which certainly the stewards and security are taking seriously. So don't leave any belongings in the hall or outside, please, because the view of the security and the stewards is that they'll be removed and put in the bin. Thank you, conference.
Thanks for that, Andy. Okay, Tyne and Weir, thank you.
Chair, Conference, Louise Short, Tyne and Weir Clerical, standing to move motion 23. I'd like to take a moment and ask every woman in this room to think about their reproductive health, whether that's menstrual, menopause, fertility and pregnancy. Have you ever had to seek medical support? Did you get support the first time you went? Or did you have to go a second, third, fourth, fifth, and maybe many more times? How many occasions were you told that what you were experiencing was normal, or not that painful, or maybe it's in your head and you were offered antidepressants? How many occasions were you made to feel like you were exaggerating or wasting the doctor's time? Have you ever undergone procedures such as an IUD insertion or removal, a hysteroscopy, or had biopsies taken? Did they take their time and explain what they were doing fully, the impacts of it? Were you offered pain relief or told it wasn't necessary, it wasn't that painful? The reality is the majority of you in this room can relate to one or more of these situations. In addition to being dismissed by doctors when seeking help, how many of you have also had to take time off work, had to cancel plans, had missed opportunities, or had relationships strained because of their reproductive issues? As the previous motion and speakers have just raised, endometriosis is a painful and debilitating condition that can take up to 8 years on average for a diagnosis. It's 8 years of being dismissed, 8 years of appointments and investigations and pain. How in 2026 is this considered normal? How is it considered acceptable? Conference, it's not. It's a failure. Women are being failed by the NHS for the care or lack of care that they are receiving, by the government for the lack of funding to research, and by society for accepting it and allowing it to happen. Women make up half the population, yet we are being treated as though our health is a niche issue. Only 2% of overall public research funding is being given to reproductive health and childbirth research, something that hasn't changed in the last decade. And as always, this is a false economy. Report from the NHS analysis show that investing just an extra £1 per woman in obstetrics and gynaecology services could yield over £319 million in economic benefits. Women can run companies, women serve in the armed forces, women lead scientific breakthroughs, women can even run the country, yet women are not trusted to know their own bodies. Conference, this needs to change, not in the future, but now. Now, before another generation of girls have to grow up believing health inequality is normal, before their opportunities are missed due to pain and complications. Things are changing. There are assertions being given by Wes Streeting for improvements and funding to women's health care, and acknowledging that it falls short. However, while talk is good, actions are better, as we know we cannot rely on government promises for change alone. We need to be working with charities and organisations like Endometriosis UK and the PMD project, with other unions, with the TUC, to campaign for change. Now, not in 10 years, and not just in funding, but in awareness and attitude to women's pain and suffering. Conference, I move. Please support.
Thanks, Louise. Seconder.
Chair, Conference, Rachel Cunningham, West Yorkshire Branch. So, thanks to Louise for delivering that motion, and I rise to second motion 23. As a woman in engineering, I know what it feels like firsthand. In here, will recognise that. So how many women have dragged themselves through a shift while suffering severe period pains because she didn't want to be seen as weak? I lost my bit then. How many have sat in depots, offices, call centres, engineering units, even in a work van, just trying to hide the symptoms, trying to actually hide the pain because, you know, we're in a male-dominated workplaces where women still feel uncomfortable just talking openly about reproductive health. How many women have had to use annual leave, as Louise said, instead of taking sick leave because you know that you're not going to be understood? Conference, we talk a lot about getting more women into engineering and skilled industries, but keeping women there means supporting their health too, because talent is being lost. Women are missing opportunities, missing promotions, leaving industries and struggling in silence because healthcare systems continue to dismiss women's pain and within workplaces still don't fully understand it. As Louise stated in her speech, what makes it worse is that it's happening despite women taking up over half of the population. Only 2% of public research funding goes into reproductive health and childbirth research. That is actually quite shocking. It tells women that our health is somehow a niche issue instead of a national priority. So, Conference, it should not take years for women to get diagnosed. It should not take multiple appointments before women are believed. Women should not have to become experts in their own conditions just to be taken seriously. As trade unionists, we have a responsibility to challenge this because healthcare inequality becomes a workplace inequality. If women are unsupported medically, they're unsupported economically. If women are ignored medically, they're held back professionally. So this motion matters because it demands change, not someday, now. It demands better investment in women's healthcare, better awareness, better workplace understanding, and above all, that women are listened to the first time that they speak. Conference, women in every industry deserve dignity, respect and proper healthcare. I urge Conference to support this motion.
Thanks, Rachel. Motion 23 is open for debate. Is there any debate? Yes, colleague. Anyone else?
No.
Chair Conference, Prince Kingsley from Nottingham branch. I'm here to support this motion. This is a very important motion because we are talking about women here when they go to the hospital, the manner they've been treated, the manner they've been neglected. Sometimes they do say, oh, it is in their head, it is all sort. They are not listening to them the way they've been treated. It's really appalling. And this goes worse into when you have to look at the black and Asian ethnic minority, it's really, really bad what they are facing. And it's not a matter of rhetoric. I'm a live witness of what is going on when it comes to this kind of issue. I could remember in 2011 when my missus went to the hospital to deliver our last child. My missus was told that she has to keep on bearing the pains for the first day, for the second day in United Kingdom. We were so lucky. She was telling me a story at a point that make sure you look after the little ones with you. Then I keep saying that, what do you mean? Are you seeing anything else? He said, something else happening. But each time I rush into the doctors, the doctor would tell me she would deliver at some point. And the matter here is, we, the husband, the men, the husband behind them, when it comes to the time of childbirth, we cannot really do anything because we are helpless. We don't know what to do. We are just confused. I was so lucky that a doctor, Dr. Adesina, came. It is very important and it's a priority. So as a union, we need to campaign. We need to do more. And in our campaign, there's a need for restructure in the proportionality of duties set when it comes to the healthcare system. Because sometimes if you don't look like me, you can't really feel what I'm feeling. And if you don't see me, if you don't know what I'm going through, you don't know how to help me. So for me, I think this motion is very important and the union needs to take it serious. So, conference, please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince Kingsley. Right, Kate Walsh, respond. Yeah.
President Conference, Kate Walsh, on behalf of the NEC to support motion 23. This motion is extremely important because it speaks directly to the lived reality of thousands of our members and millions of women across the country. Women are frequently dismissed by medical professionals when they ask for help. They describe pain, exhaustion and distress and are told that it's normal, that it's stress or that it's all in their head. Instead of being listened to, they are too often offered antidepressants rather than proper investigations and are told to just get on with it. Conference, this is not anecdotal, it's systemic. As the previous speakers have said, women make up over half the population, yet the UK health and social care system was designed around male bodies and male experiences, with only 2% of public research funding going to reproductive health and childbirth.
The result is delayed diagnosis, untreated conditions and women suffering for years without answers. Our women members work physically and mentally demanding jobs, including customer service roles, shift work, emotionally intensive roles and often juggling care responsibilities. When pain is dismissed, when hormone-related conditions are ignored, when menopause, endometriosis, autoimmune conditions or chronic pain are minimised, women are left struggling at work, forced into sickness absence or pushed out altogether. That is a workplace issue. That is a health and safety issue, and that is a trade union issue. We would never accept an employer telling members that unsafe working conditions are simply normal. Yet too many women are told exactly that when they seek health care. The message is the same. Your pain doesn't count. Your voice doesn't matter. As CWU activists, we know that progress only comes when workers are listened to. We fight every day against management cultures that dismiss concerns, deny realities and gaslight staff. We should be just as vocal when our members face that same dismissal in the healthcare system. This motion does exactly what we should be doing as a union. It instructs the NEC to campaign for better investment in women's healthcare and to raise awareness that women must be listened to and not dismissed. That's not radical, it's reasonable, it's evidence-based and it's long overdue. The CWU must take this fight directly to those with the power to change it, confronting government over chronic underfunding of women's health, holding NHS bodies to account for routinely dismissing women's pain, and using our industrial strength with employers to force recognition that women's health is a workplace and health and safety issue, while mobilising across the trade union movement to challenge, expose and end a system that silences women instead of listening to them. Conference supporting this motion, it says that the CWU stands with women, not just in words but in action. It says that women's health is not a niche issue, not a private issue, but a collective concern that affects equality, dignity and the ability to work and live well. Please support the motion.
Thanks, Kate. There's been no opposition, so I'm going to put it to the vote. Motion 23. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Now we're going to move on to the next speaker. Kate, if you would introduce.
Conference. Our next speaker and last speaker of this session is Andrew Voice. He's going to speak of his personal journey this afternoon around mental health and schizophrenia. Please, can you give Andrew a warm welcome?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today, Conference. I'm going to speak to you for a while about my lived experience of severe mental illness. And I hope that you'll gain from my conversation that too often a severe mental illness can result in unfairness. So it can result in being misunderstood in the workplace, and it can lead to unfair disciplinary action and even dismissal. So I hope that some of the things that I say today may throw light on schizophrenia, which is a severe and enduring mental health issue. So, I'm Andrew Voice. I was born in London in 1951. I've always lived in the southeast of England, and I've got this diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. I think you've all heard of what paranoid schizophrenia means. I think you all know what it means to have paranoid schizophrenia, yes? So I tell you what, if I see the men in white coats out there in the corridor, I'm off out the fire exit. I am not going back to basket weaving in occupational therapy. I have been in places where there were men in white coats, just like in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And I have done basket weaving in occupational therapy. So, humour aside, these are some of the outcomes for people with schizophrenia. So this is a pie chart showing that in the red segment there, a number of people with schizophrenia will have been deceased within 10 years of their first episode of their diagnosis. And I've had suicide attempts. a number of people with schizophrenia will need looking after in the community, in residential homes or hospitals that still exist. A number of people with schizophrenia will be on a journey from those places of jeopardy towards a place where they might be deemed to be recovered. So I've got experience of all four of those sectors there. I've had suicide attempts, I've lived in residential homes, I've been on means-tested benefits living in the community, and I guess now I can be in that 1 in 4 segment deemed to be recovered. So if you're going to sign up for a socially excluded group, having a 1 in 4 chance of being recovered isn't a very good option. But that is the statistic around severe mental illness, in particular schizophrenia. So these are my phases of psychosis. So my first 20 years was spent as a hard-working grammar school boy and undergraduate. I then descended into 20 years as part mental ward patient, part vagrant, and sadly I accumulated a criminal record during that time, which I'm not proud of. I then spent 20 years in the community under community care, and that was a very therapeutic time. And for the last 15 years, my recovery journey has meant that I'm independent. So I'm a taxpayer. I pay all my credit card bills, all my rent and all my council tax independently, and I'm very glad to be in that situation where I can have control over my life and decide what I want to do with my life. So yeah, people with schizophrenia are overrepresented in places that you wouldn't want to be. So many of us are jobless. Many of us end up in inpatient care, which is unusual for any sort of illness, but over 90% of people with schizophrenia have experience of inpatient episodes. We're overrepresented in the homeless population. So 1 in 3 people with schizophrenia are vulnerably housed or in insecure accommodation. And of those people, half, 1/6, have experienced street homelessness. And I've experienced street homelessness. We're overrepresented in the prison population. And we smoke a lot of tobacco. A lot of tobacco in the UK is smoked by people with schizophrenia. About 1 in 15, about 15% of people in the general population smoke tobacco, whereas with people with schizophrenia, it's over 70%, which doesn't do your health any good. So what drives all these horrible statistics around schizophrenia? For me, it's stigma. So it's an unheard, unspoken sort of thing that prevents people with schizophrenia from reaching their full potential. So how does this stigma occur? So it can occur through social media. So if you're going to Google schizophrenia, you get these unhelpful search options, such as these from a couple of years ago, including should people with schizophrenia drive? I've got 10 years no claim bonus, thank you very much. Should we be institutionalised? Should we be locked up? I mean, that's a very Victorian attitude. And recent searches last month show similar unhelpful sort of outcomes to look for. And why is this bad? It's bad because people get their opinions and their information from social media. It is a truth that people get from social media. And so when it is a misrepresentation, that is duly unfortunate. Yeah, so another thing that used to happen was that the old media, the media, the press, the TV and the radio used to use stigmatising terminology, prejudicial terminology, to talk about schizophrenia or psychotic illness. And I think that when Frank Bruno, who was a national hero when he was world heavyweight boxing champion, 10 years later he had a psychotic episode and suddenly it was okay to call him Bonkers Bruno. to add to all those previous headlines describing schizophrenia, such as schizo, nutter, loony, psycho. So I think Frank does us a big favour, because Frank says in social media that he's glad that his plight brought about a conversation about mental illness. What I can say also for Frank is that I think this is a watershed moment. So since Frank's headlines that were abusive of him occurred, I think those kind of headlines haven't been so prevalent. Indeed, you can think of some recent sensational, not so many prejudicial terms. So the National Confidential Inquiry into Suicide and Safety, which is chaired by Professor Lewis Appleby, reports on the danger of homicide from people with schizophrenia. And I spoke to Professor Appleby once, and I said, Professor Appleby, I quite often speak to people about the misconceptions around the danger from being attacked randomly by a stranger with schizophrenia. Is there an elephant in the room? Should I know something? Is this right? He said, no, you're right, Andrew. The danger of being attacked by a stranger with schizophrenia is very small. There is another group of people who attack more strangers than people with schizophrenia, and that is drunken people. But you never used to see headlines around another drunk kills a stranger. But if it was schizophrenic, another loony has killed someone. So it began with me. This is how it began. So, of dope. So I mixed in with the wrong crowd at university, and this is in the late 60s and early 70s. And gone was the idealism of the early 70s, the early 60s. In the early 60s, there was idealism around anti-apartheid, anti-nuclear weapons, anti-Vietnam War. There was idealism around living off the land and communal living. All that had gone by the end of the 60s, and all that people saw they wanted to do was to get enough money to buy dope. And that was epitomised in magazines like the Furry Freak Brothers, Rock Music. So I wouldn't have done any reading for the course, I wouldn't have written any essays, I would have been a shame to my compatriots. And I felt when I was in the lecture theatre that everyone else in the theatre knew that I was guilty of not doing the work and that I shouldn't be there. At Hellingly Asylum. And in Hellingly, I became a revolving door patient. What does that mean? It means that I entered the institution, the old asylum, as a psychotic person. They would only give me medication by injection, which caused a horrendous side effect called akathisia. So no one would listen to my complaints about the restlessness from akathisia, so I would become a model patient, get myself discharged, whereupon I would escape supervision to have the injections, and sure as anything, the psychosis would return, and I would end up becoming homeless or committing a minor criminal offence, and I'll be returned to the asylum where the same failed treatment will be reinstated. I think there's something about doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And so that happened to me. The system treated me like that. I wasn't treated like I was from a grammar school and university background. I wasn't treated with privilege or preferential treatment. And I ended up being a revolving door patient for 17 years. So these are my admissions to the asylum system over the 70s, 80s and early 90s. They were absolute hell. This side effect which I suffered from the medication was described by Jack Henry Abbott in this book called In the Belly of the Beast. He says, "You ache with restlessness, so you feel you have to walk to pace. And as soon as you start pacing, the opposite occurs to you. You must sit and rest. Back and forth, up and down you go. You cannot get relief. And that is exactly an exact description of this side effect of akathisia. When you think of side effects, you think of breaking out into a cold sweat, or your skin turning red or something like that. You don't think of restlessness. But restlessness is a real hell. You're impelled to move all the time. You can't sit still. You're in and out of the room. You can't watch your favourite TV programme or read a book or read the newspaper. So that lasted with me for a week after the administration of an injection, and then I would have a normal week. So, yeah, reflection on turning points. Yeah, there were turning points in my life, in my history with the mental health system. So I'm Andrew Voice, a paranoid schizophrenic, a voice with schizophrenia. I know what you're thinking. Yes, I know what you're thinking. Do I hear voices? Yeah. My symptoms haven't included voice hearing. Rather, I've had false beliefs. I've had false beliefs that people from Newcastle were doing strange things in southern universities and police stations, that the Russians were coming, that the chink of spoons against coffee cups in cafes was Morse signalling, and in particular, that the traffic was following me around. I had other delusions around the traffic, and once I tried to get a friend of mine to come with me to London so we could stand on different corners of a road and photograph the traffic as it went round the corner to make sure none of it disappeared. But mainly, I was really concerned that the traffic knew where I was, and that every time I went to cross the road, and the traffic would come along and stop me crossing the road, that was done deliberately, and that I had a transmitter on me, in particular in my artificial leg, in my prosthetic limb. That would tell the traffic where I was, and then a line of cars would come along and stop me crossing the road. It happens to us all when we go to cross the road. Traffic does stop us crossing the road, but I felt that was being done deliberately to me. And that is the nature maybe of some delusions that people might have, that they don't hear voices, but they have these strange false beliefs. And I was convinced that this was happening to me. So I had this non-consensual view of reality, including that the traffic was following me around. But, today, we all have GPS on our mobiles, so maybe it is possible to track us as we go down a sidewalk. And with Elon Musk's autonomous cars, maybe we have the technology to send down a line of cars to stop this person that we spotted on the sidewalk from crossing the road. Why anyone would want to do that, I don't know. But I was convinced that was happening to me. Yeah, so I've been on a recovery journey of 35 years now, since I was last an inpatient. This strange anecdote about this degree. When I was sectioned under the Mental Health Act, I appealed against my section, and the managers disallowed my appeal, but they did say that they recommended that I start the Open University. And I did get a degree from the OU, and it arrived, the degree certificate arrived in this with a plastic coating on it, with like lamination on it. And at that time, I'd been made redundant from my job, mainly linked to my mental health issues, and I got this certificate, and I then entered a period of 5 years of homelessness. And I had that certificate with me all the time. And because it was covered in this plastic coating, it didn't perish. I lived in bus shelters and places, and it stayed with me all that time. What a strange thing. So 2 things happened to me to improve my well-being. Firstly, the old asylums were done away with, and this is the end of that place at Hellingly, being demolished after the closure of the asylums with the advent of community care. The second thing was that I negotiated to have medication not by injection but by tablets. and I've taken a tablet every day since then, the last 35 years, and as far as I know, it's coincided with no inpatient episodes, no arrests, no homelessness, no feelings of paranoia or delusions. So I take the tablets and they deal with my psychosis. I don't have those strange thoughts about the Russians coming or the traffic following me around. So I take those pills. I also have counselling, which is really good, and it's a place where I can talk with my counsellor every so often about those things that have been going on in my life, which I can't discuss with anyone else. So yeah, I changed from this bloke. This is what I looked like when I was homeless, and part mental ward patient, part vagrant. So if you sat next to me on a bus or a train, it would be very unpleasant, because I was kind of going to get better and go back to where you were before. So these are some of the definitions of recovery which I like, and they talk about having a meaningful life and coping with your symptoms. So I cope with my symptoms by these antipsychotic tablets which I take, and I cope with them by running things past my counsellor every so often. A cathartic moment for me was when I started to write down my history. So I realised after I'd been back. So since my retirement age, I've been, as I said, I'm proud to be a taxpayer and to pay all my bills out of my own money without recourse to means tested benefits. So this is my kind of employment profile since retirement age. So what my retirement pension has done for me is given me a personal basic income, which many of you may have heard of, and on top of that, I've been able to do part-time work or irregular work, and that's enabled me to be a taxpayer, which I'm proud to be. So when I was a peer support worker, that meant that I got a job as a healthcare assistant on a mental health ward, in fact on a secure mental health ward, and at that time there were two of us peer support workers who were taken on in 2016, and at one time we were both in the nurses' station on our own with a complete set of keys to the place. Crikey, yeah. But we didn't let everybody out. We didn't raid the safe or the medicine cabinet. But what it meant was, the lunatic scene, I stood for the local council. My degree was in politics, so I thought I'd try it out. And I stood for the local council. I've done things like taking my partner's niece and nephews around go-kart places to enable them to be better drivers when they got their driving licences, which has been a really empowering thing to do. And I hope that was useful for them. And I also have invested in a website of my artwork, my cartoons, around the old mental health system. Yeah, so I like reading, and over the last couple of years I've read some books on existentialism, so yeah, maybe life is a bit absurd. Why, with my first 20 years as a grammar school boy and undergraduate, why should I have endured like 20 years living in bus shelters and being in a 10-bed male dormitory? It is a bit absurd, and I take a lot from Kafka and Nietzsche. No Q&A. Okay.
Right, conference, move on to motion 24, which is the name of Bristol and District Amal. Bristol and District Amal to move.
So after these motions, we've got a clip,
Yeah.
film clip, so we'll play that and then we should have plenty of time for the... We've got a film clip after this set of motions.
After the motions.
And then that's me done, and you can go on to...
If we want to do 17 and 18.
Yeah.
Conference.
Chair, Conference, Lisa Elliott, Bristol District Mayor. I stand before you today because we are witnessing a coordinated systematic attack on disabled workers, an attack that is being dressed up as reform but feels like a declaration of war on our class. Last year at the TUC Congress, unions stood united together. Motions 38 and 39 were passed unanimously. The entire trade union movement pledged coordinated and sustained action against disability cut. The CWU was at the heart of that fight. But today, there is a dangerous silence coming from Congress House. The TUC leadership has suggested that because of minor concessions on PIP, the emergency had passed. They claim they no longer need to implement the actions we voted for. Conference, they are wrong. These concessions are a sticking plaster on a gaping wound. They are temporary, lasting only until the conclusion of the TIMS review. Let's be clear, the promised co-production with disabled people is a sham. We aren't being consulted, we are being managed. While the TUC wait, our members are suffering. Cut to mobility, the gutting of access to work, and the squeezing of universal credit health element are not policy adjustments, they are life-altering emergencies. It's not just the Department of Work and Pensions. Decades of austerity and systematic underfunding of local councils have decimated social services, transport and education. When a council can't provide a bus or carer, it is a disabled worker who is imprisoned in their own home. Perhaps most sickening is the targeting of the next generation. Through the Milburn and Streeton review, we are seeing a government obsessed with overdiagnosis and work readiness. They are threatening to abolish Education and Healthcare Plan, EHCPs, and forcing 55,000 young disabled people into compulsory placement under the shadow of sanction. This is not support, this is state-sponsored bullying. That's why this motion is vital. We are instructing our NEC to stop the TUC from dragging its feet. We are calling for a coordinated movement-wide campaign that exposes cumulative impact of these cuts. An accessible static demonstration and mass lobby of Parliament. We need to show them our faces and our strength. A weekend demonstration against Labour's austerity plan. We must send the message to this government. You cannot balance the book on the backs of disabled workers. And finally, we demand an independent disability review, one led democratically by disabled people and trade unions, not by Whitehall bureaucrats working for the benefit of their mates in their pockets. Conference, we don't just want a seat at the table, we want to change the menu. The TUC, led by CWU, must recommit and lead the disability community, not the politician. We must support the movement to move united, and we must stand with our disabled members, not just in word, but in struggle. I move solidarity.
Thanks, Lee. The seconder.
Chair, Conference, Dave Ray, Tyne and Weir, Clerical Branch, seconding the motion. Around 16 million people in the UK are disabled. That's roughly 1 in 4 of the population. Disabled people are twice as likely to be unemployed as non-disabled people. The disability employment gap sits at around 28 percentage points. I would argue this is not a minority issue, it's a mass working class issue. In 2022, I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. In 2024, arthritis. In the blink of an eye, I had 2 recognised disabilities to deal with. This has meant not only have to deal with the impact of these disabilities on my physical and mental health, but also on my finances. A study from Scope showed that disabled people face extra costs of on average £975 a month. Thankfully, in 2025, after a 5-month wait from the point of applying, I was granted PIP. But currently, there are 3 million people on PIP. So that, giving them the financial help that they need to provide for care, transport, carrying out daily tasks with dignity. That means 30 million people are locked out of the system and made to jump through hoops just to get the support that they need, with an intrusive and dehumanising process to go through in order to qualify. Since 2010, disabled people have been hardest hit by austerity. Some studies estimate losses of around 1,200 per year on average, with those with the highest needs losing far more. Households with disabled members account for around half of all people living in poverty in the UK. Cutting numbers of claimants or tightening of the system will not help. Tinkering with a broken system will not fix it. We need a trade union movement to help disabled people with this fight, especially for those claiming after April 2026, who will see limited capability part of universal credit halved, creating a two-tier benefit system, which also sees a new severe condition criteria introduced, reducing eligibility. Disabled workers are also more likely to be in insecure work and face work discrimination. Strong union organising is linked to better workplaces and adjustments and retention. Collective action has historically been the only thing that has forced concessions on disability policy. Disabled workers make up 25% of the workforce. We are not a footnote in the movement. The disability support, when disability support is cut, it's not just benefits being reduced, it's independence, dignity and the ability to work that's being taken away. Conference, please support the motion.
Thanks, Dave. Motion 24 is open for debate. Is there any debate? Anyone else?
Thank you, Conference. Salaz is again from Utah Branch, our Disability Officer, speaking fully in support of Motion 24. So I speak today from my personal experience today because, in fact, the experience that I have had and probably the main reason I'm a trade unionist and even standing here today, because when you experience discrimination, stigma and systems that too often fail disabled people, you quickly learn the importance of solidarity, collective action, and people standing together to defend one another. Behind every statistic, every benefit cut, every headline attacking disabled people, there are real human beings trying to survive in a system that too often treats us like a burden instead of equal members of society. And Conference, disability already comes with extra costs. Many disabled people face higher transport costs, higher energy bills, extra medical expenses, specialist equipment costs, prescription costs, care costs, and reduced working opportunities, and so many other barriers that disabled people simply do not have to think about. So when governments cut support, tighten assessments, or attack schemes like PIP, access to work, or other disability support, those are not just abstract policy decisions, these have real consequences on real lives of disabled people. It means people skipping meals, people unable to heat their homes, people losing independence and people becoming isolated, people being pushed deeper into poverty, fear and worsening mental health. And for many disabled people, financial insecurity can be devastating to both their physical and mental well-being when they're already struggling so much with this. Over the last few years, we have seen an increasingly hostile narrative directed towards disabled people and people with mental health conditions. We see it in politics, we see it in the media, and I've seen it personally in the treatment of patients prescribed medical cannabis, because people like me are often treated as suspicious, lazy, dangerous, or somehow less deserving of dignity and support just because we're prescribed something for a mental health condition. And Conference, I know what that feels like personally. I've lived with severe anxiety and suicidal ideation, and there were times in my life when just simply getting through the day felt overwhelming, if not impossible. And like many disabled people, I face barriers not just from my condition, but from society itself. Now, being prescribed this medication changed my life. It's how I'm able to stand here in front of so many people and talk. It stabilised me, helped me function and regain my quality of life. But despite this, I still face discrimination and stigma, and we see so many damaging narratives around patients and disabled people repeated again and again, often by people with no understanding of what we go through. But any one of us can become a disabled person at one point in our lives, so we must all fight together. And that's why this motion matters so much. Disabled people are being asked to carry the weight of austerity yet again, and every time their support is cut, disabled people are told their lives, independence and dignity matter less than balancing a spreadsheet. And when disabled people are isolated, divided or forced into silence, those harmful narratives become even easier to spread. Trade unions must never allow that to happen. We're together when we're strongest when we stand together, when we defend each other and refuse to let disabled people or any other marginalised group become scapegoats for political failure. Conference Motion 24 is not just about opposing cuts on disabled people, it's about defending our dignity, equality and humanity itself. It's about making clear that disabled people deserve support, respect, independence and financial security, and a voice in the decisions that affect our lives. So, Conference, I urge you to support Motion 24. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. There's no more speakers. Katrina Quirk.
Chair Conference, Katrina Quirk, member of the National Executive, and on behalf of the National Executive asking you to support the motion. The union movement must act to support and protect disabled workers in the face of continuing and coordinated cuts. Whilst the government has announced concessions on proposed changes to personal independent payments, those concessions are temporary and conditional, pending the outcome of the TIMS review. Disability campaigners and charities have raised serious concerns about how that review is being conducted. Promises of co-production with disabled people are not being meaningfully delivered, and many organisations are now calling for an independent review because disabled voices are being marginalised from decisions that directly affect their lives. Meanwhile, the reality on the ground is getting worse. Cuts, mobility are limiting disabled people's independence and access to work. Access to work is underfunded and overstretched, leaving workers waiting months for essential support. The erosion of the universal credit health element is pushing people into poverty and insecurity. These are not abstract policy choices, they are daily barriers faced by our members and their families. Disabled people are also being hit by wider austerity. Cuts to council budgets have hollowed out social care, transport, education and local support services. Despite union policy calling for no cuts, budgets, disabled service users continue to pay the price. Young disabled people are being particularly targeted. Reviews questioning so-called overdiagnosis, compulsory work placements under threat of sanction, and proposals to scrap education, health and care plans all risk stripping away support at the very point that it's needed. That is why the union movement must act. History shows that rights are not protected by quiet reassurance, but by collective pressure. If the TUC steps back now, disabled workers will be left exposed. We must push the TUC and the wider movement to recommit to action. to campaign together and to ensure that disabled people lead the fight for policies that accept their lives. Conference, please support this motion.
Thank you, Katrina. There's been no opposition, so I'll put 24 to the vote. All those in favour of 24, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried unanimously. Move on to motion 25 by York and District Amal.
Conference Chair Neil Gibson to move Conference Motion 25 on the behalf of York and District Branch. I stand before you to address one of the most urgent and overlooked challenges of our time, dementia. It's a condition that does not simply affect individuals, it reshapes families, communities and the very fabric of our society. And yet, despite enormous impacts of our investments and understanding in defeating this dementia remains far too small. And despite government pledges to increase additional spending to £160 million a year, recent reports indicate an overall decline. In 2026, the annual cost of dementia in the UK is predicted to rise from £42 billion last year towards £90 billion by the year 2040, driven by an ageing population. Dementia is not just a part of ageing, it's a medical condition that robs people of memories, independence, dignity and identity. Millions are living with dementia today and millions will more in the years to come. We have the power to change the future of dementia, but only if we choose to invest in research now. Research is our engine of progress that will help us to understand the cause of dementia, develop earlier and more accurate diagnosis, create effective treatments and discover a cure. We have seen what happens when the world commits to significant innovation. Diseases once considered unbeatable, HIV, certain cancers, heart disease, have become manageable or preventable. Dementia research receives only a fraction of the funding allocated to other major health conditions. Families caring for loved ones with dementia know the emotional and financial toll far too well. I'm one of those families living with both parents have lost to this cruel disease. We know the exhaustion it brings, heartbreak and uncertainty. I also know without research, nothing will change. Increasing funding for dementia research is moral responsibility. Every pound invested is a step towards early diagnosis, better support and treatments that could transform their lives. Every pound invested is a message to families that they are not alone, that the society is committed to finding a cure. Let us demand that dementia research receives the funding it deserves. Let us stand with the scientists, families and most importantly those living with dementia, and to ask to campaign with all relevant parties for the allocation of the additional funds and resources for dementia research that was pledged. I move.
Thank you, Neil. Seconder. The seconder. Formally. Okay. Motion 25 is open for debate. Is there any debate?
Chair Conference, Ken Ward, Plymouth and East Cornwall, to support. This is also a policy of the retired members. Dementia is certainly underfunded and something we hear more and more. What we see is that the person with dementia is left with their loved ones to look after them and not get the full support because financial restraints on local councils. I have personally seen in some cases where the person who's looking after them 24/7 has died before them because of the pressure put on them. This is a major issue in our society, and the government needs to increase funding for dementia. Please support.
Thanks, Ken. Colleague.
Chair Conference, Nigel Bailey, Essex and Central Cairns branch. As the saying goes, I wasn't going to get up and speak on this, but I thought I might do. My old mum died in 1998, and we believe that she was covering for my dad's dementia when she died. Dad, measuring things. It robs people of everything they ever had in their entire lives. It robs the families of those people as well. Anything that we can do to find out why this happens to people. Increase the funding. Don't let it happen to you and your family. Please support this prop because it's so important.
Thanks, Nigel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference. I've worked for Royal Mother for 39 years, and it's the first time I've been to this conference, so I'm a first-time speaker. People have written down notes, but why do I need to write something down? This is something very close to me because my mum was like a very strong person. She brought us up, was single-handed with four of us, and she taught me values about why I'm a union bloke, a socialist, and everything else. Was bleeding that and religious values, which is linked to socialism. And she was a very powerful and very funny woman. But in the last 3 years, she started going downhill. She started going down and going downhill as well. And a couple of times it was so bad that she still thought I was a school kid, and she took me to school and still thought I was 9 years old, and I was actually 39, although I act 9 years old sometimes. But I do think we didn't have much respite care. There wasn't funded. The support we had to do between my auntie and my three siblings to look after my mum. So, really, I think we need to sort of pressurise government or your local MPs saying we need more funding for dementia care. Dementia is an evil disease and it needs to be sorted. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Is there anyone else? Okay, Maria Exel.
Maria Exel, on behalf of the NEC, supporting this important motion 25. We agree more money is needed for dementia research. We agree it is under-resourced, and as the motion implies, there's some ageism involved in that. It's not only research, but also the care of people with dementia that is an issue of resources, and also the support for those who care for them and their families. Conference should know that back in 2010, this conference accepted a motion from Birmingham branch calling for more resourcing for both research and for care. 1 million people are diagnosed with dementia. That's probably an underestimate. And I think we all know someone, or someone with, either someone with dementia or someone who cares for them, whose lives have been turned upside down. Too often, the social support that should be there is not. People struggle to cope financially, physically and emotionally, and too often it affects those closest to people with dementia, as Nigel and David have talked about. As a union, we welcome the current government's ambition to reform social care, for fair pay for workers and service providers, to increase the amount and quality of the care provided. But they need to get on with it now and need to keep to basic principles. An NHS and care service free at the point of need, funded through general taxation. Conference, dementia is a condition that is getting more prevalent. The issues of funding of research will only be more stark in the immediate future. We welcome this important motion from York and District. Please support.
Thank you, Maria. There's been no opposition. I'm going to put 25 motion to you. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against? That's carried unanimously. Do you want to do the video? Second. We're going to play a video. Where is it? Oh, I haven't got it. Oh.
Future's overdue, yeah, I know that. Turn the engine on, or some blaring out a dead radio, singing I need to know, no turning back. I've been thinking, babe, maybe alright, when you said the pain weather's in town, and we're just waiting for a change to follow. We don't always get all that we want. Redefine the pain of something more. We shall overcome as we've done before. Scrolling through life I barely recognize from my hotel room. Took in the lonely view, got unattached. Ringer with the camera, arms wrapped around when the fever took. Thought I was gone for good. You brought me back. I've been thinking, babe, maybe you're right when you said the pain with us in time. We're just waiting for a change to follow. We don't always get all that we want. Redefine the pain of something more. We shall overcome as we've done before.
Right, conference, I'm going to ask you, if you're willing to do this, is to suspend standing orders to go back, because of the heavy day we've got tomorrow, to motion 17. It's your decision, and it's now, is it 5:45. Do you agree that we can suspend the standing orders and go back to motion 17? Is that agreeable? Yeah? Okay, thank you. Right. Motion 17. Moved by Mersey. Conference.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Conference, Brian Kenny, Mersey Branch, to move Composite 17. Putin's Russian troops are cynically ignoring all the rules of war and international humanitarian law, as well as the principles of humanity. Since the illegal Russian invasion began over 4 years ago, Ukrainian trade unionists have faced extraordinary challenges. Many have lost their homes and workplaces. Union offices have been damaged or destroyed. Jobs have vanished, wages have been cut, and safety nets are stretched thin. Many have lost their lives. Yet, despite these hardships, they continue to organise, to speak out, and to defend the dignity of working people. If we allow the voices of Ukrainian trade unionists to be silenced, we risk losing decades of progress in workers' rights. Supporting them is not a charity, it's an act of solidarity. It's actually saying, your fight is our fight. Conference, in times of crisis, workers are often the first to be exploited and the last to be protected. Trade unions are the shield that supports them. Today, workers and members of the CWU work under the bullets and shellings, and their families hide in basements in occupied cities. The members of the CWU help people with food, water, medicine and goods, and organise shelters and evacuations for women and children. On Saturday, 9th of April this year, a demonstration took place in London called by UK trade unions and supported by both trade union federations of Ukraine. Trade unions in this country have shown where they stand through both political support and practical aid. And we all know the old union saying, an injury to one is an injury to all. Today, that injury is felt in Ukraine. Conference, Russia must be stopped. Putin's fascist criminal regime wants to destroy the people of Ukraine and also threatens peace and stability in Europe and, in fact, the rest of the world. We need to help the people of Ukraine to win in the struggle for independence and peace. And I'm proud that the British trade unions stand beside other long-suffering people and the Ukrainian unions. So let's not be silent witnesses. Let's be active allies. Let's send a clear message to our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. We see you, we hear you, we stand with you. So, Conference, by supporting this motion today, the NEC is instructed to support Ukraine's workers and the KVPU and FPU, the main federations in Ukraine. We're asking the NEC to affiliate to the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign, which works with the Ukrainian labour movement. So I see the red lights on. I'll finish now by asking everybody in this hall to unite behind the motion, show total support to fellow trade unionists in Ukraine. Let them know we totally support them in their struggle. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Brian. Seconder.
Michael Lionel, GLC branch, here to support motion 17. On 24th of February 2022, Russian troops illegally invaded Ukraine. Since then, Putin's war has led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Russians and Ukrainian troops and the death of tens of thousands of civilians. Russian forces have bombed and destroyed much of the vital economic and social infrastructure of Ukraine, including schools and hospitals, water supplies and energy provision. Whole cities, including Mariupol, have been destroyed and swathes of the countryside left ruined. The bombing of dams have flooded swathes of the country and has wreaked environmental destruction. Nearly 7 million Ukrainians have fled to other parts of Europe, and the UK and 4 million are internally displaced, with an estimated 15 million in need of humanitarian assistance. Torture and sexual violence have been used by invading Russian troops. There have been forced deportations to Russia, including more than 20,000 Ukrainian children and who have been separated from their families. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin and his Children Commissioner and the UN Committee on Human Rights has opened a full investigation into Russian war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide. This is the most deadly conflict in Europe since the Second World War. The Putin-led Russian leadership has been clear. Their war aim is the subjugation of Ukraine. The far right internationally support Putin's regime and its war, including Nigel Farage here in the UK. A victory for Putin in Ukraine will be a successful reactionary and authoritarian politics across the world. We support the right of the Ukrainian people to determine their own future. All of the Ukrainian unions support the resistance of their government to the occupation by Russia. They reject, however, their government's neoliberal policies and attempts to restrict the labour movement. We need to ensure that our own government supports the development of trade union rights and the labour movement in Ukraine. We need to help build international support for Ukraine through our international trade union contacts, and we need to raise the repression of civil rights and trade union rights in the occupied parts of eastern Ukraine. The Ukrainian Solidarity Campaign provides aid to the unions in Ukraine and lobbies on behalf of the Ukrainian unions here in the UK. It is already supported by our fellow unions, ASLEF, NUM, PCS, Unite, NEU, UCU and Unison. Now we too need to get involved with this important labour movement, solidarity, work. Let's pledge to support the labour movement aid convoys travelling to Ukraine. Let's support the aid appeals for Ukrainian workers, providing vital services at a time of war. Let's support the Ukrainian communities and refugee organisations here in the UK. Let's show our solidarity, support this motion.
Thank you, Michael. Is there anyone else?
Chair, Conference, Eugene Kaparos, South Wales branch, rising in support of the motion. More than 4 years after Russia's illegal invasion, our solidarity with Ukraine's workers and with our sister federations, the Federation of Trade Unions of Ukraine and the Confederation of Trade Unions of Ukraine, is not abstract. It's grounded in the reality of trade unionists working, organising and surviving under war. Let's be clear about what that really looks like. In the Avstoval steelworks in Mariupol, union leader Yuri Doronchenko described how on the very first day of the invasion, 20 workers were killed. In the weeks that followed, 106 union members lost their lives. Thousands were missing or wounded. Their response? They organised. They tracked down surviving members. They organised rescue operations. They helped women and families flee the country. They provided healthcare access, legal help, and continued to defend workers' rights, even in the middle of siege and destruction. That's what trade unionism looks like under bombardment. And then there are the railway workers. Maxim Moskalets, a train driver and union leader, described driving trains while tanks blocked the tracks and aircraft fired on his colleagues. He said simply, "We have to work, whatever the cost." On trains built for 50, they carried 500 because people needed to escape. In the first days of the war, they evacuated hundreds of thousands from the most dangerous regions of the country. Conference, think about that. Workers risking their lives to save others. And these are not isolated cases. Teachers like Ludmi Bey hid with children in basements under occupation while soldiers seized schools and abducted children. Utility workers kept water flowing to 600,000 people even after missile strikes destroyed dams and killed colleagues. Miners, medics, nuclear workers, many now on the front line, continue to work with depleted staff, outdated equipment and constant threat. This war is not just a war on a nation, but on people, families and workers. People like us, family like ours, workers like you. and yet Ukrainian trade unionists continue to organise, to support and to resist. Conference, we should be proud that the UK trade union movement has stood with them, through solidarity, through aid, and through organisations like the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign. This is not the time to step back. In a world where authoritarian leaders like Vladimir Putin seek domination, and where others, including Donald Trump, signal a retreat from international responsibility, the role of independent trade unions becomes even more vital. A just and lasting peace requires the full withdrawal of Russian forces from all of Ukraine's territory, and that requires us to stand firm in international solidarity. We support this motion, and we stand with Ukraine's trade unions.
Thank you, Eugene. Colleague.
Hi, I'm Essie from Utah again. Comrades, I oppose this motion, not out of indifference to the Ukrainian workers, but because the real solidarity means standing with the working class, not with states, governments or war aims. Let's be clear about what this motion does. It asks us to adopt a set of war aims and affiliate to a political campaign, while the workers we claim to champion are being stripped away of every right they have. Since 2022, the Zelensky government has abolished collective bargaining for 70% of the Ukrainian workforce, introduced zero-hour contracts, and released employers from any obligation to pay wages to their own mobilized workers. The KVPU's own leader said it plainly. The Labour Code will no longer apply. Collective agreements will be eliminated. These laws were condemned by the ILO and the ITUC. They were pushed through while strikes and protests were banned. That is a state consuming its own working class, and this motion asks us to give it our unconditional support. And the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign, we asked to join, is its most prominent figure, Paul Mason, publicly demanded we send Challenger tanks and Typhoon aircraft to Ukraine. This campaign has used the Labour leadership to bully and silence MPs who question the war. It is not a peace campaign, it's a military political operation in trade union clothing. While we debate this motion, our members here face a cost of living crisis, real wage cuts and gutted public services, in no small part because of the billions flooded to the defence budgets in the name of this war. The bosses both sides of this conflict are not suffering, workers are. Russian workers who oppose this war are imprisoned. Ukrainian workers are conscripted, unpaid and stripped of rights. Meanwhile, our members here are told there is no money for pay rises. So we must ask who benefits from this war, not us. This motion asks us to campaign for Russian withdrawal from the territory occupied since 2014. This is a war aim, not a workers' demand. We would be committing our union to a military objective that has nothing to do with the interests of our members here or in Ukraine. True internationalism is not picking a flag, it's recognizing that our enemy is the class that profits from war. The arms manufacturers, the oligarchs, the government slashing wages while funding weapons. Our solidarity belongs to the workers on all sides, and our demands should be simple. Ceasefire now, restore labour rights, and not a penny of workers' money for the war machine. I urge comrades to oppose this motion.
Thanks, Stacey. John? John?
Thank you, Chair. John Carson, Glasgow and District Amal Branch, to wholeheartedly support the motion. We are living in dangerous times, comrades, and in a very dangerous world, from Sudan to Ukraine, from Gaza to Greenland even. There's a global reconfiguration to the post-war international order. No longer the order of negotiation and of settlement between powers, but one of a world based on brute force, power and aggression that is inevitably going to become a playground for tyrants and autocrats and some of their fellow travellers and those who admire them, who lead leading world democracies as well. Now, this is known by the people of Ukraine more than most, where the naked Russian imperial aggression sets to determine the boundary of their nation, their people and their freedom. It's important, therefore, that we stand in solidarity not just for its own sake, but also because it is important to UK workers. Because when we have a world determined by the force of states, that is where workers will lose. The TUC produced a statement most recently highlighting the war crimes being committed by Russia in Ukraine that have been mentioned by other speakers. Crimes of rape, of robbery, the kidnapping of children, the use of slave labour, and the deliberate targeting of workers and civilians by drones. Now, these activities are not just the consequences of the chaos of war. These are the deliberate policies of the Russian government designed to establish fear, designed to establish social control. It is about establishing the infrastructure of fascism in Ukraine in order to bolster the Russian regime. And whether it is on the streets of the UK or whether it is on the battlefields of Ukraine, the trade union movement must always and forever oppose fascism wherever it is. We have done this in the past in Spain. We have done it in the past during the Second World War, where Ernest Bevin, a great trade union leader, became the Minister for Labour, showing that trade unionists were not just industrial irritants, though we like to be sometimes, but that we are also key to defending freedom and democracy throughout the world. Because freedom precedes all other values. Freedom precedes all other rights. So let's be proud of a CWU that stands for freedom, for workers and for the people of Ukraine. Please support the motion.
Thanks, John. Is there anyone else? Okay.
Chair Conference, Roy Wembley, London Postal Engineering branch to oppose the motion. I think that we need to talk about briefly what led up to this war. And of course, there was a coup in 2014, led by the United States, as it is prone to do, interfere in other countries, that overthrew a democratically elected government. Victoria Nuland, Assistant Secretary of State, and Geoffrey Pyatt, US Ambassador, recorded, talking about who they was going to put into positions in government. The Minsk agreements of 2014 and 15, which were supposed to solve the civil war that was taking place, never implemented. Angela Merkel of Germany and Francis Hollande of France admitted recently that it was a ruse anyway. It was never going to be implemented. It was to keep rearming Ukraine. In 2022 in Istanbul, they came to an agreement for self-government of the Donbass, Ukraine to be neutral, no NATO, no land to go to Russia. Biden sent Boris Johnson to Ukraine to tell them there would be no security guarantees. You need to keep fighting the war. And it carried on. Now, we've got to the stage where the Russians have now taken several of the oblasts in Ukraine. They've had referendums in those oblasts, and they voted to stay and be part of Russia. They've included it in the Russia constitution, right? Now, how are you going to change that? What does it say in bullet point 4 in the last paragraph? This is what this motion is saying. Campaign for withdrawal of Russian forces from all Ukrainian territory occupied since 2014. The necessary condition for a just and sustainable peace. The only thing they're saying to have peace is to get all that land back. It's not going to happen, comrades. It's not going to happen. Russia's not going to give up those oblasts now. And if you believe that, you're believing fairies up the end of the bloody garden. So I vote you to oppose this mishmash of rubbish.
Thank you, Roy. Okay. Luke.
You've got the speaker.
Oh, sorry. Someone else popped up. Yeah, Black. You want to speak, yeah? Come on then. Is there, he popped up from somewhere. Is there anyone else? Okay, this will be the last speaker.
Diorton, South East Wales Ahmad.
Conference.
Speaking to oppose this motion. Fair play to Roy, he filled in a few of the gaps I hadn't put in towards the history of the war. We shouldn't overlap too much. Right. This motion is a Trojan horse. Now, it seems innocuous, but no Trojan horse looks like a pig. Every Trojan horse looks a bit pretty on the outside. What is inside this Trojan horse is a vehicle for lubricating the wheels of war. That's what it's about. The clause that Roy was referring to, campaign for withdrawal of Russian forces from all Ukrainian territory since 2014. That means continue the war. Constant, endless war. That is what it's calling for. And that's constant slaughter. There's at least 1 million people have died in this war. Now, a third party's position in any conflict should be to facilitate peace, not encouraging war. And as Roy touched on, the Istanbul Agreement, when there was a peace deal arrived, on Biden's behest, we dispatched that blonde, buffoon-did buffoon Boris Johnson to go and squash it. Europe is now planning to give Ukraine 90 million euros, which it doesn't have, to buy arms that America doesn't have, so you can put them in the hands of soldiers that Ukraine doesn't have. We, instead of looking at this absurdity, we said, we'll have a piece of that. Leave us, give them some money. And the hope is, this is our plan with the money we intend giving to Ukraine. Hopefully at some stage, they might buy some armaments off us. And then that money that we've borrowed and given to Ukraine can then be given to arms manufacturers in this country, in our own bloody country. It is absolute insanity. And how are we going to pay for this war? You know what the plan is? If you voted for motion 3, you've got some bad news coming your way. Because the plan is, in fact, they wheeled out that bloodthirsty ghoul, George Robertson, to come up with a plan. You're going to carve it out to the arses of pensioners. That's where the money's coming from.
Can you wind up?
We should finish him up?
No, sorry.
No.
Sorry, Di. That's a no. So can you leave? Can you leave the bus room,
well,
please?
You can have blood in your hands, people. If it's that unimportant to you, that's
okay.
fracas.
Okay, Di.
Fracas.
Right, Luke. Conference.
Chair, conference. Listen, thank you to Brian and the branch for putting this motion forward. We are asking Brian to support it. And the reason for thanking Brian is because, given what's going on in the world, the devastation in Gaza, in South Lebanon and right across the Middle East, the determination of Trump to grab every headline he possibly can, it's easy, it's forgivable that this may fall out of the imagination of people and the mindsets after 4 years of war. But meanwhile, Russia still targets deliberately, as has been outlined by other speakers, deliberately targeting dams, deliberately targeting energy infrastructure when they know the country is at its coldest, hitting -20. And quite clearly, this was a calculated attack on a free nation that puts all of us at risk. It's seen Netanyahu, Trump more emboldened to walk away from international law, and that is why we must continue to stand in solidarity with those who are defending their freedoms and trying to look to negotiate through peace rather than through war and seeking to change borders through force.
And as we can also see, look at the characters, it's been outlined by other people, look at the characters and the different parties across Europe and the world that support Putin and do not stand against this war. It's Bolsonaro, it's the AfD in Germany, it's Trump, it's Orban, Viktor Orban, people like that. All characters who are anti-democratic forces, all characters who want to see the gangsterisation of geopolitics across the world, which will be a threat to everyone who looks for peace and wants to continue to see peace and seek peace as a result of any negotiations out of this war. I wanted to touch on something in this space that I thought would come up in the opposition, in fairness. But I'm still going to touch on it anyway because it did come up in the debate that we had on the NEC when discussing the Ukraine war. And that is Putin's push that this is a war against denazification. And the reason, obviously, I want to touch on that is because there is, obviously, major concerns across branches over certain incidents in, I think it's 2014, in Odessa, when they're targeting a trade unionist in Ukraine, some Nazi insignia on certain battalions. But the reality is this, guys. When you look at the far right, as I've outlined, they are the ones that are supporting Putin's war, continuation of war. When you look at the 2019 elections in Ukraine, support for far-right parties was 2%. And when you look at Russia, and where you've got Putin who aligns with far-right Nazi sympathetic forces in his own country, 2000 to 2017, 459 deaths linked to far-right attacks. That's 7 times higher than the rest of Europe. So this is, when you look at the denazification, this is not a real aim of Vladimir Putin. It's an excuse to justify this war at homes and to win sympathy abroad. The last thing I want to touch on, and it has been touched on by John and other speakers, but I want to put into perspective when they talk about kidnapping of children, because we're not, the minimum accepted figure for the forced transfer, abduction of children from Ukraine is 19,000 children abducted, sent to Russia, rehomed, re-educated, and then sometimes put into the military. And when you look at that figure alone, you can in no way try and dismiss Ukraine's search for peace and why they want to push back in certain regions as part of that peace effort. Now, look, I understand the pushback on a certain bullet point that looks to that may seek to stipulate negotiations taking place, but equally, look, that is a negotiation to bind. That is to be settled by the people at the negotiating parties, and that's for them to decide. We should support this motion in that respect. I've gone about the general war aims, the general war situation, but this is about standing clearly with the trade unions. I'll finish because I've gone red, I've just realised. This is how we support peace, this is how we support ordinary people more, and this is how we stand in solidarity against the global right. Thank you.
Well done, Luke. Brian, you got the right reply.
Chair Conference, Brian Kenny, Mersey Branch, to exercise right of reply. And to be honest, Chair, I'm so disappointed that I'm having to exercise right of reply on a motion such as this. And it's disappointing to hear phrases such as lubricating the wheels of war and blood on your hands. Because if you look at the motion, Conference, you'll see what it's all about. It talks about saluting the courage and determination of Ukraine trade unionists who continue their work despite constant danger, precarious conditions and human losses. It talks about being proud as British trade unionists to support fellow trade unionists in Ukraine. It talks about supporting the trade union movement in Ukraine, represented by organisations such as KVPU and FPU. And it talks about defending peace, freedom and the rights of workers and trade unionists everywhere and at all times, including Ukraine. Think about a conference. Do any of us really have any idea what it must be like to be an active trade unionist in Ukraine over the last 4 years? A few months ago, I went to a meeting in Liverpool organised by the Merseyside Fire and Rescue Authority, where a number of firefighters from Ukraine came over. One of them told us that he was called out one day for to deal with a fire. When he got there, they found there was lots of dead bodies in the building. He, along with other firefighters, had to rescue them dead bodies from the building. When he got there, he found one of those dead bodies was his wife, but he had to carry on with his job, and that's the type of conditions. None of us can probably really understand that. We think we have problems as trade unionists in the UK, but try and put yourselves in the position of active trade unionists in Ukraine and ask them what it must be like. So, conference, as I said at the beginning, I'm disappointed I'm having to exercise the right to reply, but I'd hope now we've had the debate, people in this hall, at least a majority, if you're not unanimously, will agree that we need to show full support to trade unionists everywhere, including Ukraine. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to put motion 17 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against? That's carried. Okay. Right, conference, thanks for doing that. I thought it was important that we dealt with that. Just one thing about tomorrow, for the notices the Vice-Chair will do before you go, is the guest speaker tomorrow is Angela Rayner. Okay? I thought that would cheer you up. So anyway.
Colleagues, a final note.
Colleagues, shush. Just two
remind delegates that the CWU merchandise is available for branches to purchase in the Avon suite. And the note I gave earlier on around the bag and table that was left outside the conference centre, we have brought that into the Avon suite as well to save it from the hands of security. So if anybody who was representing that organisation at that table want to come and collect it, feel free to.
Right, conference stands adjourned to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.